Everything You Can Imagine. Wayne Dyer. He was an American spiritual growth book writer and psychologist. Everything You Can Imagine. To the author of all things. I am who I am. Do you know, girl, who's got hold of you? Death, I said. Then, miraculously, the answer was heard. I am love. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Beginning. I have decided to begin this book by recounting a series of experiences that pertain to my life and reflect an understanding of the essential messages that you will read about in Everything You Can Imagine. These meaningful events coincided with the creation of the book, and contain elements of synergy and synchronicity that I find very stimulating and promising. What I offer, in my understanding, is a program that guarantees you can manifest everything you want in your life, provided that what you want does not depart from the source of your being. In my everyday life, while writing the book, I was blessed to experience the process firsthand, and I have chosen to narrate these miraculous events in a very personal way. Now that I am beginning my 8th decade on planet Earth, I recall the major influences of my life, which appeared as by chance, and from this distance I perceive their influence in reversing the selfish paths that my life took in that initial period. At the time, when those exceptional events or people emerged, I was unable to see them from a broader perspective, as most of us tend to do. Now that in retrospect, from my spiritual observatory, I describe what it means to live with fulfilled wishes, I see these events as pieces of a puzzle, of a great tapestry that today overwhelms me and seems full of meaning to me. San Francisco. One of the figures that appeared in my life is a character who lived in the 13th century, and who is currently known by the name of Saint Francis of Assisi. I was not brought up in any particular faith, probably because I was in various foster homes throughout my childhood. I was ignorant of everything about Catholicism, and neither the saints nor their teachings were present in my life. However, by some mystery, which is not so much now, this monk with a suggestive life, so full of Christ, was destined to be one of the most extraordinary and influential figures that crossed my life path. The influence of Saint Francis was manifested for the first time in my life through the full text, beautifully printed and framed, of the Saint Francis Prayer, a gift from someone at a conference, more than 25 years ago. The content of the prayer affected me deeply. I also loved the way it looked, so I put it in the hallway that led to my children's bedrooms. During the 10 years she was hanging there I must have passed by her side at least 10,000 times. I would stop frequently to read a few lines and meditate on the magic of those words. Where there is hatred, allow me to sow love. Where there is darkness, light. More than a sentence, it seemed like a technique to me. I really liked the idea that hatred could lead to love, and that darkness could be illuminated, but not by asking God, but by being oneself love and light. It was like the promise that we human beings had the power to literally change suffering and pain by transforming ourselves, a feat that I took great pleasure in pondering. Now, however, I realize that I was not yet ready to put the message of Saint Francis into practice, not even to put it in writing, as I have done in this book. The fact is that Francesco di Pietro di Bernardone, 1181–1226, was already in my life, and over the years I began to be involved in his influence. In the 1990s they convinced me to go to Assisi. During my stay there, without knowing why, I felt at home. I walked through the same fields as Francisco, I meditated in the same chapel where he prayed, and before his tomb I fell prey to the overwhelming sensation of being physically united to that man who had lived more than 800 years before my birth. I started reading about him, and I was deeply moved by his burning desire to fulfill his dharma and by his determination that no obstacles stand in the way of his dream. I have also felt that inner call, which has driven my work all these years. Also in my case there have been times in which I have strayed from the path, but there has never been a lack of an inner voice that has pushed me to continue writing and living every day, a voice that has returned me to my divine mission. About 10 years ago it was clear to me that I would write a book called The Force of the Spirit. What was not so clear to him was how to organize it. In a moment of deep meditation, I heard a voice telling me vehemently, base it on the prayer of Saint Francis that you have hanging on the wall of your house. It was a moment of such clarity, of such a pure vision, that I felt as if the book was already written and all that remained was to lend myself to be an instrument of your peace. Later I returned to Assisi and had another miraculous experience. I experienced a healing in my body that to this day remains a mystery, both for me and my medical friends. The story of this healing, and my vision of Saint Francis, I tell in my film The Change. That 13th century monk had once again transformed my life with his presence, showing that when someone lives from a point of view realized in God there are no limits to what can happen. With all the notes I amassed during my second trip to Assisi, the book came out effortlessly. As if that were not enough, the theme of the force of the Spirit gave rise to a special program on public television, so thanks to my vocation to write about those truths of such profound transforming power, the teachings of Saint Francis penetrated millions of homes. Years ago I was struck by a fictional recreation of the life of the saint written by one of the great writers of our time, Nikos Kazantzakis, the poor man from Assisi. Even today I often reread this exceptional novel, which never fails to draw tears from me, nor to increase my understanding of what it explains. About a year ago, in the course of deep meditation, I felt again a powerful call, that of taking a group of people to 3 European spiritual centers, namely Lourdes, in France, Medjugorje, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Assisi, in Italy, of course. The name we gave the trip was Experiencing the Miraculous. 162 people from all over the world signed up to visit these holy places, where real miracles took place during the 13, 19 and 20 centuries. In each locality I gave a 2-hour lecture. During the first night meeting in Assisi I explained that we were fulfilling the vision of Saint Francis, whose objective had been to transmit to the whole world the conscience of Christ, parish by parish, city by city and country by country. On that trip there were people from all walks of life, continents and representatives of all age groups, from teenagers to octogenarians. All professions and creeds united by the same idea, to help our world to be inhabited by people determined to make themselves an instrument of peace, and to create that world out of our deepest desire for fulfillment. During the second day of the visit, the third that I have made to the divine population of Assisi, the 162 registered gathered in an old church built many centuries ago, during the life of Saint Francis, who at that time was founding the Franciscan order. And in that sacred building, near the end of my 2 hours of exposure, something happened to me that I have never felt again in my almost 4 decades of lectures. I felt something take over my body, and I was left speechless. I was reading The Poor of Assisi by Kazantzakis, and in the end I froze. As it is, my body did not obey me. I burst into tears, almost angrily, and the entire audience stood up and held their hands out to me in silence. Everyone knew that something really metaphysical was taking place. The entire trip, including that conference and 2 others, was filmed. Anyone who wants to verify what I say has only to watch the 4 DVDs published by Hay House under the title of Experiencing the Miraculous. While speaking in church, below an effigy of Jesus, they took many photos of me. Looking at one of them, you can see the large circle that appeared during that paralyzing conference in the sacred church of Assisi. Later I will explain more about these circles. What I can assure you without any doubt is that I once again felt the power of Saint Francis in my body. I did not live the saint only in his words, nor around me, but within me, as I did, while addressing the 162 people, whom I now see as a catalytic group gathered for the purpose of fulfilling a Dharma collective born of an idea conceived in my imagination, and which has become an active force for good in our world. As I look back on my life, and the events that brought it to Saint Francis, it is evident that at that moment I did not understand the importance of what was happening. I just did something that I felt called to do. I must say that Saint Francis did not come into my life only with a specific message that induced me to wake up spiritually, but he took possession of it and changed the direction that my existence was taking. Most of the time Saint Francis lived within me. I am going to leave Saint Francis for a moment and tell about the presence of another luminous being who came into my life about 6 years ago. Lao Tse. In 2005 I became familiar with the Tao Te Ching, an ancient spiritual text composed about 2,500 years ago by the Chinese master Lao Tse. Of this book, made up of 81 short verses, some have said that it is the wisest that has been written. I had a superficial knowledge of the work, which otherwise was far from constituting an important teaching in my life. At the age of 65, however, I noticed that I was constantly reading and receiving messages from the Tao Te Ching, the approximate translation of which would be the Book of Living the Virtue of the Great Way. Some of the most cited passages in the text I already knew, I'd even used them in previous books, but in 2005, for some reason, it was like I was bombarded with them daily. In a restaurant, several verses from the Tao appeared on the menu. I also heard him quote on a couple of TV shows. In a bookstore they had made a mistake when ordering the books and had put a translation of the Tao next to one of mine. A good friend explained to me that he introduced himself to others as a Taoist, and he told me about the peace it brought him, and a stranger sent me a deck that reproduced the 81 verses of the Tao along with a drawing of Lao Tse sitting on an ox, an image that gave me the impression of speaking to me like no other had ever spoken to me. To all this, one morning, while meditating, I felt the powerful internal call to read the Tao Te Ching in its entirety, which I did the same day. In the evening I called my publisher and expressed my desire to write a short text on each of the 81 verses, in which I would explain how to apply the ancient teachings of Lao Tse to the world today. He wanted to publish them in a single volume under the title New Thoughts for a Better Life. From that moment on, I began to feel that I had the same relationship with Lao Tse that had united me with Saint Francis for a decade or so. In my morning meditations I began to hear him speak to me in his own voice. When I mentioned it on my weekly radio show on HeyHouseRadio.com, an artist named Magali explained to me live that she had generated an image of Lao Tse during an auto-painting frenzy, and she promised to send it to me. The painting arrived the next day, by a parcel service, and I literally spent the entire year of 2006 talking to it. Each week I spent 4.5 days studying, meditating, intellectualizing, and analyzing a verse from the Tao Te Ching. At noon, after meditating in the company of the Lao Tse painting, I just let the words flow on the page. I communed with Lao Tse throughout 2006, contemplating his portrait, whose eyes seemed to follow my movements through the space where I write, but the most important thing is that he let the words flow through his heart until they settled on the page. The year that I imbibed the Tao Te Ching radically changed my life. I learned and practiced its essential messages of humility, lived mystery, satisfaction, simplicity, serenity, and search for God in nature, and not in any orthodoxy. Lao Tse's company became constant, and the Tao Te Ching guided me toward a more enlightened way of life. Not just me, but millions of people, public radio, the Public Broadcasting Service, PBS, allowed me to expose the essence of ancient Lao Tse teachings on a charity program that aired thousands of times, often on prime time, on the main stations in the United States and Canada. Through some mystery known only to the invisible Tao or the One Divine Mind, I became an instrument for these powerful messages to reach a large number of people 25 centuries after the death of Lao Tse. Saint Francis and Lao Tse, and the teachings of both, continue to have an enormous weight in my daily life, but, beyond their importance as spiritual teachers, the fact is that their appearances in my life have affected those of countless people. Including you, who are now embarking on the reading of this book. Brenda's letter. I am going to talk about an exceptional letter that I received a few days ago, as I was preparing to write the introductory pages of Everything You Can Imagine. I ask that you read it without prejudice, and that once you have read it, allow me to explain to you how important it is to you when you start reading this book. Dear Dr. Wayne, miracles exist. I feel obliged to tell you about an experience that I had recently, because you were one of the protagonists of the miracle that I lived. Several months ago I heard about your experiencing the miraculous journey and was confident that I should participate. I am living difficult moments, my life is going through a profound change, and that is why the logistics of embarking on the trip through Europe would have required a miracle. Even so, I did not close myself to anything. I stated out loud my purpose. I said, I want to experience the miraculous with Dr. Wayne, and I left it up to God. A few months passed. As my situation took a long time to change, I did not reserve a place on the trip. But I continued to have faith, and the assurance of living the miraculous with you, even though reality insisted that it was unlikely. In early April my busy schedule took me to Kelowna, British Columbia, with my 14-year-old daughter, Emily, who was participating in a singing festival. It's an 8-hour drive from where I live, but Emily is passionate about opera, and it was my pleasure to give her the opportunity to go to Kelowna to work with a group of experts. As it turns out that my parents live there, I called them to notify them of our arrival. I was talking to my mother for a few minutes to tell her when we would arrive. As we talked about various topics, I heard my father's voice in the background, muttering something. My mother translated his words for me. Your father says that on Tuesday night Dr. Wayne Dyer will be in Vernon, and if you want to see him. Anyway. After picking up the phone from the floor, and getting up too, I asked my father if he would come with me. Then I bought tickets online. I don't need to tell you how moved I was that God was kind enough to take you to me, instead of taking me to Europe. The night of the conference arrived. I sat in row 14, impatient. The moment you came out on stage and began to speak, something strange happened. It had happened to me once before, when I saw a huge halo of light appear around a child who was singing the Hail Mary. It was the same light that enveloped you. That light followed your movements across the stage, without detaching for a moment from you. I thought it could be the spotlights, or the atmosphere of the pavilion, but the presenter did not have any halo. Then something even weirder happened. Dr. Wayne, you were talking about Saint Francis and it was transformed at my sight. You were wearing a long robe, and your features had changed so that you were Saint Francis. It only lasted a moment, but it was powerful, emotional, and very, very real. What happened next was even stranger. He started talking about Lao Tzu, and he became him. A very long braid hung down her back, and I saw her face change into Lao Tzu's. It was only an instant as in the previous case, but it is an experience that I will never forget. During intermission my father went to the bathroom and I got up to stretch my legs, and dry my eyes. Feeling a warm little hand inside mine, I looked down and saw a very old woman, with a wonderful smile, urging me to sit next to her. I did it. She looked me in the eye. He explained that he was looking at me so much because I was radiating light, and he had the sensation of seeing an angel. I couldn't take my eyes off his eyes. I thought I knew her from something, because I recognized those bright green eyes. We started talking. From time to time we would say the same thing at the same time, such as we are all the same, there is only love and other deeply spiritual phrases. It seemed like a dream. Suddenly, without us noticing, you came back on stage and worked your magic. I decided that I needed to keep in touch with that woman, and I made up my mind to ask her for her name and phone number after the show, but despite my good intentions, in the end, when we got up to leave, she was gone. I was surprised, because she had been sitting 2 seats away and I had not seen her leave. My father and I are leaving. As I backed out of the parking lot, I saw myself in the rearview mirror and that's when I understood where I'd seen those bright green eyes before. Impossible? Maybe yes, or maybe not. I have no explanation for anything that happened to me that night, but every day I am grateful that I was able to experience the miraculous with Dr. Wayne in such a unique and valuable way. Namaste. Brenda Babinski. If you have been surprised by the bright green eyes, you should know that it seems very normal to me, because I keep the memory of when Marceline, the mother of 7 of my children, told me about the experience of gave birth to her firstborn, Shane. She was in the hospital, in labor pains as she refused to be anesthetized. Then a very red-haired nurse arrived who wiped her forehead, explained in soothing and loving words how she had to breathe, and stayed with her throughout the delivery. The next day, when he asked about this wonderfully caring nurse, whom he wanted to thank, he was told that no one who fit that description had ever worked at the hospital. The help of an angel, perhaps. On the other hand, Brenda's encounter with the old woman could also have been an encounter with her higher self. See Chapter 3. If I reproduce here Brenda's letter, at the beginning of the book, it is so that you understand the possibilities that open up when you begin to assume the feeling of a wish fulfilled, as I detail in Chapter 6. My first thought when reading Brenda's words, it came directly from my ego, which stated, "It is probable that in 2 of your previous lives you have been Lao Tzu and Saint Francis. Why not? Think about how important you are, and about everything you do so that in this world there is more spiritual enlightenment." I later spoke to the writer Anita Moriani on the phone and read the letter to her. Anita, who was in Hong Kong, dismissed the ideas that came from my ego with a stroke of the pen. He said that his experience on the other side had made one thing very clear to him, that everything happens at the same time. There is no past or future, all is one and now. He also told me that the closest explanation he could give me is that all lives are parallel. I understand that it is disconcerting to consider the idea that neither the past nor the future exist, nor is there a linear consciousness, especially when the brain, which is the only thing we have to do with this approach, belongs to a body that is linear. And it did have a beginning, as it will have an end. This idea that everything happens at the same time is simply one of the great mysteries of life, but the fact is that in dreams, or in some other moment of deep meditation, I have glimpsed this non-linearity. I advise you to read Anita's book, Dying to Be Me. Maybe it will help you understand a little more how the now uniqueness appeared to him as he embarked on his healing journey from a prediction of certain death. While reading this book, I advise you to pay attention to how important it is to be able to physically feel what you want to reveal. Pay special attention to what it means to know inside yourself that you are actually a divine being, here, on earth, in this material world. In the following pages I will emphasize more than once the importance of your imagination creating a life of wishes fulfilled. Now, imagination is an area strictly controlled by your thought processes. Once you introduce into it a thought about how you want to be, I urge you to live from that moment on as if the desire has already materialized physically. This is what I have been doing with both the teachings, that of Saint Francis and that of Lao Tzu, intellectually living their messages, writing about them, giving lectures about them, analyzing and interpreting them, all in my imagination. At this point in my life, however, I have already gone beyond my intellect when it comes to the doctrines of these divine teachers. That afternoon in Vernon, when I went on stage, and in Assisi, when addressing the audience and feeling dazed by the presence of Saint Francis, I felt them inside my body and lived their messages as if they were me, or, in other words, he assumed the feeling of the desire to know his truths as something already fulfilled. When you are able to passionately feel what you want to have or become, you become it, and it you, always on the condition that there is no disagreement with your highest self, that is, God. Teaching these profound messages is much more than an intellectual exercise for me. I feel them, as Brenda Babinski observed in the fleeting moment when she saw me transfigured on stage. If you imagine it, if you live it as if it were your reality, if you don't allow anything to stop you, but especially if you assume that feeling, you will merge with it and it will merge with you, so that it will no longer be a duality, but the fusion of your being with what you want. That same night, during the book signing on stage, Brenda came to see me. The entire hockey stadium was full of circles, as if confirming that the truths of Saint Francis and of Lao Tzu converged into one as I assumed the feeling of both in the center of my being. The circles also appear in the photos of the Church of Assisi, where I felt in my body the presence of Saint Francis by being where he had lived, and speaking where he had spoken. I do not think that the fact that a spectator saw me transformed into these great teachers is indicative that I had a life like theirs many centuries ago. I know that when you begin to go beyond the intellect and feel the presence of what you want most as an already present fact, and you adopt it as a vital basis, with unrestricted passion, you merge with it and understand that the laws of the material world they are not applicable in the presence of those who have been realized in God. Nicolette. I have decided to tell another story, here, at the beginning of everything you can imagine, a story that highlights the most important thing in this book, that within everyone there is a divine spark, called I am who I am, and that when that spark is ignited and fed, it can perform miracles on an astonishing scale. In May 2011, while on a walk by the ocean in Maui, I met a group of women with a mother and her 20-year-old daughter. Linda, the mother, recognized me, and we talked for a moment. Looking at her daughter, Nicolette, I quickly noticed that she was suffering from some form of facial paralysis that distorted her features. It was as if any muscular activity had disappeared throughout the left half. Something prompted me to touch his face and ask him what had happened to him. It was the beginning of a long story that, with the permission of both of us, I have decided to tell here, in this book, as a sample of the possibilities that open up when we use the power inherent in our own essence, called I Am Presence, to fulfill our desires of divine filiation. I felt an impulse to invite the entire group of women to my home, and to speak with Nicolette about the wish-fulfilled teachings that I had been transmitting and writing down daily for several months. I was with her for about an hour, while her mother, her grandmother, and two of her friends stayed a bit withdrawn. During that time I felt in my body that something marvelous and mystical infused me with energy, not only myself, but the whole room. After speaking with Nicolette, I insisted that I spend an hour with my friend Kate McKinnon, a craniosacral therapist who gave me CST, craniosacral therapy, treatments. As I was meeting with her the next day, I gave the consultation to Nicolette. Below I reproduce two descriptions of the events. The first is Linda's letter to Kate about her interpretation of the experience. Hello Kate. I wanted to tell you that before going to Hawaii Nicolette knew nothing about Wayne Dyer. She is a university student who spends all her time in classes, jobs, studying and parties. He has never been to any Wayne conference, nor has he read any of his books. In fact, he still doesn't know much, although the power of intention has begun. On Saturday I arrived in Hawaii with my husband Gordon and my son Jason. The next day Nicolette called me from Victoria and told me that she had had a strange headache at night, and that the left side of her face was falling asleep. It was difficult for him to smile from one side. I was worried. He sent me a photo on his mobile. We told him to rush to the ER so they could take a look. It could be a spill, or something. Nicolette didn't want to go. He said that he had too much work, that he had to prepare for the final exams and that he was not feeling well enough to go. I insisted that we needed a professional appraisal. In the end she went and they treated her right away to do a series of tests. About an hour later he called to tell me that he had been diagnosed with severe Bell's palsy of unknown cause. Doctors had their theories, but they were puzzled not to observe any other physical effects that this type of paralysis causes. They gave him prophylactic antiviral medication and high doses of prednisone. As there was no danger of death, they told him, "Sorry, but we can't do anything else, it will be seen," and they sent her home. Nicolette was out of her mind. She called us desperate. We suggested that she come to Hawaii, as long as the doctors had nothing against it, or that I would catch a plane and go see her. The next 2 days he spent going from one doctor to the other to make sure he was able to travel. He arrived in Hawaii on Tuesday. When he arrived we realized that the paralysis had worsened. It was progressing, it was clear. Thereafter it got worse for several days. I, who was in contact with our GP, sent him another photo of Nicolette with paralysis at its peak, and he told me that from what you could see in the photo it was a serious case. He told us to prepare for the very high possibility that he would only partially recover, or not at all. As if that were not enough, this type of paralysis, Ramsay Hunt, can be very painful and have tremendous side effects, due to nerve damage. At the doctor's request, we went to the nearest pharmacy and bought patches for the whole eye and some eye lubricants, so that his left eye, which no longer closed, would not ulcerate. A week went by, day more, day less. The paralysis remained the same, with no movement or taste sensations in the left half of the tongue. It was as if he no longer had nerves in his left eyebrow. His eye did not close. The wing of the nose and mouth were also affected. Nicolette had a hard time chewing. I was overwhelmed, distraught and in great pain. That's when the universe intervened and we met Dr. Wayne Dyer on the ride. We spent about an hour at Wayne's house, who focused entirely on Nicolette's mood and healing. After hearing that she had the ability to heal herself, Nicolette wanted to do it right away, but did not know how to access the source of that healing. Wayne put his hands on her face and said the same words several times until she understood, "I'm not paralyzed anymore." My friends, who were in the back of the room, were crying. My mother was amazed. As we left his house, Wayne insisted that it was necessary, essential, that Nicolette see his craniosacral therapist the next day, and being an urgent case he gave up his appointment. He made the necessary arrangements. Nicolette came to the therapy session with great gratitude, and with the new idea that she would be cured, but one of the obstacles, she said, was that she could not put herself in a position to let go and leave it to God because she was in fight or flight mode. How am I going to get into a state of physical relaxation and heal myself, if I don't know how to relax my body? I remember that she exposed her fears to you, and that you understood her. You asked her, as Wayne had already asked her, what her life was like before all this happened, and she said, "Nothing, everything is fine." I was studying for the finals of economics and computer science. At the same time I had to paint a picture for the art workshop and write an essay about it. My roommate is about to leave. I also really want to know if I will be accepted at McGill University in Montreal. There are many things, but I can do everything. You said to him, "Nicolette, it's not a small thing, it's a lot." In your case, it is seen that thought and the stress caused by thought can affect the body. It is the mind-body connection, or rather, the disconnection. Upon returning to Vancouver, Nicolette and I went to see our GP, who told my daughter that her case was very moderate, though judging by her expression and what she had told me on the phone in Hawaii it was actually serious. Nicolette noticed. She was aware of gravity, but she didn't care, because from her point of view she was healing. Then our doctor gave us statistics on the degrees of recovery and made us aware that this type of paralysis can take 2 years or more to pass, if it happens. He told us to make an appointment 4 weeks later, and then Nicolette would be referred to a neurologist. I'm not entirely sure when he visibly improved, because he returned almost immediately to the University of Victoria to make up for lost time in Hawaii related to studies. He came back hoping to move on. After what the doctor had said and taking into account that she was still paralyzed, I was surprised that she separated from us and immediately returned to university life. In any case, regardless of what I might think or say, Nicolette always told me the same thing and with the same conviction. "Mom, you don't understand. Didn't you hear what Wayne said? I am cured and without paralysis. Didn't you hear me say it too? What is the part you don't understand? I am cured, what happens is that you and the rest of the world still do not see it." 4 weeks later the paralysis had disappeared. Namaste. Pretty. The expressions "I am cured" and "I am no longer paralyzed" that Nicolette uttered when the physical data indicated the opposite may sound strange, if not absurd, but I assure you that you will understand as you read everything you can imagine. The second description is Nicolette's recollections in a letter to craniosacral therapist, Kate McKinnon. Hello Kate. Thank you so much for telling my mother about Dr. Dyer's radio show today. I listened to it tonight with my family and I am very grateful to you for allowing us to hear such wonderful things. It has been an incredible experience, really. I have no words to thank you for everything you have done. At first, when I was diagnosed with Bell's palsy on the first day of spring, the only thing that happened to me was that I could not move the left side of my lower lip in the same way as the right. 4 days later, he could no longer move any part of the left side of his face. He couldn't even close his left eye. He had to stick it on me every night. I could see the paralysis getting worse by the day, even though I thought it would get better. I concluded that he did not control the left side of his face. They told me that it could be that I never recovered, or that it took years. I despaired. I was devastated. He suffered. The day before I left Maui I met Dr. Dyer. He didn't know who he was or what he did. Upon learning of my illness, she ran her hand over my face and explained the idea that I have the power to heal myself. I just have to think about how I feel when I'm not paralyzed. I remembered the photo that a friend took of me a year ago, when he was not paralyzed. Smiled. The next thing I heard him explain was that the physical is a representation of what begins in my head, in my imagination, of what I want to be physically. It is from where manifestation and healing start. I began to think that if I changed my mental processes and only thought about connecting with the certainty that I am not paralyzed, the physical would reflect my new mental state. Then Dr. Dyer advised me to have a session with you and gave me your number. I called you, and thanks to the generosity and kindness of Dr. Dyer, you saw me the next day. Right after meeting Dr. Dyer, it was hard for me to connect with the idea of not being paralyzed, because I saw paralysis reflected in all my actions. He could not chew well, nor did he notice flavors well, nor could he pronounce certain words without discomfort. My eye was always dry during the day, and at night I had to close it with zeal after putting a lubricant on it. I was also thinking of many things. The following week I had 2 final exams that accounted for more than 60% of my undergraduate grade, and I had to maintain a certain GPA to continue in my program at Victoria University and retain my chances of getting into McGill University. On top of that, I only had 3 weeks left to look for a flat. I had a lot on my mind, and everything I did made me feel uncomfortable with paralysis. I held on to stress. She was still focused on Bell's palsy. I didn't want it to have a negative influence on my life, but it did. The next day was the day of the session with you. You asked me what my life was like before everything happened, and I told you, nothing, everything was fine. I had the feeling of managing my time well with my studies, delivering the economics, computer science, and fine arts jobs on time. My roommate was going to leave, and so was I. I was impatient to see if they would accept me at McGill University. I was aware that I was doing many things at the same time, but I did not feel the tension. I even remember thinking that I should have felt more stress than I did. You told me, Nicolette, it is not a small thing, it is a lot. In this case it is seen that thought and the stress caused by thought can affect the body. It is the mind-body connection, or rather, the disconnection. I lay down, and the healing began. The first thing you did was put your hands on my ankles. Meanwhile you were asking my mother questions, where we were from, and things like that. It was a way for me to feel comfortable, because the situation was unknown to me. I could never imagine something like this. Not knowing how to take it, I started to think about how to get the most out of the session. I thought about what Dr. Dyer had told me the day before, and what I had read in Anita Murhani's article about the experience of being on the verge of death. She kept saying to myself, I'm not paralyzed, and I thought about the photo from a year ago where I come out smiling. You asked me if I liked the sea. I answered yes. You asked me to listen to the sound of the waves breaking on the sand on the beach. I remember hearing the soothing sound of the surf and looking up at the white ceiling. Looking at him, it was almost as if my whole body had gone numb and I no longer noticed your hands, which were touching my legs. When you got to the left side of the rib cage you asked me if my belly hurt. I explained to you that every time I ate something, the entire stomach area hurt a lot. I attributed it to the medication I had been prescribed for Bell's palsy. But I had finished the medication a week ago and it still hurt. You focused on my belly and my rib cage. I was looking at the ceiling. I started to feel pressure just below my ribs, but I didn't know whether to say anything. Then you said, if you notice pressure somewhere, tell me. I immediately felt more pressure in the same place, so I told you. He was staring at the ceiling, which began to change colors. You asked me what form pain would be if it had a shape, and what color. I said it would be oval and yellow. You asked if the oval had a name. I couldn't think of anything. So you said we could call it a yellow oval, and you asked me if the oval worked with me. I had the feeling that no, that he was going against me, and I said so. You answered, well, that's not right. I agreed with you, although I did not express it verbally. You asked me to speak to the yellow oval and ask if we could collaborate. It was what I did. A few seconds later I realized that it had disappeared. It was as if the oval had exploded into a million pieces that floated all over my body. I merged with him and reached a state of complete relaxation. I would say that from that experience you helped me realize the control I have over my own body. You helped me establish communication between my mind and my body. I came into contact with the idea that my mind and my body were one. I remember hearing the waves and repeating to myself, I'm not paralyzed. You came to my head. Feel your fingers just at the beginning of the spine, where the neck begins. It seemed to me that you kept your fingers in the same place for a moment. Then I felt the contact between the base of my back and the surface on which I was leaning. I felt as if what had bothered me so much in all that time had left my body. I took a deep breath, and I have very vivid memory of how easily the air entered. When I felt the freedom with which the air entered and left, I felt connected with my body. Then you focused on the left side of my mouth and spent a few minutes with your fingers at the end of my molars, the top left. Then you touched the left side of my face. I was relaxed, and I could see myself smiling. I opened up to the idea that you were going to be the catalyst for my healing process. You asked me for a word that would help me heal, and what color I would need. I got the word feel, and a light blue color. I repeated them to you. So you asked me to feel your hand on my face and imagine the latter as a sponge that absorbed your energy. I visualized the blue sponge contracting. I felt your hand on my face, indeed. I had a mental image of the sponge and I said to myself, I'm not paralyzed anymore. When I imagined the sponge, felt your hand and heard the waves of the sea, I was in a state of total relaxation. I felt one with my body. She felt that she controlled him and that she was smiling without being paralyzed. It seemed to me that you kept your hands on my face for 5 minutes, although my concept of time in that session could be wrong. Then you took your hand away from my face and I opened my eyes. You were looking at me. You asked me how I was doing. I don't remember my answer, although I was relaxed and aware of what was happening inside and around my body. I remember you telling me to grit my teeth on the left side of my mouth, and you asked me if there was something wrong with my forehead. I later told you that the day before I had hit the roof of my car when I got to Hawaii. I remember you told me that I had to do more often what I used to do before to relax, because that would heal me. Aside from the feelings I just described, I generally have a hazy memory of the entire session. In the end I almost expected to be able to physically smile without paralysis, but was a bit disappointed to find that I couldn't. Then, within minutes of the idea of disappointment entering my brain, other thoughts entered, healing thoughts. After putting on the shoes that I had removed before the session, I realized that I was experiencing a strange sensation in my body, something physical. It was clear that some change had occurred. I had a sense of peace. I knew that my suffering was over. She was no longer physically uncomfortable, but full of enthusiasm and energy. I knew I was healing. I knew it. For several weeks I kept thinking about what you said, about how you heal when you relax. That is why every time I noticed that my senses were speaking to me to convince me that I still suffer from severe facial paralysis, for example, when I did not pronounce certain words well when I spoke to my mother right after the session, I would think about the light blue sponge and about the feel of your hand on my face. Every time I think about the sponge, I return to that space of total relaxation and all the sensations of pain and discomfort in my body suddenly disappear. I hear that the noise of the waves deafens what my senses tell me, and the only thing that remains in my brain is the image where I smile. As I left Maui, I had an overwhelming feeling and image of healing. I am no longer paralyzed, I am no longer paralyzed, I am no longer paralyzed. Nicolette. 10 weeks after my first and only meeting with Nicolette, I had an evening lecture scheduled in Canada at the Jubilee Auditorium in Calgary, Alberta. Linda had already called me to let me know that her daughter had completely overcome the paralysis, and that experience had represented a radical change of direction in her entire life mission. I called Nicolette on the phone. I was excited. He told me how good it was for him to have learned at the age of 20 that he carried inside that incredible presence of the I Am, and he told me that he wanted to tell everyone about that profound discovery. I invited her to come with her mother to Calgary and tell her experience before an audience of thousands of people, and they did, boy they did. It took Nicolette very little to enthrall viewers with real-life, 3D proofs of all the content from my lecture that night. As he came down from the stage, with the audience standing, he gave me a card with 2 printed photos. In the photo where the 3 of us went out in Hawaii, Nicolette, Linda and I, the left side of his face is paralyzed. In the other photo, she is wearing a very nice dress and smiling, without paralysis, and with a very clear circle on the left shoulder. The text of the postcard is the following: a wish fulfilled. With love, Nicolette and Linda. As I continue to read this book, which has been a miraculous journey for me, keep in mind that I do not aspire to take any credit for what it explains. In that it reminds me of the 1977 movie My God, when God, played by George Burns, says something like, if you want a miracle, try to make a fish from scratch. That capacity is only possessed by the presence of soy. All credit goes to that presence, and I urge you to understand that you too can have access to it. Do it. Right from the start. With love. Wayne Dyer. First part. Your higher aspects. A part of me suspects that I am a failure, and another thinks that I am God Almighty. John Lennon. Changing the concept of the self. Health, wealth, beauty, and genius are not created, they only manifest through your mental disposition, that is, your concept of self, and your concept of self is everything that you accept as true and what you consent to as such. Point 1 Neville Goddard. There is a level of consciousness to your scope that you are likely to ignore. It extends to the top and transcends the usual level that you are used to. At this higher level of existence, to which you have access, like any human being that has ever existed, wish fulfillment is not only probable, but guaranteed. This chapter is nothing more than a preparation to enter this realm where your influence on what comes into your life far exceeds what you could have imagined. After 18 months of relative isolation, during which I studied, meditated, and literally experienced what it is to live on this miraculous plane of existence beyond anything that can be labeled ordinary or normal, I have undertaken the joyous work to write about wish fulfillment. I have seen with my own eyes that almost all the desires on which I have placed my attention have changed from being a mental thought to being an objective fact. What I propose, however, is not to memorize any esoteric formula that leads to a theoretical nirvana. What I underline throughout the book is that it is a real manifestation, and that it happens when you make the firm decision to change the way you see yourself and what you can achieve within those parentheses in eternity that receive the name of your life. I invite you to be receptive to a new and radical idea of yourself, radical because from the moment you leave the mother's womb you have been subjected to a cultural conditioning, the intention of which was to help you not want anything other than a normal life on the plane of common consciousness, which usually means the acceptance of what is that brings life. In many respects you have been programmed to believe that you lack the knowledge and powers necessary to carry out the fulfillment of your wishes. In these introductory pages I say the following, as clearly as I know how to say it: there is a plane of consciousness in which you can choose to live, and in which, provided you are willing to change your concept of yourself as an ordinary being, you can see how it works. They fulfill all the wishes that you harbor regarding yourself. Throughout this book I will deepen with you what I have studied, learned, internalized, practiced and lived, yes, lived, around the powers of manifestation. The first step is to change your concept of yourself. I want to dedicate a few words to these two concepts, that of the common and that of the extraordinary. The common is, well, that, very common. It means doing everything your culture and family have programmed you to do. It consists of adapting, studying hard, abiding by the rules, meeting obligations, filling out forms, paying taxes, looking for work, and doing what all law-abiding citizens do. Then you retire, you play with your grandchildren, and in the end you die. I want to emphasize that there is nothing wrong with this script, at all. It's fine, but if it was totally acceptable to you, you wouldn't be reading this book. The extraordinary comprises almost everything common, since we all live in the same physical world. There will be forms to fill out, laws that require your obedience, bills to pay, and family obligations to attend to. The extraordinary consciousness, however, is linked to your soul, that invisible and limitless energy that looks from behind your eyeballs and has interests very different from those of your common self. The ideal of your soul, what it longs for, is not to know more. She is not interested in comparisons, or winning, or light, or possession, because he is not interested in happiness. The ideal of your soul is space, expansion, immensity, and if something needs to be stretched to infinity and encompass it. Why? Well, because your soul is infinity itself. It has no restrictions, no limitations, it resists being confined, and grieves when you try to contain it with rules and obligations. Your invisible self is extraordinary because it is a fragment of the universal soul, which is infinite. The part of your being that knows the greatness that is in you, the one that is stimulated by the idea of expanding and dispensing with all limitations, that is what I am dealing with here, in everything you can imagine. This is your new concept of self, a concept inspired by your soul. So let's take a look at this idea. Then we will analyze what needs to be done so that your concept of the self is in line with the way you want to live, and the powerful role that you can begin to adopt as a CO fulfillment of all your rational/sensitive desires. What is the concept of I? To put it simply, your concept of self is everything that you hold true, and everything that you hold true about yourself has made you be exactly where you live and breathe every day of your life. The beliefs you harbor about yourself are like the ingredients in a recipe that you use to create your concept of self. These ingredients or beliefs fall into two specific categories: your external concept of self and your internal concept of self. Your external concept of self. Within these ingredients is everything that you accept as true about what your physical self is capable of. You probably agree that your external concept of the self requires a certain amount of intellectual acuity, intelligence, but without reaching genius. More training in some areas than in others, such as technological knowledge. Maybe you add some writing skills, but you find more fluency with numbers and mathematical problem solving than a talent for prose. Your beliefs about the outer self may be strong and seasoned in some areas, but with an equivalent disability or weakness in others. It is more than likely that you have a conceptual framework about your degree of intelligence, and that you have harbored that belief since you were little, in elementary school. Your outer concept of self includes everything you believe about your innate and learned talents and abilities. Your beliefs about your clumsiness, coordination, athletic performance, and musical and artistic talents constitute a partial list of the ingredients that make up the recipe for yourself. These descriptors are also valid for any other aspect of the outer self. Your external concept of the self includes the way you see yourself in relation to health, your immunity, or your propensity to disease. You know if you are prone to being overweight or addicted to various substances such as sugar, caffeine, fat, meat, dairy, etc. You define yourself as prone or immune to colds, with a tendency to gain weight, inclined to skin irritations or predisposed to low energy or high sleep needs. The important thing here is that your external concept of self encompasses everything that you consider your body to be capable or incapable of doing. If you were given a true or false test about yourself, you could safely say, yes, all of this in my case is true. They are the beliefs, the ingredients, that you use to create yourself. In addition to your intellect, faculties, and bodily features, you season your external self-concept with your personality traits. You know if you are assertive or self-conscious, loud or calm, bossy or obliging, fearful or courageous, daring or scared. And this is all just a partial list of descriptors, or spices, of personality. These individual characteristics are interpreted as topics that define your person and your functioning in society. I could go on to detail the rest of the ingredients that go into the making of your external concept of the self, but I have opted for a short, succinct book that goes to the point. At this point I am simply encouraging you to recognize that your concept of self contains endless descriptors relating to what you call the physical body, and that you probably consider those descriptors as absolute truths. Your internal concept of self. In our culture it can be quite difficult to acquire this category in optimal proportions. Your beliefs about invisible energy and intelligence that form the most significant part of your being enter the internal concept of the self. I have often referred to this inner world as the soul within the machine. The machine of my conceptualization is your body, with its 5 senses, as well as the physical components that make up that body. The tissues, bones, streams of fluids, organs, teeth, brain, and so on make up the machine, and within it there is an invisible self that you call mind or spirit, made up of thoughts that govern it. I once spoke with a neurosurgeon who questioned the presence of this invisible world by saying that he had dissected thousands of bodies without ever seeing a soul. I remember her puzzled look when I asked her if she had ever seen a thought poking through a brain. It is obvious that in your being there is an invisible internal part and an external part. You have a conceptualization of your person in which this invisible and formless part of your being participates, and you get a fairly concrete idea of how far the inner part of yourself can take you. You may think that your thinking device is something quite extraordinary, even if you do not understand exactly what it is that, in or around you, allows you to scratch your forehead, or pick up a pencil, or move your feet on a dance floor, or whatever. Another of the infinite orders that your mind is capable of conveying every day throughout your life. You also have a concept of the self regarding what your inner energy soul cannot do. Do you have the ability to heal from a serious illness with thought, or is that just bullshit? Can your invisible intelligence, your imagination, perform alchemical feats? Does your concept of self contain the power to perform great acts of transformation, even magical ones? Your concept of self is the blend of your beliefs about your connection to a higher power. Something you decide on the existence or not of God. You have various views on how far faith can take you. The question of whether there is something within you that you can draw upon to perform mystical or miraculous acts is colored by your beliefs. You have acquired specific beliefs about the power of your mind. Usually, you trust that you can use your invisibility to carry out the normal acts of life, such as remembering a list that you do not see and that you have stored in a corner of your memory, and doing errands when you return from work. But what are your beliefs about the ability to work miracles? Healing your body, or manifesting a soul mate that has long been desired, are ingredients of your concept of self? Take a moment to analyze that list that you do not see and that you have stored in your brain. Ask yourself, where is? How have I put it there? Where is the place I call there? What powers do I use when evoking it? Where do those powers come from? It is the list of ingredients that you use to create your internal concept of self. From there, you may want to open up to the existence of other beliefs or ingredients that you want to include, and consider other ways to spice up your life. The point is, an invisible list implies a catalog of inexplicable miracles that you take for granted every day. Your internal concept of self tells you what you think your mind is capable of doing, as well as what it is incapable of doing. You know that your mind, that invisible soul inside the machine, is unfathomable, but you also know that what it can do has its limits. Have you ever wondered how you create your life using this list of ingredients of the internal concept of the self? If you find it interesting to contemplate a change, read on. Change the concept of the self. If you want to become someone endowed with the ability to have all your wishes fulfilled, you will have to go to that highest level of existence in which you become the CEO creator of your life, and for this you must undertake a task known to be difficult: change your concept of self. Remember that the concept of self is everything that you consider to be true about your outer self and your inner self. These beliefs have shaped the life that you are living now, on what I call the common level of consciousness. To move into that extraordinary space that the book is about, you need to change what you consider to be true. It can be a painstaking project and a task that, in my experience, few are willing to undertake. If I write this book, it is to give you very precise orientations, and to help you precisely to achieve it. I will quote a certain Neville Goddard, who addressed a large American audience in writing and orally as Neville was plain. This Neville, a famous speaker on metaphysical topics from the late 1930s until his death in 1972, wrote 10 books in which he captured creative mental principles in all his logic. His work has influenced me very deeply. In fact, I have considered him one of my great mentors for a few years. Although many find it difficult to interpret Neville's style, it seems to me that his teachings dovetail with many of my early texts on manifestation and co-creation. Neville's teachings, however, add a dimension that I had not considered in depth until now. In studying his book The Power of Conscience, I began to fuse many of his teachings with the ideas of other great thinkers, and I revised and refined his personal theology, which is unique in its kind, until I obtained a practice that I consider directed to the world in which we live today. When I gave each of my 8 children a copy of The Power of Consciousness, they all responded along the same lines: "I love your ideas, Dad, but I have to read each paragraph a few times and stop to think about what to expect." He says, "I know you are right, and I see the logic, but I need to be explained more clearly, in words that I can understand and apply." His comments fueled my desire to spread many of Neville's ideas, almost always compatible with my own, and to create a synthesis that deals with the capacity to fulfill the wishes of the 21st century. I want to share with you what I understand the ideas of this great teacher can do for you, as they have done for me. I know that he would not mind, because he gave his students and his audience full freedom to record his talks for free. Today his tapes continue to informally spread his message, and I have listened to them in preparing this book. I feel that Neville and I are kindred souls, since I have followed the same policy throughout my speaking career, and have immersed myself in the same kind of spiritual inquiries as this great teacher who preceded me only by a generation. Let's listen to Neville's position on what it means to change the concept of the self to elevate life. If you refuse to take responsibility for the embodiment of a new and higher concept of yourself, you reject the means, the only means, for the one that can effect your redemption, that is, the attainment of your ideal. Point 2. Let it be clear to you in this first chapter, a higher concept of the self implies adopting new truths, and dispensing with previous positions on what you are capable of to get. It is the only way that you can see your wishes fulfilled. That is why I emphasize it so much at the beginning of the book. You have to start by replacing your old series of truths with faith in the existence of a higher self within you, something that you may not have ever considered before. A concept of the self that includes some kind of limits can only be reviewed by yourself, no one else. Nothing I say or write will do. I have done it for me, and I can help you along the way, but what opens up the possibility of a change within you is that you decide to change. A new higher concept of the self can be shocking to you, and you can even reject it, depending on the amount of conditioning you have absorbed throughout your life. It is up to you to raise it and reflect on it in the next 2 chapters. For the moment, just imagine that you are capable of creating a new higher concept of self. In most cases, the first thing that will appear, almost immediately, will be resistance. I invite you to recognize it within yourself. Overcome the resistance. The transition from a common level of consciousness to the level of superconsciousness involves a fundamental renewal, a drastic change in personality. Very few are prepared to surrender to this culmination of their divine purpose. What I invite you to do, if you want to truly fulfill yourself, is to overcome your resistance to incorporating all that you are into your earthly life. You have the ability to access higher regions to consciously satisfy, right now and right here, and for the benefit of all, the highest desires that you harbor. It's like somersaulting and landing in a new reality where everything is possible, and where you no longer identify with the cultural memes and viruses with which you were programmed at your earliest age, in preparation for an ordinary life. The first step in this exciting adventure that is changing the concept of the self is to be willing to die for your current self. Yes, you heard correctly, by giving up your personal history as the arbiter of your life, you stop resisting your fullest potential. You simply choose that your identity is no longer built on the basis of what you have been taught. Remind yourself that everything you believe to be true has led you to a point where you no longer want to resist your higher powers, but instead want to explore them. Years ago I read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. The author, if memory serves me correctly, said that people who live life at a higher level, with a wealth that is not reduced to monetary gain, have one characteristic that distinguishes them: those rare and exceptional individuals burn with desires. To be successful, burning with desire is very different from a normal desire, because it burns inside, and once lit the spark never goes out, no matter what happens. I know that characteristic very well. It's often lived as an obsession, and I've been called obsessive many times in my life. In any case, it has not been a cross for me, because it has always served me to fulfill the longing that I felt inside. I imagine it many times as an inner candle that does not shake even in the worst circumstances. All transformations begin with a burning desire to change. Internal conviction and burning desire are essential requirements to become a person capable of manifesting your most intimate desires. In The Power of Consciousness, Neville emphasizes the following: to transform the whole base of your thoughts has to change, but the only way to change your thoughts is by having new ideas, because you think from ideas. 3. And how is the path that leads to ideas that help you change your thoughts? Start by saying and writing a statement that appeals to you. Create your own, intimate, and non-transferable affirmation, such as I burn in a desire, in an inner flame that will not extinguish any external force, knowing and living from higher regions, transforming myself so that my new concept of the self no longer includes limitations. I am willing to question and change any thoughts that prevent me from having a higher view of myself. Before closing this introductory chapter, it will be helpful to discuss your beliefs about what thoughts really are, and how they can be changed. Do you really think? No one has ever been able to say where a thought comes from, or what it is made of. It is generally accepted that we think things and that we manufacture all of our thoughts. I have, frankly, for a long part of my life shared the idea that thoughts have their origin in each individual, but at this juncture I tend to see the whole process as an act of observation, contemplation, and choice. I enjoy the realization that a constant stream of ideas comes through me from, who knows where. They have no limits or forms that can be analyzed, and their number and permutations seem infinite. They remind me of the stock data tape that runs across the bottom of the screen, with the price of each security representing a thought. In a few moments it is possible to harbor a large number of opposing thoughts, and jump haphazardly from one idea to another: euphoria, disappointment, fear, ecstasy, worry, etc. Lacking guidance and vigilance, we ceaselessly dispatch an endless range of thoughts, from the moment we wake up to the time we fall asleep. Even in the depths of sleep our mind persists in observing, picking up, and analyzing these ever-present thoughts. Life offers very little respite in this mental process of generating thoughts. If you are convinced that you are the creator of all your thoughts and that you control the process from beginning to end, do one thing: stop. Yes, you heard correctly, try not to think. You may be able to slow down the flow of your thoughts considerably, but what is completely impossible is to stop thinking throughout the day and remain in a state of unconsciousness. I propose to open your mental processes to a new idea that will help you in this phase in which you begin to change your concept of the self. Instead of seeing yourself as a person who has no choice when it comes to thoughts, you can see yourself as divine and devoid of limits. Conceive yourself as an observer who contemplates and selects chosen thoughts within that endless stream that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week and 365 days a year through your internal screen. Observe how thoughts sprout from their place of origin, and the rapidity of their transitions, combinations, appearances, and disappearances. Tear a thought off the idea tape and analyze it. As you turn it around, notice what you feel: sadness, dejection, joy, fear. Every thought that passes leaves its mark on your concept of self. Be an observer first, and then a beholder. Finally, become the decider and can consciously choose to return the thought to the stream and catch another that may allow you to feel better. I feel good, my appearance is good, I am going to lose a few kilos, they love me, I am divine. These, and millions of others like them, are thoughts that you can choose to replace the ones you have become used to choosing. This is how you start a new process whose goal is to change your concept of self. You accept as something irrevocable that it is not you who starts the flow of thoughts, and that in this phase of your evolution it is impossible to stop thinking. At this stage, the essence of your being is to observe, contemplate, and choose. All of this can be done in less than a nanosecond. Thoughts such as stock prices will continue to pass through your mental television, but now you will choose which ones you want to focus on and which ones you want to accumulate, retain, or release. I invite you to get into the habit of choosing thoughts and ideas that help you feel good and powerful and elevate you to a higher level of consciousness, in which your concept of self opens up to your higher self. I love how Joel S. Anderson describes this process in his book 3 Magic Words. I let you meditate on his words, now that you are about to make friends with that self that lives inside you and that greatly wants to fulfill itself at that extraordinary level, and not at the common level, where you have lived too long. We have convinced the inner self that only what is accepted and trusted is valid, and now we have to develop the habit of choosing only the thoughts and ideas that contribute something positive. We have to learn to accept only the good. We have to deliberately dispose ourselves to accept love, tenderness, hope, joy, expansion, abundance, health and vigor. At the same time we must consciously reject pain, suffering, depression, discomfort, inferiority, sorrows and misfortunes. We are saying that nothing is true except the great, the good, and the beautiful, that which can bring us benefits. This is your new way of choosing thoughts that will let you know what I call your higher self, always with the basic premise that if you want to achieve something, whatever it is, you must first expect it of yourself. 3 proposals. Redefine your concept of self by questioning all the truths about yourself that you believed in until now. Do not close yourself to analyzing anything that you have previously thought that limited you in any way. It affirms the following: I do not put limits or restrictions on everything I want to achieve and be from this moment on. Become aware of the non-physical reality of which you are a part. Get in touch with the angels or occupants of this invisible and higher plane. Realize that you can access the advice of those who have lived before you in this place. Spend time meditating and accessing emotions from a higher plane of consciousness. Whenever you feel uncomfortable or sad, don't try to change the thinking behind your emotional state, just put it back on the tape of thoughts that never stops, and choose a different thought. Keep doing it until you have chosen the one that allows you to feel good. This way you will stop reproaching yourself for having created unhappy thoughts. The higher self. From the beginning I have had a sense of destiny, as if my life was a fate assignment and had to be fulfilled. From this came an inner security, and although I have never been able to demonstrate it, it proved itself to me. It wasn't me who was certain, she had me. Carl Jung. In the last 18 months or so, I have immersed myself in the study of what is known as initiatory science, the main objective of which is to help the initiate/learner, that is, you and me, to know the higher self and trust He. These ancient teachings explain and reiterate that putting all the emphasis on the needs of our physical self and ignoring those of the higher self causes the soul and spirit to drown and die of hunger and thirst. The ancient initiates emphasized the importance of knowing the higher self, because that consciousness opens enormous possibilities for growth, progress and, of course, the fulfillment of our desires. You may find it difficult to imagine that you are so divided to generate a higher self and a lower self. It is very likely that the idea that there is a higher self within you than the one you consider to be your real self is foreign to your way of thinking. For my part, I have long referred to this lower self, or false self, as the ego, a part that believes you define yourself by your accomplishments, possessions, or victories. It is often believed that the status you accumulate shows that you are an isolated being with specific strengths or limitations. It probably won't surprise you if I tell you that there are other beliefs that can lead you to the happiness, success, and health you desire, and that they will. It can be difficult to internalize this idea that we have a higher self that transcends the descriptor self derived from the almost universal identification with the ego. If you have read the first chapter of the book, you already know that it is necessary to make the decision to change what is considered true. Remind yourself that your current concept of who you are has led you here, until you read a book that explains how to become a more powerful person. Are you willing to internalize new, radical ideas that require a change in your concept of self? Are you receptive to the idea of having a higher self that is not defined by the concerns of the ego? Are you capable of harboring the idea of a higher, limitless self that is within you? Can you imagine yourself able to circumvent the restrictive demands of the ego that keep you at a common level of consciousness? In other words, can you approach the question of who am I with complete ignorance? The first step in conceiving the idea of a higher self is this personal inner inquiry. We will start, then, by analyzing this question: who you are. Who I am. Think about how many bodies you have occupied since you were born. Who is the self that is leaving behind one body and entering the next? You know for sure that you, the person you call me, the one trying to discern who you are, started out in a baby body that weighed between 2 and 5 kilos. The me that you are entered fully into that little baby body and occupied it. Little by little you were shedding that baby body to pass into the body of a small child who crawled, walked, ran, and adopted a completely new appearance. It would be hard for your 2-year-old self to recognize the baby body that by now you had completely abandoned. You lived in this body of a small child for a time, and then you also shed it, including all the cells that were in your body at birth. The next body you entered was that of a prepubescent boy that looked like a little boy, but was totally different. We have not yet discovered the self of the question, but it has become very clear that if we are not something, obviously, it is our body. Why? Because despite shedding time and time again the body it occupied, the self has remained. This strange phenomenon of being a self that continuously enters, leaves, and re-enters new bodies has continued until this very moment. I currently occupy a body of 70 years that has nothing to do with the one I occupied 50 years ago. I remember very well what that 20-year-old body looked like, what it could do, what it knew and what it didn't know, but I can't find it anywhere. It is a simple illusion. It has disappeared from this physical world, like all the bodies that you and I have occupied throughout our lives. The self I use to describe myself is not so obsessed that it insists on staying in one body. In fact, that I am finally recognizes the ancient spiritual truth that the divine masters have propagated since ancient times. In reality, nobody does anything, we limit ourselves, our bodies, to being made. What entity is creating your body? For an invisible organizing intelligence that takes its cells, transforms them into new ones and dispenses with the old ones. This whole process is observed, almost always defenseless, by the self that you think you are. The physical body that you conceive of as you reorganizes itself following a pattern devised by a formless intelligence, independent of your opinions. The self that you use to describe yourself is not the physical form that you occupy and carry with you everywhere. According to quantum physics, the body that you occupy, and that you are reading this paragraph right now, is totally different from the body you were in when reading the previous paragraph. This is the physical world we all live in. Thousands of years ago, the philosopher Heraclitus formulated it in a way that remains true: everything moves, nothing is at rest. You cannot enter the same river twice. A river is a constantly changing phenomenon, just like a tree, a mountain, a goat, a human being, and the physical universe, including Earth. What defines a thing, therefore, is not physical in nature, but metaphysical. To the question what is real? An ancient spirit avatar answered without hesitation. Real is what never changes. And since your body is in a state of continuous change, it is not real. If you try to find the little boy body you occupied, you realize that it is not real because it has ceased to exist. Even if years ago you were inside it, you couldn't say that it was real, because at the same moment you pointed it out and defined it as real, it would be something else, something new. What you call real would have already disappeared. And yet, despite all these changes, you know that there is a component in who you are that does not change. The self of that little boy's body has not changed. It is in the body that you occupy at the moment. It is your higher self, unchanging and real. Once this discovery is made, and a conscious friendship established with the self that you are, nothing is impossible. In the first chapter I have explained the need to create a new concept of the self as an infinite spiritual being that lives a human and temporal experience. As you read this book, keep in mind that if something changes, it is not real. The I of the question who am I? It is not related to the physical self, because the latter is constantly changing and disappearing. Therefore, answer the question who am I? With any reference to your body and its various faculties, achievements, accumulations, or physical performances to be defined as unreal. What you are, then, must be immutable, and therefore innate and imperishable. What you are is a formless energy, a spirit, if you prefer, endowed with the ability to be immutable while occupying an infinity of bodies. Think about it. It is a truly amazing phenomenon. You do not change, and therefore you are real. What you thought were facts that explained who you are nothing more than illusions, or what metaphysical unreality calls. A series of relatives, teachers, and cultural influences had convinced you with good intention that you were this ego of yours, that you really were, when the truth is that everything that the ego uses to define you disappears at the same speed with which you can evaluate it. All your belongings, achievements, fame, trophies, or bank accounts, and even your relatives, children included, are aspects of a world that changes and dissolves into nothingness. Everything is unreal. Here is the poetic description of this phenomenon made by a talented writer. This silent dust, gentlemen and ladies, young men and maidens. It was laughter, talents, and sighs, dresses and curls. This passive place was a cheerful summer mansion, where flowers and bees traveled its eastern circuit, and one day like them they stopped. With her dazzling frankness, Emily Dickinson recalls in her poem that everything ends and turns to dust, everything you might have thought was your real self, including the body and all its accomplishments, and even its laughs and sighs. Instead, the real self is the one that smiles at all these characteristic facts of the lower self and identified with the ego. Your higher self exists beyond this lower and false self. In fact, it surpasses all your earthly identities. You have a self capable of gazing down on this other, lower, ego-dominated self. So begin by realizing that you are much greater than the ever-changing and perishable aspects that have dominated your image of who you are. From this position, the answer to who am I? It is the following: I am an infinite being that was not originated by its parents, but by a source that has neither been born, nor dies, nor changes. Connecting with the source. We have all been created from a single source. My conclusion is that we must resemble our place of origin. It does not matter what name we give to that source. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao, such is the message of the opening verses of the Tao Te Ching. No matter what we call it, Tao, God, Jehovah, Divine Mind. The only thing that interests you is to recognize that you were originated in the source of all life, with the form that you know as your physical and ever-changing body, a body that, needless to say, it contains the creative energy that you come from. Read these words recorded during a 1967 lecture by a master of initiatory science, Amram Mikkel Ivanhove. Within all creatures the Creator has planted a fragment of himself, a spark, a spirit that is of the same condition as him, and thanks to this spirit any creature can become a creator. What this means is that, instead of always waiting for some external source to satisfy their needs, human beings can work internally with their thought, will and spirit to obtain the nourishing and healing elements they need. That is why the teachings that I bring you are about the spirit, about the Creator, not about matter. I really like this quote, because it addresses a part of your being that has received little attention during all your activities and pedagogical milestones. Keywords are a fragment of yourself, a spark contained within you, but largely overlooked. It is a magnificent image to begin to understand the magnitude of the higher self. Inside you there is a spark of God that is the invisibility that I have referred to so many times. It is what you cannot perceive with the senses. It makes your heart beat, your hair grow, and your lungs breathe in and out. You have become used to taking it for granted, while focusing your attention on your physical, unreal, self. In this chapter, and the next, my goal will be to provide you with the inspiration you need to recognize that there is a spark within you, a tiny fragment of the creative source of the universe, and to help you increase the strength of that spark so that it becomes in the main engine of your daily life. Reread the first chapter and confirm your willingness to change your concept of self to better recognize and nurture the spark. After that, dedicate yourself to delving into the higher self that I write about. Your higher self is the spark we speak of, but a spark is an infinitesimal part of your physical being. If you weigh 70 kilos, the spark may weigh about half a gram. It is a purely symbolic image, since the spark is immutable, but I invite you to conceptualize that spark of God that you carry within. Imagine that it grows to double its size and multiplies by 10, which is then a wisp, and then a segment, and then a piece, and then a lump, and then a part or section. Visualize the spark of God as your real self, which is made visible by the work of your attentions, care, and prompting until you feel the sacred presence of your higher self as the light that guides your life. In the long run, as I will explain later, it will overcome the self that was dominated by the ego and your sensory apparatus. What was a tiny spark will be the foundation of your life. This ancient spark could be conceptualized as a sacred light that is inside your head and is the same size as your brain. Now you have a good piece of God to help you get into a situation where fulfilling your desires is the easiest thing in the world. This new brain is made up exclusively of God's infinite energy. Your superior self in everyday life. I am going to ask you to seriously consider another of the observations of the initiatory spiritual master Amram Mikkel Ivanhove, presented in a conference in January 1971. Our higher self is perfect, omniscient, and all-powerful, a fragment of God Himself, a pure quintessence, transparent and luminous. It is likely to be quite a challenge, now that on your way to a new concept of the self you accept a series of truths that because of your education you believe to be false. Still, I ask you to study this ancient spiritual teaching, intended to acquaint you with a radical insight into the powers that are available to you simply because you are a living and breathing man. If you are determined to access your higher consciousness, you must be willing to do what is necessary to incorporate what this great initiatory teacher offers us. In order to become an almighty being, it is necessary for your higher self, God, to grow and go from being a spark to a more significant part of your essence. Since you are a part of God, and therefore carry that condition within you, you do not need to doubt your divinity. As Jesus reminds you, is it not written in your law, I have said, you are God's? John 10:34. As a growing spark of God you have to be willing to say, the part of me that has not cast out God has to be perfect, it is omniscient and almighty. There is nothing that this higher self that I am cannot achieve. Let us listen again to what Jesus told us, with God all things are possible, Matthew 19:26. Nothing is excluded from that, everything is possible. As my teachers in the initiatory sciences often reminded me, this higher self, that part of God that makes us up, only begins to notice us and give us the attention we crave when we expand its original size of a brief spark and invite it to enter. Energy in our life. Knowing that God is not something external to you, but a part of you, undoubtedly represents a gigantic step in your spiritual evolution. You can tell yourself with full knowledge of the facts, I am perfect. All I am forms are of colossal importance, as you will learn as you embark on the next chapter, which talks about your higher self. In this chapter you are discovering your higher self. God no longer resides outside of you, nor does He walk with favoritism. In short, you have revised the image that humanity has formed of a God in the likeness of the selfish idea that it had of itself. A God who knows how to dispense healing, but who denies it to some and offers it to others who have supposedly paid off a kind of debt. A God who gets angry? A God who gives human beings the pleasure of sexuality but promises to consume in hell those who do not follow the rules devised by other human beings? A God who gives us eyes and, while remaining invisible, threatens to condemn those who do not believe in him? A God who demands to be paid for his services in luxurious temples and gold-embroidered robes for his highest representatives? That is an ego God. Your higher self is part of a creative source that loves everything and contains everything. All you have to do is accept that it is not something external to you, but that it resides within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you, in fact it is you, and you just have to start tuning in with this divine essence, acting like her and thinking like her. That way you will start the process of manifesting yourself in the same way as her. This is the true essence of living a life in which your wishes are fulfilled. Give your divine nature a chance. The second part of this book explains a step-by-step plan for your higher self to take care of the process of fulfilling your wishes. In these first chapters, my hope is to awaken you to the realization of the true power that a being like you possesses. Once it is detached from much of the absurd conditioning that has dominated our enculturation. Discard all self-limiting ideas about your divine status and what it is capable of achieving. Become a friend of the spark, consult it often, feed it, pay close attention to it, believe in it and exercise yourself in describing yourself as a mainly spiritual being, a being who whenever possible centers his life in that space all love and all donation and all bliss, which is called the higher self. Your higher self is just that, higher than your false self and your material physical self. It is the part of you that is in tune with the source of being itself. In the next chapter you will have the opportunity to make an even more implausible statement in the light of everything that has been instilled in you from childhood. Not only do you possess a false, ego-based self and a spiritually based higher self that is a piece of God, but you also possess a higher self, a self that you have been taught to believe that you cannot claim. Your highest self awaits you in the third chapter. 3 proposals. Set aside several moments of the day to pause and ask yourself a key question. Right now, in what I'm about to say or do, where do my desires come from, my lower self or my higher self? The ego consists of helping oneself, winning, judging, etc. The higher self is about helping, loving, and being in a peaceful state where no one is judged. Ask yourself the question and create the opportunity to tune in even more fully to God. You will then be able to access the same powers of manifestation as your source of being. When this question is frankly discussed, it helps us tune into the power of fulfilling our desires. You do not have to cancel your animal ego condition, what you must do is have it trained so that it is not allowed to overshadow or destroy your spirit. Give your godhood a chance by asking yourself this question. When you meditate silently, take a few moments to visualize the glow within you of a small spark of awareness. Exercise yourself to see how this part of God in your being expands its brilliance within your mind. Watch him grow to a personally satisfying size. Extend this expansion exercise feeling that the spark/radiance is your divine essence. Thus you will begin to base your actions on this internal image realized in God. Use these affirmations often. I am omniscient, I am almighty, I am limitless. They will help you to remove doubts and to relate to the part of your being that lives in a spiritual world where there are no restrictions. It is enough that you affirm it to yourself, without explaining it to others or showing pride in what you do. You are shedding ego-dominated mental messages that keep trying to convince you that what is essential about you is your body and its 5 senses. The Supreme Self. Have among yourselves the same sentiments as Christ, who, being of divine condition, did not eagerly retain his being equal to God. Philippians 2, 5-6. The previous chapter examined the idea that there is a spark of God within you that, if you wish, you can consciously increase to become a fundamental element of your daily life. This spark is our spiritual essence, our higher self. As you become aware of your condition of being realized in God, you will accept it as the center of your life. The concept of the higher self will gradually become that of the higher self, which is, yes, omniscient and all-powerful, and has the ability to work miracles. You will then see a new reality, a majestic idea of yourself that until then seemed inconceivable. Your higher self is described in the quotation at the head of this chapter, belonging to the New Testament, to the letters of St. Paul to the Philippians. You go from being a spark or a fragment of God to being able to affirm I am God without feeling that you are committing blasphemy or cardinal sin. It was Jesus Christ himself who promoted the idea that we are equal to God, and it is he who encourages us to have the same feelings. This is not the God created by human beings, the deity who follows the dictates of the ego, does not hide his favorites, requires ostentatious places of worship, suffers tantrums, demands reparations and, full of anger, punishes those who do not follow his will. Not much less. What I am talking about here is the creative source of all that exists, a God responsible for creating the miraculous movement from not being to being, a God who has no form or does anything, but leaves nothing undone, a God who is everywhere. It is an invisible divine presence that is within you. This idea forms the basis of all the great spiritual teachings of history. Organized religious doctrine largely proclaims that God is an all-powerful being alien to you. It is an idea that you have been exposed to since you were old enough to process such an absurd concept. God, they told you, watches over you and punishes you if you behave badly, but he hears you pray, and if you do the right thing and please him, he helps you resolve your conflicts. It may seem like a radical idea to declare I am God and God is love, or to believe that the words whoever abides in love abides in God and God in him, 1 John 4:16, refer to you. When you are this God, this essence of pure love, you have nothing more to give than love, and when you realign yourself in this vein, again quoting Jesus Christ, for men that is impossible, but for God everything is possible. And everything is possible does not exclude anything, neither is your ability to fulfill any desire that is in tune with God. It may be difficult at first for you to tell yourself I am God, but I assure you that when you put it in the context of God as love, and pure love allows you to be all-powerful, omniscient, and God-realized, you will begin to regain omnipotence. Which is your essence from the moment of your transition from not being, spirit, to being, human. If I emphasize these teachings of Jesus, it is to show that the statement I am God is not only not contrary to the teachings of Christianity or other spiritual practices, but is fully in tune with these previous teachings. The reason it might seem blasphemous to say I am God is that we have adopted the God of the ego, created by human beings from ego-based ideas about a God who mimics our most unholy human attributes. During the preparation of this book, I have spent several years studying in depth two great spiritual teachers. One of them is Yul S. Anderson, and the book that I have read and studied, on which I have meditated and which I now live and teach, is called 3 Magic Words. It is a 352-page book, but until the last chapter, after multiple meditations and specific exercises, many enlightening words about consciousness, intuition, faith, love, success, immortality, and other issues, and investing time and energy in what the author teaches, I did not discover what those 3 words were. Let's listen to the beginning of the last chapter, entitled The Key. This is the ineffable secret, the last illumination, the key to peace and power, you are God. If you accept this fundamental truth and stand firmly in this magnificent position, the universal consciousness will be revealed to you from within. God is here. He is the one who appears through your eyes, who is in your consciousness and who constitutes your true being. You are not a part of God, but God in His fullness, so that God is part of His totality. That is your highest self. Fundamental premise, no doubt, but if used in context, and in tune with the creative source of all things, it is the key to mastering the ability to have your wishes come true in your life. After all, being God you and your God, everything is possible. This is not a statement limited to Western teachings or the Christian faith. The ancient pre-Christian teachings of Vedanta remind us that we are not part of the absolute spirit of the world, but that we are identical with it. Before continuing, I would like you to pay attention to a few words from my other great spiritual master, Neville, about this idea that we are all God in reality. Neville's book The Power of Consciousness is made up of 27 short chapters. It is a book that is read without problems in a couple of hours. However, it is very much like the Tao Te Ching in that even though it can be read in a short time, it could also be studied over and over again and still find deeper meanings. As I mentioned earlier, I spent a whole year studying, meditating, practicing, and finally writing some texts on how to apply the teachings of the 81 verses from the Lao Tzu booklet. The result was published in compendium form, entitled New Thoughts for a Better Life. Neville's short book exerted the same magnetism on me as the Tao. It was during my 7th full reading of Neville's text, and after listening to some recordings of his lectures, that I decided to write this book, with the intention that his formidable insights would be more easily accessible and applicable to those of us who currently occupy this planet as residents. Temporary. I have written long notes on Neville's message, which I have put into practice in my own life. I have lectured all over the world on the idea of fulfilling our desires through the assumption of the power of God, which is not only ours by right but constitutes our own essence. Neville's words remind me to seek my higher self, and each time I resolve to ground my life in this consciousness I immediately feel at peace, and I believe I see divine consciousness aligning itself with me in obtaining the fulfillment of all that I ask for. During my 7th reading of Neville, at the end of the first 26 chapters, I heard the same sacred refrain offered by Yule S. Anderson at the conclusion of 3 magic words. Neville begins his last chapter, entitled Reverence, with the following words. In all creation, in all eternity, in all the realms of your infinite being, the most wonderful thing is what is outlined in the first chapter of this book. Are you God? You are the I am who I am. You are consciousness. You are the Creator. This is the mystery, this is the great secret known to the seers, prophets, and mystics of all ages. This is the truth that you can never know intellectually. The important thing is that it is within you, that it is you, that it is your world, for it is a prodigious consciousness, a knowledge that is only possible to feel. It manifests as a feeling of ineffable love that cannot be known intellectually. Neville's conclusion explains it perfectly. Knowing that your Creator is neither more nor less than your own self, and that He would never have created you if He did not love you, should fill your heart with devotion, indeed, with adoration. The closer you are to God is when the feeling of reverence is more intense, and the closer you are to God is when your life is richer. 5 My conclusion is that the way to be closer to God is recognizing what this whole chapter explains, that it is not possible to approach God more than being God. When you understand this extraordinary statement, you regain the power of your source, because you no longer live as if you were estranged from it. You see that God manifests Himself in an innumerable range of forms, and that you, indeed, are one of those sublime forms. In concluding that we are God, Neville uses the phrase "You are the I am who I am." These 4 words are an absolutely decisive component of the essence of this book, and they will be of enormous help to you in overcoming the obstacle of knowing, truly knowing, that you are God. Why? Because most likely they conditioned you to believe it was a blasphemous statement, risking divine wrath by daring to question their supremacy. A journey to the I am that I am. As has always happened with my texts, it seems that in following my own spiritual path, and fulfilling a dharma that Carl Jung also expressed when speaking about his life's work, invisible forces are directing me. Like him, I have often felt that sense of destiny, as if my life were a fate assignment and had to be fulfilled. Jung added that because of this I had an inner security with which I also identify, and although he could not prove it, he said that he proved himself to me. It wasn't me who was certain, she had me. I too, in the exercise of my profession, feeling drawn to a higher spiritual place, have felt guided. It is as if I receive information from angels, information related to the subject that I will write about and that I will live on, long before the writing/talk itself. I begin to receive audio-visual materials from strangers, and something awakens inside me when I listen or read them. Repeated references to movies, in conversation or in reviews, ignite an inner spark of inquisitiveness that leads to what you didn't know you need for the next rung on the ladder of vital enlightenment. This is what happened when I was about to, or possibly was willing, to analyze the idea of spiritual fulfillment of wishes. Neville's work knocked and knocked on my door in 1,000 ways, as did initiatory science and the 3 magic words of Yule S. Anderson. However, the teachings that I was to study, experience, and ultimately know had to penetrate my consciousness. How would my advice of angelic immortals get for me this information, this ancient teaching from which I had been almost completely estranged all my life? As I have said many times, when the student is ready is when the teachers appear. I have the feeling that they were preparing me, and that the teachers and teachings appeared in the right way to lead me to the fulfillment of my own dharma, and perhaps yours, since you are now reading these words, and therefore also you connect with what they are teaching me. In this obviously we are all together. The fact that you have this book and study the messages it contains may be as mysterious to you as the route by which the teachings came to me. I had been away from Maui for several months, where I write. I used to give lectures and be with my family. On my return I received a call from my yoga teacher, who told me that a package had been left for me at the studio. As I went to pick it up, I found what looked like a gift from King Midas, wrapped in gold paper, with a beautiful bow. I took it home, left it next to where I usually eat, and spent 3 weeks looking at it every day, always thinking that it was just one more package to open in the mountain of mail that had accumulated during my months of absence. However, there was something about that package that stood out, so I left it in its place during all my meals, while I said, "I'll open it." At the same time he felt a strange attraction. One night I finally decided to open it, and I must say that I felt an enthusiasm that I did not understand at the time. When I untied the bow, I discovered a note attached to the box and signed by one Carol Ann Jacobs, whom I did not know by name or in person. He had learned from word of mouth that I was practicing yoga at the Lahaina studio, and had casually left the package for delivery to me when he returned. The note read like this: "This golden gift is a pearl of the highest wisdom on the planet, descended through the ethers from the octave of light. If taken, used, and made into a living flame within oneself, it will guide the person in his ascension when he reaches the end of his present incarnation. With sincere love and gratitude for all the vibrations that you have nurtured in this world, and for all the beings of the elements. Affectionately, Carol Ann Jacobs." When I removed the gold paper, I saw that the box contained a little book that I immediately decided, or believed, would be impossible to read, because I already had, piled up in a corner, at least 25 more books from all over the world, with requests that I read them, promote them, or write a foreword for them. I always have many books to donate to NGOs, because of the volume of this type of material that appears perpetually at my door. I put the book on the table and said to myself, I'll put it with the others for some noble cause. I cannot cope, the truth. The little package, however, seemed to have its own energy. After taking it and taking a look at it, I put it on the table with the firm intention of incorporating it into the mountain of texts that I would never read, but it remained by my side for several weeks, and one day when I was holding it in my hands I felt a beam of energy running through my body. I got all goosebumps. Thus began a new chapter in my life. At that very moment I decided to read its 362 pages, without skipping a single one. The content of the book led me to new inquiries that culminated in me. No, probably not mine, decision to incorporate those gold nuggets of spiritual truth to my lectures and texts, but above all to my life. The book was the third volume in Saint Germain's series, entitled I Am Discourses. During my daily readings of the text, I began to see clearly the message that you, me, and everyone else are God. The 33 discourses in the book were received by direct channeling from the Ascended Master Saint Germain and others, including Jesus Christ, between October 3, 1932 and January 1, 1935, when they were published as I Am Discourses. The person present at the dictations was Guy Ballard, who published them under the pseudonym Godfrey King. Let's hear it. The 33 discourses contained in this book were dictated in our house in 1932, through a visible light and sound ray, by Ascended Master Saint Germain and the other Ascended Masters to whom this activity was directly concerned. The sound of his voice was physically audible to everyone in the room. Never, except in the retreats of the Great White Brotherhood, had any person been given such an intensified and transcendent instruction on the I Am book. It is not for me to enter into the veracity or authenticity of the channeled texts, for me everything is channeled by God. I don't know where the words I'm writing right now come from, they are not mine, it is clear, and when I find myself in vain or inspired I feel them flow at a devilish speed. What does concern me is the magnificence of the messages, and my awareness that our world could be made of love, peace, and joy. We have the ability to access unlimited fulfillment of our desires, as long as they are in tune with the source of our being. That is why I present the essence of the I Am teachings and I invite you to delve into its content. The essence is very simple. I Am is the entire activity of God, and the fact that all of us, without exception, can realign ourselves so that our I Am reflects the God that we are, not the ego that most of us have become. Here is another very important observation from Saint Germain's first discourse. The first expression of any individual, in the whole universe, be it with words, mute thoughts, or sensations, is I Am, thereby recognizing his own conquering divinity. The disciple who intends to understand and apply these laws, powerful but simple, must monitor his thoughts and expressions, oral or otherwise, more strictly, since every time we say I am not, I cannot or I do not have, we stifle, knowingly or not, that great presence that we carry within. 7 These words speak so directly to me and to the message I want to convey. Every time you think of the expression I am, you put God in action. Why not remind you at all times that I live, move, and have my being as God, I am who I am. I'm going to digress for a few paragraphs to refer to a transmission recorded in a book you are likely to know, the Bible, both the Torah, the first 5 books of the Old Testament, and the New Testament. If you are of Christian or Jewish background, you will see that these spiritual truths that I give you are in perfect harmony with your basic teachings. These 4 words, I am who I am, contain a message that was encoded in your soul. According to ancient spiritual teachings dating back 1,300 years before the birth of Jesus Christ, the words I am make you tune into the divine, while reminding you that you are the divine and that you have the same creative power as God. God speaks as I am. You may remember that Moses, as a baby, was put in a basket and left in the Nile, among the reeds, because he was the son of an Israelite slave. Pharaoh had given orders to drown all the male children of Israelite slaves in the river. It was luck, however, or divine intervention, that the Pharaoh's daughter found the baby floating in the river, rescued him and raised him as a prince among his despotic enemies. As a young man, Moses witnessed an Egyptian soldier mistreat an Israelite slave. His reaction was to kill the soldier and hide the corpse, but his adoptive grandfather, Pharaoh, discovered the crime and had Moses executed, who fled to the land of Midian, where Jethro, a priest from those lands with whose daughter gave him refuge, Sephora, got married. For nearly 40 years, Moses devoted himself mainly to herding and married life. So here is a man born to an Israelite slave, who supposedly should have been killed at birth by order of Pharaoh, but who was saved by the latter's daughter, and who later became a shepherd. One day, while tending to his flock, he saw a burning bush that burned without being consumed. Then, according to what the ancient scriptures explain, Moses heard God speak. The angel of Yahweh appeared to him in the form of a flame of fire, in the middle of a bush. He saw that the bush was burning, but that it was not being consumed. Yahweh called him out of the middle of the bush, saying, "Moses, Moses." He replied, "Here I am." He said to him, "Don't come near here, remove the sandals from your feet, because the place where you are is sacred ground." And he added, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob." Exodus 3, 2-6. The rest of the story is in the book of Exodus. They say that God ordered Moses to go to Pharaoh and free the children of Israel, and that he did so with these words, "Go then, I am sending you to Pharaoh, that you may lead my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt, Exodus 3:10. Moses then asked him how he could do such an enormous task alone, and God replied, I will be with you, Exodus 3:12. To which Moses inquired, If I go to the Israelites and tell them the God of your fathers has sent me to you, when they ask me what is his name, what will I answer them? Exodus 3:13. God said to Moses, I am who I am. And he added, This is how you will answer the children of Israel, I am he has sent me to you. This is my name forever, by him I will be invoked from generation to generation, Exodus 3:14-15. He is also invoked by him in this generation, yours and mine. The name of God, which is you and I, is I am. Here is the fundamental teaching of the discourses of the I am, this and that of knowing our Supreme Self. Are you still having trouble seeing yourself as God? Try the following: imagine God as the sea. If you take a bucket of water out of it, is the water in the bucket the sea? Sea is, without a doubt, and the sea, despite its greater size, is still the totality of the sea contained in the cube. Now think of yourself as a cube of God. God, completely, and God you, completely. The water only dries up when you move away from the sea. This is what you have to do when apprehending your highest self: stay in accordance with your source, without separating from it, and remember what God says in Psalms 46:11, Enough already, know that I am God. In the Moses Code, its author, James Twyman, makes a strong case for the conquest of this truth, so much so that the book's subtitle is the most powerful manifestation tool in human history. I advise you to read this fascinating book, which deals much more extensively with the power of words that God is said to have answered to Moses in response to his question about his name. The Torah was supposedly written some 1300 years earlier. Of the birth of Christ. The holy place where God first manifested himself and asked Moses to take off his shoes is where Moses discovered who he really was by his first words to God, Here I am. I tell you with the most absolute certainty, the I am that has been with you in all the physical forms that you have occupied since you were born is God. These two words, I am, are the name of God. How do you use them? You strive to know, as God taught when he said, Know that I am God, that by using God's name you cast aside any doubt about whether you are capable of manifesting your desires, and you live from the heights of your highest self. Even if it is only to reinforce the idea that you are indeed the I am who I am, or God, consider a jump in time to the time when Jesus was on earth as a man. His words inform you that the idea of affirming yourself by saying I am God is not a New Age interpretation, nor is it offensive to Christianity. You are not being blasphemous in allowing this belief to live within you. If you feel guilty, reread the quote at the top of this chapter, written by St. Paul. You are equal to God, yes. No problem. Jesus speaks as I am. In the Gospel of St. John, when Jesus is asked if he has seen Abraham, he answers like this, Truly, truly, I tell you, before Abraham existed, I am, John 8:58. In this way Jesus indicates that God, the creative source of the universe, defined as love, bears the name of I am. Throughout the New Testament, many of the most important messages that are imparted to us begin with the name of God, which you too have come to use, although you do so too often to define yourself as differentiated or far from the source. I am weak, I am a sick person, I am poor, I am a sad person, etc. By using the words I am, Jesus tells us that God and He are one and the same. He does not limit Himself to pronouncing the name, but claims it for Himself, and as you will soon see, He asks you to do the same. Let's listen to James Twyman in the Moses Code. When Jesus came up and basically said, I am God, they reacted in the most violent way. But now, this is the essence of the Moses Code, the realization that we are one with God and, once we have realized it, act with the power and passion of God in the world. When Jesus did, miracles followed him wherever he went. And I say to you, and I underline it, that by internalizing this message, and apprehending it, you will also get miracles to occur in your life. Here are some of the messages, loaded with force, from the teachings of Jesus in which he invokes the name of God as a prefix to the admonitions that he addresses to all of us. I am the door, if someone enters for me, they will be safe. John 10:9, I am the good shepherd. John 10:11, I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me will never be hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty. John 6:35, I am the light of the world, whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. John 8:12, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one goes to the Father except through me. John 14:6, I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. John 15:1, I am the vine, you the branches. He who abides in me and I in him, that one bears much fruit, because apart from me you can do nothing. John 15:5, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the one who is, who was, and who is to come, the Almighty. Revelation 1:8, anyway, probably the most important statement of I am that Jesus left us was this. I am the resurrection. He who believes in me, even though he dies, will live. John 11:25. Notice that Jesus did not say I am the crucifixion, but I am the resurrection, in the sense that God is the resurrection, the being of light that is eternal and resides in all of us. When my little daughter, Sage, was in her 2nd grade at a private religious school, she told her mother and I that she didn't like going into the chapel and seeing a dead body impaled on a cross. It distressed her so much that she asked the directors to allow her not to go to the chapel, because the image saddened her to the point that she could not even concentrate on her duties. They informed us that attendance at the chapel was compulsory, and what we did was change it to another school where there were no images of suffering. I often think that Sage's experience at age 7 reveals an identical problem all over the planet, only bigger. Jesus said I am the resurrection, the transcendent being of light, made of love. God is love, which is in all of us, but much of the world Christian attention is focused on the crucifixion of Jesus in the suffering being with nails in his hands and feet, a crown of thorns, his face covered in blood and a wound in his side. It is an image that focuses on the aching and tormented soul in all of us, and which in turn fosters more pain and fear. It is based on the false idea that God amounts to suffering. To the versions where Jesus appears as a tortured soul, I prefer the artistic interpretation that presents him as the resurrection, full of love and light, which transcends earthly suffering and encourages us to love each other. How different our world could be if instead of focusing on the crucifixion we focused on the resurrection. We could live this mandate collectively, and see the eternal and resurrected light that truly defines our I am condition. We could take a giant step towards the idea reflected in the words on earth as it is in heaven, Matthew 6:10. As I was researching for this book and reading the scriptures, I noticed that the word I, when used by Jesus, appears in capital letters or italics for added emphasis. Who was this great teacher referring to when he used words like separated from me you can do nothing or no one goes to the Father except through me? If you allude to Jesus as the man who walked among us, then it would make sense to idolize him as the only anointed one who possesses all the powers of God as his only Son. According to the same scriptures, however, Jesus Christ reminds us in his own words, it is the Spirit that gives life, meat is useless. The words that I have spoken to you are spirit and they are life, John 6:63. It is a point that requires your full attention. By saying I, or I am the way, Jesus does not mean his physical self, the man who walks and talks, but speaks as God, whose name he has told us is I am. Jesus reminded us that the flesh is useless, so we can assume that it also refers to his own flesh. He confirms this aspect by saying, the words that I have spoken to you are spirit and they are life. Jesus as a person knew that the creative source of the universe is found in the words I am who I am. He was so wise and holy that he understood that in the words I am it was the Spirit of God who spoke, not the human body made of flesh and bone. That is the essential message of this chapter on the higher self. You are God. Later, Jesus addresses these words to you, truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and will do even greater. John 14:12. Again the I, that same I that you are when you are in agreement and you know that you can also do great things, even greater things, and that you will do them, when you discard any doubts about your divinity and live as you are encouraged to live, not as a mere part of God, but as God Himself. No, you should not consider being equal with God as a usurpation of personality. It is the logical sequence that can allow you, and will allow you, to change your concept of self and recognize your divine condition, as well as the fundamental truth that when you become one with your Creator you obtain, as a co-creator that you are, all the powers inherent to the saying I am God. And, of course, you must remember that God means love. As Neville so succinctly summed up, it is the I am self-concept that determines the form and landscape of its existence. It all depends on the attitude you have towards yourself. What he does not affirm as true about himself will not be able to awaken in his world. 8. See if you can accept this logical sequence that leads to a totally new concept of you as God. God speaks to Moses and announces his name for all future generations to know. I am who I am. Some 1,300 years later Jesus recognizes God as I am. With his abundant pronouncements that I am the way, Jesus reminds us that he is also God. Jesus tells us that we are all equal to God. Jesus assures us that he speaks as a spirit, and that the flesh is worthless. Jesus tells us that we can all do the same as him because we are also God. You are God, I am who I am. Keep it in mind, and stay in harmony with this divine presence of I am. Perhaps affirming your divine status no longer sounds so strange to you. It would be better to start by being prudent and not using the words I am when describing yourself in some way that does not fit the God-realized self that has just awakened in you. I return to the poets to synthesize the initial encounter between Moses and God disguised as a burning bush that refuses to be consumed. The earth is full of heaven, and the common brambles all burn in God. But only the one who sees takes off his shoes. The rest run around, and pick berries. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. That's right, the earth is crammed with heaven, and you are earth filled to overflowing with God, so take off your shoes and respect the sacred space that you are. 3 proposals. Become aware of the exact use you make of the word I am in your everyday conversations. If what follows is not in complete agreement with your perception of how the creative source of the universe would speak, correct yourself immediately. Say to yourself, I am the resurrection and the life in thought and feeling. Saint Germain's I am discourses formulate it like this: direct all the energy of your being immediately towards the center of your brain, which is the source of your being. It would be impossible to exaggerate the power of this affirmation. What can be done with it is unlimited. It was the affirmation that Jesus used the most in his most difficult times. 9. Notice the use and abuse of the power inherent to the I am that those around you make in their lives, especially your family and close friends. You will notice that many say, I am a weak, poor, depressed, sick, sad, scared, unlucky person, etc., and that they continue to attract all these things into their life. If they are willing to listen and change, gently remind them that the only way to attract what they want is to recognize and apply God's active presence within them. Don't argue. Remind them with good words. By observing and teaching the consciousness of the I am, you will become more in tune with your higher self. Remind yourself often that you must forever banish old unworkable lies about your higher self from your life. Be able to say I am God with pride and with the assurance that you are not blaspheming or saying anything inappropriate. Believing in the ego-driven idea of God as a superior and malevolent being who distinguishes between good and bad and flies into a rage if you dislike him is like believing in the Easter Bunny and praying him to solve your problems. Always have in the forefront of your thoughts the words of Jesus, God is love, and the pride of being that Almighty God yourself. Second part. The 5 pillars of fulfilled wishes. Everything you can think and grasp belongs to you. Refuse the doubt. Resist accepting anxiety, rush, and fear. Everything you know and everything you do resides with you and is expressed in a soft whisper. Uell Stanley Anderson. First pillar of wishes fulfilled. Use your imagination. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination embraces the world. Albert Einstein. Many years ago, on a busy London street, I was struck by a shop window dedicated to the English poet William Blake. I reread a quote written on a poster several times, and I had the impression that its words touched my soul. On an inner impulse, I wrote them down on the back of an envelope. Those words, written 200 years earlier by Blake, had a great echo within me, and I entertained the curious conviction that one day I would write about them. Let's jump 10 years to the day I began to write this chapter on the most mysterious pillar of all those that sustain our human lives, the imagination. The morning before I started writing, I rummaged in a desk drawer, looking for tax documents, and suddenly the quotation from Blake appeared on the back of a long-lost envelope. Picking up the envelope, which was already 10 years old, I reflected for a moment when divine synchronicity is always at work and shifts the pieces of place while our ego believes that we are the ones who control everything. Just when I was about to start writing a chapter on the use of imagination, those scribbles reappeared, after a decade lost. How to ignore that synchronicity? I therefore reproduce, for your reading, the words of my 18th century spiritual mentor. In other eyes, the tree that tears tears of joy from some is nothing more than something green standing in their way. Some of them see nature as all ridicule and deformity, and some nature hardly see it. But in the eyes of the man of imagination, nature is imagination itself. The greatest gift you have received is that of your imagination. Your magical inner realm contains the ability to make all your wishes come true. There, in your imagination, resides the maximum power that you will come to know. It is the area that you have to create the life you want, and the best thing is that you are the monarch, endowed with all the inherent powers to rule the world as you see fit. The essence of this great gift is in another observation by William Blake, the intuitive poet who lived in the days of American independence. In The Marriage of Heaven and Hell he made this ironic comment, which is the great secret to leading a life of creative manifestation. Now what was once only imagined is proven. Stop and think about it. As this very wise phrase penetrates your consciousness, your imagination will begin to take over. Look around. At some point everything you can experience with your senses was in someone's imagination. It is the great truth that you must understand for yourself. For there to be something in this world where things exist, and as Blake says they are proven, they first have to take root in your imagination. Without your imagination as a reason for future creations, the process of creativity would stop. It is a great power that you carry within, a practically unlimited power, and that belongs to you by right. Before putting it into practice, it is essential that you know that almost all spiritual teachings have referred to the power that Blake comments in his sharp sentence, "Now what was once only imagined is demonstrated." During the year I spent researching and living the Tao for my book New Thoughts for a Better Life, this truth assailed me in verse 40 of the Tao Te Ching. Being is born of not being, observed Lao Tzu 2,500 years ago. The visible world of being originates from non-being. About 500 years later, Jesus told his followers, "It is the Spirit that gives life," John 6:63. And so he could review all the great spiritual traditions and accumulate quotes in which it is affirmed that the spark that originates life begins in that invisible and formless realm. Currently, the world of quantum physics confirms that the universe is composed of formless energy, spirit, and that particles, that is, things, do not have their origin in other particles, things. Everything arises from something related to your imagination. You cannot touch it, taste it, see it, hear it, or smell it. It does not have limits. You cannot prove it with mathematical formulas or scientific verification. And yet we all know it exists. Those invisible thoughts that you have, those ideas that keep seeping through you, those outlandish images that are always inside you are beyond the reach of scientific proofs or refutations. There is an observation by Max Planck, the father of quantum theory, that fascinates me. Science cannot solve the ultimate mystery of nature, and this because in the final analysis we ourselves are part of nature, and therefore of the mystery that we are trying to solve. You know you have imagination, period. You also know that this imagination is the source of everything that exists. It is in your hands to channel it and use this magnificent attribute to work on creating everything you decide to place within that imagination. Control imagination. My favorite definition of success, which I have cited many times, was formulated by Henry David Thoreau at Walden's Pond in the mid-1800s. If we confidently move in the direction of our dreams and strive to live the life we have imagined, we would find an unexpected success in the ordinary hours. I have italicized two of Thoreau's words for success: dreams and imagined. What Thoreau says is of enormous importance to you right now. You have to be willing to dream and imagine that you become everything you want to be. If you base your life on these visualizations, the universe will align itself with you to make everything you want possible, and even more than you imagined when living in a common level of consciousness, or what Thoreau calls ordinary hours. Don't forget this basic axiom: if everything that exists has been imagined at some point, what you want to exist for you in the future must be imagined now. As you read about the necessary pillars for the fulfillment of your desires, you will see that using your imagination requires a greater intensity on your part than just imagining some desire from time to time. First, you have to unlearn some of the ways in which you have misused or squandered your imagination's ability to provide you with an unlimited power to manifest all that you desire. Thoreau defined it as moving confidently in the direction of your dreams. Unfortunately, most of us have learned to do just the opposite with our imaginations, and instead we use it systematically to create the mental habit of moving in just the opposite direction from the loftiest dreams we harbor about ourselves. In the next chapter I will analyze in depth how you can use the I am and live from the consciousness of I am God, starting with the imagination. Remember that I am God does not refer in any way to your body. It refers to the innate, imperishable, and unchanging spirit that abides in all the changing forms that your body takes in each moment of your temporary life here on earth. It is important that you recognize some of the false steps of the imagination that get in the way of fulfilling each person's own unique wishes. Remember that your imagination does not belong to anyone but you. You have the innate ability to use it however you want. No one else is responsible for your imagination. Everything that penetrates your imagination and remains in it ends up becoming your reality. This idea is emphasized by Nikos Kazantzakis through Zorba, the picturesque protagonist of his book Zorba the Greek, who hurries his life to the maximum from the first day to the last by believing with passion in something that does not yet exist. We create it. The non-existent is what we have not desired enough. It is the power of your imagination when you imagine your wishes enough to make them your reality. Do not depreciate this great gift by using it antithetically to your original I am God nature. Perhaps the most common misuse of the imagination is to underline what is not desired for oneself. It is the broadest category of misuse. If you pay attention to the conversations in the street, you will be surprised by their omnipresence. Imaginative activity expressed in phrases like "I don't deserve prosperity," "I'm always unlucky," "things never go well for me," and "I'm in poor health and can't heal" is a type of ideas that one may have had since childhood. Fulfilled and functioning people on a higher plane never imagine what they do not want to be in their reality, period. Start paying attention to the ideas you don't want to materialize, and try to keep them out of your imagination. Activate the habit of filling your creative thoughts to the fullest with ideas and desires that you have every intention in the world to manifest. Follow what you imagine, even if it may seem crazy to others, or something impossible. Remember the words of Kazantzakis, and passionately believe in what your imagination contains and that does not yet exist on the physical plane. Some rules for a healthy imagination. Rule number 1. Never put any thoughts in your imagination that you would not like to see materialize. Just as important is rule number 2, never let your imagination get contaminated with ideas about what your life was like before. You need faith in your ability to make the non-existent your reality. The fact that until now you have not perceived in your daily life the magic of the non-existent is not a reason to poison your imagination with the thoughts that have led you to where you are, or where you have been most of your life. "I can't help it, I've always been like this. This is a statement that indicates the use you have made of your imagination in the past, and that takes you back to the common level of consciousness that I referred to in the first chapter. Now you have to be willing to modify your concept of the self, but you will not be able to carry it out if you continue to cling to old ideas that were once your truths. Those truths have prevented you from achieving the full fulfillment of your dreams. Your imagination can undergo a complete revision. Change those old ideas of I have always been like this, it is my way of being, it is the only thing I have known, because of I am God, I am a capable person, I am strong, I am rich, I am happy. To use the words of Saint Germain, I am the dominant presence. And in use of my domain I make this I am presence rule my mind, my house, my affairs, and my world to perfection. Point 10. Apply your imagination to the fulfillment of all your desires realized in God and in accordance with Him. Expand it beyond the concept of self that limits you to common consciousness. Rule number 3 emphatically reminds you that your imagination is purely and exclusively yours. It is a vast and limitless field that is within you, and in which no one else can enter. Nobody can take a look at your imagination, or introduce thoughts that suit them, or get any idea that is seeping through that great imagination that you possess. Your imagination is the fertile ground you have to grow the shoots you decide to plant for future harvests. This rule advises you never to let other people's ideas occupy your imagination about what is possible or impossible, about how you should think, about who you should be, or about anything else. Take inventory from time to time of all the ideas contained in your imagination. Note that many of them had their origin in the well-intentioned suggestions of others, and that going back to your earliest childhood, they last until today. You may have been told that you have always been a dreamer, as if it were a flaw. I can speak about this from experience. My relatives, friends, teachers, and even counselors often looked down on ideas that blazed in my imagination. I often heard comments like this: "What a dreamer you are, Wayne. Put your feet on the ground. You will never succeed as a writer, or on a TV show, or become famous in the movies. Keep it real. We know what is good for you." At the age of 22, when I was discharged from the army, my superiors warned me that entering university in my old age carried a great number of risks, due to my lack of experience in higher education, and that I would compete with older boys, young people who had just left high school. Since I was already a qualified cryptographer in the military, they advised me to stick with what seemed best to me. However, I had a dream, an imagination full of ideas about teaching, writing, and addressing large audiences. I saw myself on a stage. I saw myself as a top-notch writer. And that vision could not sabotage it, nor would it be sabotaged by someone else's vision of what I should or could be in the future. As a child, in my foster homes, I hardly ever listened to other people's ideas about what to think or do. I was simply indifferent to his views on what I could imagine for myself. I have followed this kind of internal discipline as far as my imagination is concerned, refusing to allow external opinions to nullify or belittle what was sacred ground to me. I was recently advised by other people not to be in a movie at the age of 68 without having any acting experience. According to them, it was not sensible of me. Once again, I remembered to hang the "Do Not Disturb" sign at the entrance of my imagination and began taking acting classes and adopting the self-imposed regime that allowed me to make a movie. Today I am proud of the result, and all for having diligently practiced the third rule. Never, I say never, let other people's ideas sully your dream or contaminate your imagination about what you can or cannot become. It is your territory, and it is a great idea to put a no-entry sign in all the entrances of your imagination. Generally, other people's views on how to engage your imagination are colored by their personal interests. Deep down, my superiors in the Navy didn't care about my ideas about being a teacher, writer, and speaker. They saw a promising budding naval officer, and they wanted me to re-engage and help them meet their own goals and quotas. The same is the case with most people who with all good intention set themselves up as your personal advisors and tell you how to think about your future. Many times what they try is to fulfill their desire to feel superior by advising others. Oftentimes this tendency to intrude on your imagination is due to a selfish interest on their part, convincing you that your dreams are crazy. Dispense with anyone, including yourself, whose primary interest is not what you see or hear about your life in your imagination. Rule number 4 may surprise you. It is about what you should not let your imagination monopolize. Under no circumstances let your imagination be restricted to the current conditions of your life, or what I call obsessing over what is. Your imagination is limitless, and if you have opted for a common standard of living, it is tempting to stay with what is rather than what you are determined to manifest. Remind yourself at all times that your old beliefs have brought you exactly where you are. Since this is a fairly persistent theme in this book, it bears repeating. If you want to elevate your life and become a manifester, you have to change what you believed about yourself and what got you where you are. The feelings of this is reality, is that things are like that, I cannot do anything to change things as they are, and others like that are pernicious thoughts that will stain and debase your great gift of I am who I am, which is the divine inheritance received from your Creator. In the same way that you cannot grow if you keep doing things exactly the same as yesterday and tomorrow, your imagination is challenged with the same challenge. Within it, you can substitute the thought of someday I'll be in a better place with that of mentally I'm now where I want to be. It may sound irrational to you, because you are used to evaluating your life based on what your senses tell you about what your reality is like. After you've read Chapter 5, and become familiar with this imaginative approach to life, you will be able to grasp this idea in your own way. As a small preview, I am going to ask you to remember that God did not tell Moses, "My name is I will be," because it would be like admitting that God, right now, lacks something that he will eventually become. He said, "I am who I am." You too have received the legacy of the I am. You can decide to reprogram your imagination to lead you to where you want to be, in the present. Creation has its origin in the world of the Spirit. To put it another way, your imagination is the source of all that has not yet manifested itself to you. If you only stick with what your senses say is reality, you erect a barrier that will prevent your imagination from creating everything you want. Your imagination is limitless. The restriction to what exists now is just that, what exists now. Albert Einstein made an insightful observation: logic takes you from A to B, imagination takes you everywhere. Your logic, that is, the facts that you have accepted as true, has brought you to point B. You will now reprogram your imagination to take you anywhere, wherever you have the courage to place yourself with thought. In the passage on success cited above, that of Henry David Thoreau, the last sentence fits well with this first pillar of a wish-fulfilled life: we would meet unexpected success in ordinary hours. Thoreau gives us to understand that the universe will begin to conspire with you to make your wishes come true. What will bring you what you want is not just your imagination, but having repositioned yourself in accordance with the I am who I am. When you become mentally into it, you will obtain the same powers that have happened to share your luck, God or the Tao. Your supreme self and your imagination. Your essence, the you that is a spiritual being immersed in a temporary human experience, is cultivated in your imagination. The I am who I am, that is, the you who is God, is impervious to the senses. Inside and around you there is an invisible world that you are, and your imagination is the key you have to position yourself again in accordance with this presence of the I am that, according to Albert Einstein, takes you everywhere. In this world there is always someone who guides you when, 1. You are open to it, and especially when, 2. You are in physical, mental, and spiritual agreement, which implies living in harmony with your own personal dharma, having the feeling of going on the right track and live as you have to live, and feel the presence of your highest self. This orientation takes paths that you do not experience when your life is badly on track, or when you prefer negative emotions such as fear, anguish, worry, hatred or sadness, doubtful emotional states, that separate you from your God-realized self. Remember that God's name is I am. So, how could God say I am fearful, apprehensive, irritable, sad, and still be God? Impossible, because God is love, and God is unity. For God to be fearful, apprehensive, irritable, or sad, he would have to divide himself and have some other reason than himself for fear, apprehension, irritation or sadness. Then God would be too, himself and the recipient of his bad mood or anger, and that could not be done by God without ceasing to be God. The same is true in your case. Every time you add to the word I am a descriptor other than God, you deny your divine condition. The word I am is your sacred identification as God, your highest self. Be careful when using this term, because adding to I am something that does not agree with God, that is taking his name in vain. Practice using your imagination to define yourself in ways that are always compatible with your higher self. Then the universe will bring you the happiness, love, and success that until then you had imagined eluding you. That is exactly what Thoreau's statement means, that we would meet unexpected success in ordinary hours. The ordinary hours are the moments that you spend in a state of common consciousness, without dwelling on the nature of your being realized in God. I underline this based on my own experience. Now that I am past 70, I begin to realize more easily the link between my conscious invitation to the God within me and what the universe has in store for me. For me, basing my life on the certainty that I am God, in every sense of the word, is an imperative nothing less than sacred. The result is absolute concordance with my own dharma, in ways that don't always seem linked to each other. Carl Jung called this phenomenon synchronicity, a collaboration with destiny that seems to take place in the midst of strange and wonderful coincidences. It is as if invisible beings take over the reins of my life, in a deep sense. I feel them, and they make themselves known to me in various ways, which in other times I myself would have called crazy and impossible. The presence of beings, including the deceased, has become my reality. These angelic beings make me never lose my way of my dharma and my higher self. It is not that I have the impression of being governed by invisible beings, but that I feel in a new state of consciousness, and in that way I realize the influences that I receive, without ceasing to act from my precious free will. I can think of a recent example. During my walk every afternoon I realized that I was not going the usual way. The direction he had taken was not exactly the usual one. After buying food for home, I resolved to return by a route that I had never followed. At one point I saw a fountain and decided to stop. Later, on a completely dark road, I heard someone calling me. My new actions had brought me into agreement with someone who recognized me, even if it was at night. We chatted a bit and I invited him to come over to my house with his wife and 2 young children. Michael and Angela were in Maui to commemorate the death of their 2.5-year-old daughter, who died 9 years ago. We talk about the loss. Angela explained that for a single day she felt the presence of her firstborn. He described it as an almost dizzying sense of joy that permeated his everyday life. She knew that the death of her daughter was a divine experience, and that her daughter, Angelica, was with the family at all times, in addition to trying to teach her mother something that she had not fully understood, but that filled her with enthusiasm. How many unplanned moves did I make to get us to meet each other and spend a whole night talking about exactly what I'm writing about right now? Was I the one controlling my actions? Or were they leading me? Had they also guided Michael and Angela to that place for our meeting to take place? I did not have the feeling that they ruled me. What happened was that I briefly became aware and let myself be guided without any sensation of hearing extraterrestrial voices, with the idea that a fact of great importance would present itself. Only later, thinking about it, did I realize that all my deviations from routine had responded to some kind of orientation favorable to our nightly encounter. What happened in that meeting is what prompted me to refer to the anecdote, because it is an example of a life lived based on allowing the imagination to act freely. It seems that something intercedes and creates circumstances that make wishes come true. During the evening I spent with Michael and Angela, I told them about my experience with an orb, an opaque and circular figure that appears unexpectedly in the photographs. Specifically, she was seen over my left shoulder in a photo from a conference. The author of the photo, Linda Millek, enlarged the spot until it gave the impression of being composed of human faces, present in my talk about the I Am discourses. It turns out that Linda's only son had been dead for 18 years or so, and was communicating with her via the IM. Linda has thousands of photos of orbs that she captures with her camera. Feel your child's presence in orbs that appear majestically in a variety of ways. She has embarked on the process of having her son help her understand what the apparitions mean. On the island of Saint Martin, Linda took several photos of me where megaphone-shaped orbs appear on both my left and right shoulders. Its forms are identical to those that appear in those that it does from the window of his bedroom, in Michigan, where his son lived. She is absolutely convinced of the existence of these orbs, and immersed in the process of finding out their meaning and the best way to use the information to fulfill a higher vocation. The one about the orbs, and their purpose, is a fascinating subject. I just finished my first reading of a book by Klaus and Gundy Heinemann called Orbs, Their Mission and Messages of Hope. It contains 65 color photos of these invisible, rather mystical critters, along with comments and visual evidence capable of convincing and converting the most skeptical. I have at home the photos of these orbs, enlarged to the maximum, and it has left me astonished to discover that my impression of not being alone in this new journey towards the I Am not only translates into a more acute awareness of things, but also in tests photographic. As Linda told me when she showed me her videos of the orbs, and the mountain of photos in which they appear, and her son's broadcasts, it's like following spiritual breadcrumbs. Suddenly the strange things that happen to you start to square with you. I have not seen anyone more sure that their loved one guides them from the other side, and that these orbs, with their fascinating shapes and human faces, contain powerful messages of hope for all. During my chance encounter with Michael and Angela, I felt an impulse to explain my recent experience with the orbs, especially after Angela confided in me how deeply she felt the presence of her daughter, even though she had died 9 years ago. I showed them the photos and explained to what extent what happened to me was, to quote Thoreau again, unexpected in the ordinary hours. I learned that they had hundreds of photos with orbs, which they interpreted as mysterious appearances of their daughter, manifested to indicate something to all of us. It is possible that everything that was agreed for me to meet that family happened so that some reader of this book, when reading these words, considers the possibility of obtaining guidance from other areas than ours, and decides to use their imagination in another way. That reader could be you. Let your imagination explore this invisible realm so that your life is infused with this new energy. Move to a place inside you where everything you can imagine is not just the title of a book, but a new way of being. Dr. C. Norman Shealy, a prestigious professor and president of an academic institution, has the following to say on the subject of orbs. When Anthony van Leeuwenhoek used the microscope to introduce us to bacteria and microorganisms, he opened up a new dimension. Now another mysterious dimension is being revealed to us, that of the orb. My forecast is that this new experience will open up a world even more fascinating than the one revealed by the microscope. In it you will find a beauty and a mystery without equal. A beauty and a mystery without equal. And so much. I would say even more, the superreal evidence that at this very moment you have an intelligence on your shoulder that guides you. Give yourself the pleasure of following your dreams, and foster your imagination by opening your thought to everything, without tying it to anything. You will discover that when your imagination condenses your intention to manifest yourself and others, the incredible world of synchronicity will expand before your very sight, and it will be for having brought you in accordance with the powerful force of God that created the form from the Spirit. As you have heard many times before, with God everything is possible. This divine force awaits your imaginative energy. It's so easy for you to send the right people at the right time, and while it may be disconcerting at the moment, your higher self says, "Oh yeah." It is something that happens quite naturally as we focus our attention and imagination on the God within. A sacred sense that all is well tells you that you are evolving to a new level, rather than living through your ego's limited ideas of who you are and what you can become. The presence of angels that give you encouragement in low moments, and that redistribute everything so that what seem enigmatic and inexplicable circumstances are reality. A healing that is as welcome as it is disconcerting, the disturbing appearance of financial aid at a time when it was most needed, the surprising reception of a book that contains the data that you wanted so much but that eluded you, the unexpected phone call that gives you the answers you were looking for, the abrupt change to a healthier attitude on the part of a loved one for whom hopes were no longer harbored. The possibilities are endless. The consonance with the creative source of the universe in your divine imagination makes what you desire probable, moreover, inevitable. I want to refer back to my spiritual soulmate, Neville, the one who gave me the inspiration to write this book. Neville refers us to the letter of St. Paul to the inhabitants of Ephesus, he who has power to do all things incomparably better than we can ask or think, according to the power that works in us, Ephesians 3:20, and implies that the one in the passage, capable of doing more than we can ask or think, is the imagination, the power at work within us. Now that you have understood, says Neville, that imagination is him, capable of doing whatever you ask of it, and that attention is the power with which you create your world, you can now build your ideal world. Imagine that you are the ideal that you dream and desire. Do not take your attention away from this imagined state, which will manifest in your world as reality at the very moment in which you totally feel that you are already that ideal. Point 11. In the following chapters I will explain in depth the importance of feeling that you are already said ideal, and the word attention when it comes to manifesting your new reality. Now that we come to the end of this chapter on the unquestionable relevance and weight of our imagination, keep in mind the words of St. Paul. There is a power in the universe capable of going beyond everything you can ask, and even think, and that power acts within you. What else could it be than your imagination? Stay in a state of grace and gratitude for this radiant gift that is always at your disposal so that you can do whatever you want with it. 3 proposals. Be categorical in presenting your imagination as a private and sacred interior space. Make it clear that no one has or will have permission to contaminate it in any way. Speak reverently to your imagination. Pay homage to him. Keep yourself in a permanent state of gratitude for this beautiful inner sanctum that is your I am that I am supreme, shared with the creative source of the entire universe. Do not put limits to what you dare to imagine. Keep those lofty ideas in a private place in your being so that no one can mess them up or stop them, and put a no passage sign at the borders of your imagination to remind you that it is a private space. Invite the mysterious and hidden world of spirit to guide you. Create an environment where you let him in, but not push him. Remember the advice of St. Paul, what is seen results from what does not appear. Perhaps in the middle of the 21st century, this language seems curious to us, but it is still a message full of force, which you should keep in your heart. Everything comes from the spirit, and if you agree with the occult, your imagination will be that spirit itself. Second pillar of fulfilled wishes. Live from the end. Before him whom he believed, before God who gives life to the dead and calls things that are not to be. Romans 4:17. This pillar, the second in a life of fulfilled wishes, can be the most problematic and least conventional of all the ideas you undertake. If you see that this is the case, I encourage you to use all your willpower. You are about to reconvert your imagination to accept the idea that any element put into it is not reserved for future experiences, but rather represents your reality, here and now. What is asked of you is to put your 5 senses in a safe so that they cannot convince you that you are ignoring what they perceive as reality. You are crossing the threshold of a new dimension, the unusual reality that St. Paul speaks of in his letters to the inhabitants of Rome, in the passage from Romans 4:17 quoted above. Do not forget at any time a basic axiom of this book, the great certainty that I have described in the 3rd chapter and that I underline from the first to the last page: we are all God. Is it not written in your law, I have said, you are gods? John 10:34. It was Jesus' response when they were about to stone him. We do not want to stone you for any good work, but for blasphemy and because you, being a man, make yourself God. John 10:33. I quote it to remind you that the one who says these words is not me, a mad writer of the 21st century, but they come directly from the scriptures. Now limit yourself to rereading the phrase that St. Paul pronounces in Romans 4:17, and he calls things that are not so that they may be. God acts like this. When your imagination is brought into line with the higher principles of your higher self, it is God in action. You can turn your imagination into a place where you call things as you insist they be, even though they have not appeared in the third dimension as captured by your five senses. It is from that place that you have to learn to trust, think, and live, not foresee. Hence the title of this chapter, Living from the End. Where I write right now there is a book with a very nice dust jacket, taped up. The dust jacket looks exactly like the cover of the book you are reading, titled Everything You Can Imagine. At the moment I have only written a third of the text, but every day, when I reach my sacred writing space, I see the entire book. It is a habit that I have had for many years. During the writing process I see the finished book every day, both in my imagination and in its symbolic representation. My imagination is where my thoughts are those of God, and where, consequently, I am God creating what I know already exists. I am calling things that are not to be. Knowing it, and feeling it, means that there is nothing capable of dissuading me from this creative force contained in my imagination. There is no fear of completing the daunting undertaking of writing a book, since in my head the book is already finished. All I do is let the energy flow inside me, and after it goes through my heart, it spills out onto the pages. I recently made this observation on my website about the question, "Are you a writer?" Stop judging and get out of your own way. When talking about writing I always say to my audience, writing is not something I do, but something that I am. I am writing. It is a simple expression of my being. Notice the words I am, God's name invoked from generation to generation, which were spoken to Moses in the Torah. Begin to focus your attention on the words that follow the sacred name of God, your highest self, that is, I am. Begin to recognize the power of your creative imagination to fulfill wishes with the I am. The power of your imagination. Get Neville's words tattooed on your forehead, not literally. In other words, memorize them and repeat them every time you look in the mirror. Ignore appearances, conditions, all sensory data that deny the fulfillment of what you want. Assume that you are already what you want to be, because in that resolute assumption you and your infinite being merge into a creative unity, and with your infinite being, God, everything is possible. God never fails. Point 12. Your concept of self is being replaced by another. The first step to a new concept of the self is to place it in your imagination and live from this new perspective. You can take for granted that your five senses will try to convince you that you just have to pay homage to them and treat your imagination as illusory, unimportant, but that does not mean that you let them usurp your new concept of self. You can practice it right now. Say aloud, or to yourself, putting new ones: I am in my imagination, my future dream is a present fact. Repeat it a few times. Do you feel the resistance of your ego? Which of your five senses is the most frizzy? Observe him and repeat the phrase. This new concept of yourself as God, or at least as a spark of God, requires you to think like God, who calls things that are not to be. You are creating an ideal of what you want to be, and assuming that you are already that person. It's what Neville calls the law of the assumption. If this assumption is persisted until it becomes the dominant feeling, he says emphatically, the conquest of the ideal will be inevitable. 13. Remind yourself that you can use your imagination as you choose, and that whatever you wish to manifest in your physical world, it must first be firmly planted in your imagination for it to grow. Let Neville's words guide you. Thus, to embody a new and higher value of yourself, you must assume that you are already what you want to be, and from that moment live with faith in this assumption, which has not yet incarnated in the body of your life, trusting that the new value or state of consciousness will incarnate by virtue of your absolute fidelity to the assumption that you are what you wish to be. It is about a complete transformation of your being. Within your imagination you can conceive thoughts in which what you want to be already exists, prior to birth, as forms of the sensory world. The consequence is that your thoughts do not go in the line of I will, I hope it goes well, or I pray for good results, but you say to yourself, I am, recognizing the presence of the I am as God dwells in me. Thus your mind, as the presence of the I am, will become the dominant creative aspect of your life. As conceived by you, this generative force will gently assert its true creativity and power, and in the process replace dependency on your physical and intellectual abilities. Your renewed reality is not based exclusively on the five senses that keep you tied to the false beliefs that you are your body or its belongings, achievements, and reputation. You have already discovered that the bodies you occupied throughout your life no longer exist. They can no longer be experienced by your senses. Now you have the option of being a conscious participant in this supreme non-sensory reality, your imagination, in which you assume that your future dream is a present fact, and you live from that consciousness. This is not a simulation, nor is it a hoax. It is about inviting your spirit, and not your physical form, to generate the creative essence of your reality. It's what it means to transform your life. The word transformation has the word form right in the center, preceded by trans, in the sense of going beyond form. Make the starting point of your life the place that will push you beyond the limits of a life that seems to be full of them. Explore the imagination, which is the source of all being or physical reality. Throughout my life, I have been accused many times of being too persistent, and even obsessive, in pursuing what I want to be accomplished. The truth is that I have within me a very powerful security, that every time I introduce an idea into my imagination, it is already a fact for me. It's as if I don't have the ability to erase from my mind what is already my reality. Some time ago, for example, when I enrolled in a doctorate course, I already saw myself as a doctor, even though I had not studied a single subject that approximated the degree. When I was told that 9 out of 10 doctoral students did not obtain their degree because they could not meet the strict requirements of writing a thesis, I knew that in my case it would not be like that, because I was already a doctor in my imagination. I acted persistently as if my dream were a present fact. This way of thinking from the end I have had in all phases of my professional career. As a child, I saw myself on TV programs, and I held this inner image vehemently in my imagination, ignoring many naysayers. Sooner or later all these visualizations passed from my mind, where they were real, to the material world, in which my senses would eventually catch up and confirm that they were true. The fact is that for me the images of my imagination are already my reality. I live from this perspective, and there is nothing that can dissuade me, because it is not that I am hoping to get to another place, it is that I am already there. I am unable to erase what I live in my imagination, even if everyone tries to convince me that my dreams are crazy. It is an attitude of mind that you too can choose. Dispense with all doubts and forget about when. It will become a material fact in divine time. Forget the how. Live it inside. It is a great power, provided you are willing to claim it. It would be impossible to overemphasize that it is essential that you reclaim this inherent power of God and use it to manifest the life you desire. Be stubborn with this idea. Relentlessly maintain your vision, and, even more, live each day as if the idea you have in your imagination were your reality for all intents and purposes. In the I Am discourses, Saint Germain constantly reminds us that we are masters of our lives, and that they are under our control. Once aware of this, you will be able to access the energy, power, and intelligence of the powerful presence of the I Am, which corresponds to you by right. This presence of the I Am accompanies you at all times. Go from I Am not to Am. Throughout your life you have been subjected to a conditioning process that has created a mental attitude plagued with I am not. When you went to school, and you got grades below the passing mark, you thought, I'm not smart. If you end up in any position other than the first, you say, I am not a talented person. If you feel criticized, you think, I am worth nothing. If you look in the mirror and compare yourself to one of those glamorous movie stars, or the queen of the party, you say to yourself, I'm not attractive. If your relationship breaks down, you think, I am not a loved person, or I am not worthy of being loved. All these things, and many similar things, are repeated in your developmental years and in your adult life, becoming your basic concept of self, the one that defines you. If you are reading this book, it is because you harbor the desire to elevate your life to heights higher than the ordinary. You do your best to embrace new truths that harmonize with your higher and higher selves. Now is the perfect time to begin to discover the God within you, and yourself as God, and to broaden your concept of self. I applaud you. Your concept of self is everything that you hold true about yourself. The first step in overcoming this I'm not mentality is to trust your inner spiritual world. Your inner world has no restrictions. Instead, your worldview and your concept of self in the external world are defined by your five senses. The external world is changing, that is, according to our previous definition, it is not real. Knowing it could lead you to receive a majestic wake-up call here and now. How does it feel to realize that almost all of your beliefs about yourself and your limitations are based on an illusion, a well-intentioned illusion that was transmitted to you by people in bodies that no longer exist and in a time that is long gone? Much of your concept of self is a fiction based on beliefs that are false and did not contain a single ounce of truth at the time they were instilled in you. It is perfectly detailed by Anita Moorjani, who when living a near-death experience, NDE, saw all her previous concepts about who and what she was questioned. Her story shows that there is another dimension where you can merge with God and work miracles in your everyday life. Anita had Hodgkin lymphoma that had spread throughout her body. Victim of a generalized failure of his organism, they predicted him less than 36 hours of life. On the website of the Near Death Experience Research Foundation, nderf.org, she tells it herself, "In the end I made the crossing to another dimension, which enveloped me in a total feeling of love. I also experienced enormous clarity about the reason for cancer, why I came into the world, the role of each of my relatives in my life, in the broadest sense, and how life works in general." During her near-death experience, Anita saw that everything that happens in our lives depends on the energy that surrounds us and what we create. Nothing is solid. We are creators of our own environment and our own living conditions, depending on how we use the energy in question. Our physical bodies get sick because of the energy level in which we live. In Anita's words, "I realized that if I returned it would be with very healthy energy. From that moment on, the physical body would come very quickly, and permanently, up to the energetic conditions. I came to understand that this principle can be applied to everything, not just disease." Anita was given the opportunity to return to her body devoured by cancer, and 4 days after her near-death, although it seems impossible, there was little evidence of the disease. Basically, it discovered the I Am God lesson from this book, as well as the great message of Jesus that I have detailed in the previous chapters. I got in touch with Anita and encouraged her to write a book that would explain such an exceptional case to the whole world. The book, entitled Morir para Serio, is a stimulating and moving account of his experiences. Anita's physical body, with billions of cancer cells, went from near-death to cancer-free after her experience on the threshold of death. Anita Moorjani has a lot to tell us. I am proud to have written the foreword to the book. Anita realized that the world that our senses give us, and how solid it seems, is an illusion. He changed the outcome predicted by medical tests and came to the conclusion that we can change everything just by modifying our energy, created with our thoughts. For Anita, the latter included a reality called cancer, which disappeared through a shift in consciousness. From what I saw, it seemed that we were primarily energy, and that the physical was only a result of expressing that energy. If we change our energy, we can change our physical reality. It is what your declaration of I Am God can do for you. God is not physical, but energy, and this divine energy is nothing like the energy of the material world that your senses record. Anita declares having lived a deep awareness that everything and everyone is interconnected, without the slightest separation. To heal her physical body, she only had to merge with God consciousness, and be perfect love. I felt united to everything living, and it seemed that the whole universe was inside me. He says that in that dimension time and space felt very different. They are not perceived as something linear, unlike here, but as something that occurs simultaneously. Anita discovered that not even past lives are past, the words that best describe them are parallel lives, because there is no time or separation. For our senses this idea is almost impossible to understand, because we think linearly, in terms of cause and effect. For Anita there was only love, an all-consuming love that, according to her description, built the whole world. I was also flooded by an energy that encompasses everything and was one of unconditional love. This universal energy is always with us, whoever we are or whatever we are. I felt in me an amazing power and magnificence. The world Anita experienced during her near-death experience is also your world. It requires taking the step towards a true understanding of what the words I am mean to you. Live from the perspective that anything is possible, firmly planted in the depths of your imagination. The more you believe in your own divine condition, the more real it begins to become to you. Anita's near-instantaneous healing from a prognosis of impending doom taught her that our highest self is unconditional love, without separation, time, or judgment. To put it in his own words, believe in what you believe, you will see that you are right. Think about how important it would be to live from such a perspective from now on, rather than waiting for it to become reality at some point in the future, or once your body has died. To live from the consciousness of I am God, you have to know that you are one with the transcendent and unconditional love of the universe. Knowing it draws into your life everything that confirms your beliefs about yourself. You no longer pay attention to the sermons that your senses throw at you. To the word I am now you add splendorous. To quote Anita in her explanations of what she learned from her unusual near-death experience, when you realize your splendor, the only thing you bring into your life is more splendor, and if you believe in that equals attract, the best way to attract what is best for you is to love yourself until you are full of love, and bring into your life only what confirms this idea of yourself. Deep down, it's really easy. During her near-death experience, Anita entered and lived in the world of God realization, but she also returned to a healthy body after widespread organ failure and a prognosis of imminent death. It is not that I love, it is that it is love, and to be love it is not necessary to do anything, it all comes down to loving yourself and your splendor, loving yourself in such a total way that it overflows and reaches out to others. Remember what Jesus said, God is love, and whoever remains in love remains in God and God in him. In this case, your I am is a simple I am love. From this constancy it is how you have to live, and not in the expectation of arriving one day. Thus you will capture the quintessence of this second pillar of fulfilled wishes. If I tell you about Anita's experience, it is because I was stunned by her description of such a fabulous emotion as being plunged in unconditional love. That is why I looked for her and asked her to put her experiences in writing to make them known to the whole world. I would like you to pay attention to one last comment by Anita on the concept of being in the state of God realization. There is no there, everything is, and enough, therefore, there is no being here either, since here implies the existence of a there. Anita explains it like this: when we chase something externally we seem to see the world as competitive and limited, and use external measurements to gauge what we have achieved. For me it is where the illusion lies. There is no limited amount of being. It seems that we measure our being by obtaining goals. It is not my case, nor that of most people who are happy. I say it so that you see things differently. Perceive the splendor of your being, whether you are rich or poor, with or without physical disabilities, in the company or not of your loved one, etc. Now I just focus on being. I have become the creator of my life, that is, the artist of my life. Anita's conclusion about the message in this chapter is this: all you have to learn is that you already are what you are trying to achieve. This is how I invite you to live, first in your imagination, being it, and then, as St. Paul indicates, treating what does not exist as if it did exist. Rest assured that it will become your reality. Your I am rebuilt. Take as extensive an inventory as you can of what you would like to define your life. Then, take the leap in your imagination of an I am not or I hope to be the I am. It suits you that I am followed by something in line with your highest self, which is God. Start with your inner dialogue, but changing the words that define your concept of self. Do not analyze your actions, since involving other people in your I am will invite the ego of those other people to affirm their importance. Redefine your concept of self by choosing the words you choose to place in your imagination. Try this reverbalization of your inner world as an initial step in accessing the help of your higher self, and the fulfillment of your desires. In the book of Joel, God gives advice that is consistent with what I have written in this chapter: let the weak say, I am a brave man. Joel 3:11. It is as simple as these 6 words of the Bible indicate, it really is. Saying I am weak, you stain the name of God, who is your highest self. How is it possible that the creative source of the universe, the primordial energy that creates words, says I am weak? As I have quoted before, Jesus said, is it not written in your law, I have said, you are gods? Now that your higher self has become the starting point of your life, how could you conceive not just a thought like I am weak, but such a blasphemous definition of your being? Thinking I am strong, you equip your imagination with the necessary instruments to make your pronouncements come true, and you place yourself in accordance with the source of everything. You do not do it with weakness, but with strength. Align yourself to synchronistically invite the orientation that eludes you by declaring I am weak. Change I am unable to get a job to I am able. In the same way, replace all your claims that I am unable to live in peace with that of I am a person who lives in peace. I am unlucky in love will become I am love. I am unworthy of being happy becomes I am happiness. The word I am, which you use systematically to define who you are and what you are capable of, is a sacred expression of the name of God, the supreme aspect of yourself. Break your everlasting habit of sullying this sacrosanct name. Stop using pejorative labels to challenge your holy self. Among the many lessons, the most important of which, of the I am discourses, is that of always thinking first of our divine self. In fact, if you adore it, you will be able to ascend to peaks that until then had been inconceivable. You must make your outer self accept the limitless power of your inner presence. Expand your internal presence. I could not overstate the importance of using this word, I am. Its transforming energy is capable of guiding and directing the highest power in the universe, revealing yourself as a God-realized being. The next 4 chapters discuss in detail how to manifest a wish-fulfilled life. This chapter emphasizes learning to admit without feeling uncomfortable our tendency to think and say I am not or hope to be, and to substitute it for I am. As Neville put it, by creating an ideal in your mind, you can identify with it until you are both one, and thus become it. 15. It matters little how long you have been stuck in a pattern that prevents you from turning into reality your highest ideal of yourself. By changing it to reformulate in your imagination who you are, and by choosing to live from that perspective, you will achieve that transformation, as Neville indicates. It does not matter that you have been a chronic drug addict or stutterer, that you have dabbled with poverty, that illness has ravaged you, that you have been a stubborn lazy, that you have not had luck in love, that you have suffered from intellectual deficiencies, or whatever else you've wished you weren't. Apply the teachings in the next 4 chapters. Do it first mentally, and then with actions according to your inner self. Here are a few examples. Addictions: affirm I am a sober person, I am a person in perfect health. Stuttering: affirms I am a person who controls the way he speaks 100%. Poverty: states I am a prosperous person. Illness: affirms I am entirely healthy. Laziness: affirms I am possessed of unlimited energy. Search for love: affirm I am love, and I am the protagonist of a relationship made of love. Intellectual weakness: affirms I am a genius. You may think that it is illusions, that one does not become something just by saying I am. This skepticism is probably the most normal when you think that the only reality is what the senses dictate. The Bible contains a few words that can help you overcome this cynical approach. Thus begins, in the New Testament, the Gospel of St. John: in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. 13 verses later we find this phrase, and the Word became flesh, and made his dwelling among us. John 1:14. What do you think "and the Word was God" means? For it is to say that you are more than your sensory awareness. You are also your own spiritual divinity, impervious to the five senses. In the Bible, as I indicated in the previous chapter, God proclaims, "My name is I Am." You have these two words now in your imagination, in such a way that they agree perfectly with God. It is your first step. Memorize and repeat tenaciously "I am" and you will discover what is true. And the Word became flesh, and made his dwelling among us. Invoking this name, and placing it in your imagination, and making it your vital starting point, will literally unite you with the source of power that allows you to become all that you have affirmed, in addition to working miracles. Begin by being willing to use these divine words as the name of your highest self, God. It is the inauguration of the you who will live a life of fulfilled wishes, provided that those wishes are in accordance with the source of being, which is love, love of yourself and your splendor, and love of all God's creations. You will observe with joyous perplexity that the word I am becomes flesh and dwells in your life as a consolidated fact. 3 Proposals. Commit to your splendor. Every time you see yourself in a mirror, remind yourself that what your gaze encounters is not a changing body, but an invisibility that is truly your highest self. Affirm, silently and aloud, I am love, I am God, I am worthy, I am infinite. Do it often, so that it ends up becoming an inner mantra. It is not exercising the ego, but awakening to the incredible miracle that constitutes you. It will help you to let go of old patterns that tainted your personal relationship with this universe and all the intrinsic beauty and perfection it harbors. Fearlessly introduce the I am into your imagination. Recognize that until now your false self, your ego, would not have allowed this broadening of your consciousness. Ignore the three-dimensional tests that defined your existence until now, and enter a fourth dimension higher and open to the main teaching of Jesus Christ. With God all things are possible. Your imagination is yours. You are free to put whatever you want in it, at your discretion. I am a talented person, I am heroic, I am ecstatic, I am richer than can be described, I am a satisfied person, I am God. Do not be afraid. Let these ideals be your reality. Follow this advice from the I am discourses, decide what you want to do or be, and then repeat, ignoring any interference, I am the presence that does it. 16 Conceive it as your vocation of love, and worship your I am my own presence so that I always strengthen you. Every time you add something to the word I am, you also invoke the divine power to do what you proclaim. Put these 3 proposals into practice and you will enter a dimension where there is not even the slightest hint of doubt about your divinity and your power. Third pillar of fulfilled wishes. Feel it. What you feel you are, and what you are is given to you. Assume, then, the sensation that would be yours if you were already acting in possession of your desire, and that desire, then, will have to be fulfilled. Live, then, feeling that you are who you want to be, and that you will be. Neville. Next to my bed, on the wall, I have a quote from a recording of Neville made in 1944. Convert your future dream into a present fact, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is what I read and practice every night before going to sleep, and they are the words that ultimately led me to write this book. They embody the whole message, not only of this chapter, but of the book as a whole. How much wisdom in this idea of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. So far I have explained the importance of thoughts, mental processes, concepts of the self, and imagination. All are invisible formulations that you transfer to your actions. Imagination and the concept of self are formless thoughts that you can change. If you recreate your thoughts, turning your imagination into private, inner territory, you will end up basing your actions on your use of this amazing power. Leaving the reins in the hands of your highest self, thinking, in short, as God thinks, also implies that everything is possible. Neville's books and lectures reveal something that makes the quotation at the head of this chapter applicable to anyone who is serious about mastering the art of demonstration. The something that Neville emphasizes throughout his work is the importance of feeling. Live, then, feeling that you are who you want to be, and that you will be, he says. This chapter invites you to understand the immeasurable consequences that this statement has for you. Become aware of the importance of sensations, and of their decisive role in the transition from being someone who is limited to having desires to experiencing those desires in your current life. The importance of sensations goes unnoticed by so many people that it almost seems that they are a secret ingredient in creating a life of wishes fulfilled. The creative process begins with an idea, discussed in the previous chapters. In them we have seen how the ideas you have about yourself and what you are capable of achieving can be changed. In short, the cycle of the creative process begins as a thought, continues with a sensation and finally curdles into a physical object, or ultimately into a new volitional act. The role of sensations in your manifestation. I will say it as plainly as I know, without assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, the wishes are not fulfilled. It is essential, in other words, to learn to assume in your imagination the feeling that you already have and are what you want. Your thoughts have no form. If we could find any spatial location for them, it would be inside your head, but the head has limits, and thoughts do not, so they could reside anywhere, or nowhere. Of the trillions of thoughts that flow incessantly through your brain, on that conveyor belt that never stops, you choose the one you like the most. You can take one that suits you, leave it in place and take another whenever you want. Your imagination is where the thoughts you decide to stick with are stored. Instead, you experience sensations in your body, which is where you experience everything in this corporeal material world. The role in your life of sensations is greater than you think. To learn something intellectually, you practice mental discipline, study, research, memorize data, reflect, participate in debates, seek the opinion of experts. In the long run you form your own conclusions about what you have been analyzing. You know the facts, and you are confident that you have mastered the subject through thought. It is quite different to know something spiritually. In that case you can brood, reflect, and analyze 1,000 times without being more enlightened than before about what you study. To know something spiritually you have to live it. There is no other way. You cannot come to a new consciousness just by thinking, you have to live it, and the only vehicles you have to live directly a new and higher vision of yourself are your sensations. How does your body feel? Even if you have put in your imagination an image of what you would like to be, if you cannot assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, it will be impossible for you to turn your future dream into a present fact. Now, you have the prodigious ability to take a thought located in your imagination, use it as a starting point for your daily life and experience the exact sensation in your body, a sensation that will not fade from that moment on. The words I am passing on to you are some of the most important you will read in the book, and perhaps in your entire life. Where you live is in the sensations. If you have managed to embrace the feeling, and truly feel the love it brings you, you will find yourself, as Neville says, in a place where the wish must be fulfilled. That's how powerful your feelings are. Years ago, when I was teaching at several major universities, I asked graduate students this question: what do you react to first, what you know or what you feel? He wanted them to determine which domain their primary care was capturing. From a cognitive point of view, for example, his analytical skills, his mathematical performance, his mastery of the rhymed structure of an Elizabethan sonnet, or his ability to memorize scientific formulas. In the field of sensations, loneliness, sadness, fear, disappointment, anguish, love, happiness, joy, etc. They all said that the priority level was that of sensations. You probably agree to give preeminence to what you feel over what you know, affects rule over cognition. Even so, formal education focuses almost exclusively on the what is known aspect of being. I am proposing that you take a radically different approach. I want you to capture in all its depth the message that assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled will bring you. Let's hear what Neville Goddard had to say on the subject in 1944. Every sensation leaves its subconscious imprint, and if it is not counteracted, another more powerful sensation of the opposite nature has to express itself. Between two sensations, the one that is expressed is the dominant one. I am a healthy person is a stronger feeling than I will be a healthy person. Feeling that I will be is equivalent to confessing that I am not. I am is stronger than I am not. What you feel you are always predominates over what you feel you would like to be, hence, for the desire to be fulfilled, it must feel like a state that is, rather than like a state that is not. 18 The words I am strong are simple brain abstractions. The feeling that I am strong is a feeling, and as Neville sums up, the feeling precedes the manifestation, and is the foundation on which all manifestation rests. 19 You are being exhorted not to feel any other state than the one you want will come true. If you literally feel the reality of the state you seek and that is rooted in your imagination, you will have the means to work miracles. A change of sensation is a change of destiny. May 20 This Neville maxim be omnipresent in your consciousness. I have put in my imagination a thought regarding the completion of this book, its publication, and that it is available to many people, including you. I have a picture of the finished book in front of me, even if I'm only halfway through the first draft, but these ideas and pictures are not the driving force that will allow my future dream to be the current fact that it already is. I have assumed the feeling of the wish fulfilled, feeling in my body the love of imagining millions of people who read these lessons, of such influence in my life. I look at the dust jacket and see the book as if it is finished. And something even more important, I feel love in action. My subconscious is programmed to react automatically to the desire that I have placed in my imagination, but the real fulfillment of that desire occurs for a single reason: to assume right now, inside me, the feeling of the wish fulfilled, even if it does not seem like it yet have materialized. To record in my subconscious this desirable state of love that I experience, I have assumed the feeling that I would experience if I had already fulfilled my wish. Ultimately, it is about discovering the strength of the role that our sensitive states play in the process of mastering the art of manifestation. You are not embarking on any intellectual exercise, but learning about your divine spiritual condition, and how God works as you. You can look at whatever you have declared as I am in your imagination and access the feeling of love in every cell of your body. With the passage of time you will print in your subconscious everything you need to adjust your reality to your desires. Conscious mind and subconscious mind. The conscious mind is private, and always personal. It is the aspect of your being that makes decisions, chooses one thing or another, and is aware of what you do and how your decisions influence your volitional activities. As a child, I learned to ice skating by being aware of all the details necessary to move and balance on a blade less than a centimeter wide resting on a surface of slippery ice. My conscious mind was correcting me with its prompts, opening my arms to keep my balance, bending my knees in a very specific way, tilting the blades of my feet to brake. After using my conscious mind for a while to inform my body and directing it with the goal of not falling, I became an accomplished hockey player, and practically spent my entire adolescence on ice. What was at work, in that case, was my conscious mind. Let's take a leap of 40 years. It's winter in Massachusetts, it's cold, and I'm staying in a house with a completely frozen pond in the backyard. I buy myself some ice skates, I tie them, and even though almost 4 decades have passed, it seems that I have not stopped skating for a single day. All the movements worked out for me. I spun around, skidded backwards. I enjoyed it like never before. Not a single cell remained in the body I occupied from when my conscious mind taught my subconscious to skate decades ago. In this example, my subconscious took control and gave me a day of great emotions on the ice. Surely you also have some memory of when your conscious mind generated ideas and printed them in your subconscious. Thus you learned to drive, to do yoga exercises, to prepare a souffle and any other activity that required multiple and complicated maneuvers without having to resort to the conscious mind. Your brain receives these ideas and ends up giving them shape and expression. You think about trying something, then you practice it consciously, and sometimes you don't even realize that you are implanting the necessary expertise in your subconscious. The conscious mind is only responsible for 4 to 5% of all your actions, including what you manifest. Your subconscious, which, after your conscious mind has impressed thoughts and ideas, runs on automatic pilot, runs the program titled Your Life. It represents 96% or more of everything you do and attract into your life. Now everything, including what you wish to manifest, evolves from your conscious mind, and only then should it be recorded in the subconscious. This is how the cycle works. Without this exact sequencing, nothing would be done. Your sensations are deeply involved in the sequence. The role of sensations in the fulfillment of wishes. Let's hear what Neville has to say about the importance of assuming the feeling of a wish fulfilled. Ideas are imprinted on the subconscious through the intermediary of sensations. No idea can be imprinted on the subconscious until it has been felt, but once felt, whether it is good, bad, or neutral, it must be expressed. Feeling is the only way, by which ideas are transmitted to the subconscious. Point 21. Your subconscious impressions are reflected in the conditions of your world. The strange and wonderful thing about your subconscious is that it always accepts as true what you feel is true. The key words are feel it is true. Your sensations are what allow your subconscious to kick in. Earlier in this chapter, I have described intellectual understanding as going around a series of ideas in your head and drawing conclusions. Spiritual understanding differs from this process in that it must be lived. The way to understand something spiritually is by living it. Your sensations are the instruments that you have to live your subconscious and turn it into the reality of your material world. Your sensations are generated in your body, where you live and breathe. Your way of feeling shapes your experiences. These sensations flow from the thoughts that you put into your imagination, and you are free to choose whatever thought you want. As I have reiterated throughout the book, when those thoughts are in accord with the thinking of your source of being, your sensations emanate within your body as God-realized experiences. The feeling that most characterizes God, and your own supreme self, is that of love. God is love, and whoever remains in love remains in God and God in him. Since your feelings, and especially that of love, are recorded in your subconscious, responsible for almost everything you do, live and manifest in your life, your mission is to reach the point where you assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, although the latter is still pending materialization in your physical reality. Assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled involves an essential awareness of how the subconscious works. Your subconscious is not personal, but an expression of the universal subconscious that we all use, and that is one. It is a tough concept, since your ego, in which you spend most of your time, is so personal that it is inconceivable that we all share a single subconscious. As Neville says, the subconscious is not selective, it is impersonal, and is no respecter of persons. 22. It is convenient to keep track of the sensations that we associate with the desires that we have put in our imagination, because, whatever they are, we will see that the universe tunes in with them to create experiences that fit to what we have recorded in this universal subconscious. Have thoughts like I am healthy, I am strong, I am prosperous, I am one of those who have a job, put them in your imagination, and then assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. If you can experience the sensation of love, joy, euphoria, peace, and happiness in your body, even if the sensations are contradictory, your subconscious will record the sensations. Neville says it very clearly, to impress the desirable state in the subconscious it is necessary to assume what you would feel if you had already fulfilled your wish. 23. Feeling whatever state you wish to achieve is the experience that imprints that state in our subconscious. Let's go back to Neville again. The subconscious, he tells us, is the matrix of creation. He receives the idea in himself through the sensations of man. The received idea never changes, but it always shapes it. 24. It always shapes it. In other words, you have to start programming your subconscious, which will take control as mine did when I put on my skates without my thinking or my conscious mind having to ask me, even though 40 years had passed. The subconscious accepts as true what you feel to be true. Your sensations determine your reality, because they are imprinted on the subconscious. If at a conscious level you feel useless, and you feed that idea in your imagination with more imaginary sensations of uselessness, the idea of failure will be recorded in your subconscious, and the universal subconscious, therefore, will offer experiences adjusted to what you felt that it was true. Remember that the subconscious is impersonal and non-selective. You cannot distinguish between what you feel as a result of your everyday life experiences and what you feel as a result of what you have put in your imagination as a future wish. If you plant the seed of failure in the subconscious, and feed it based on feeling that way, it will reproduce failure. If you plant the seed of disease in your subconscious by feeling this way in your body, it will aggravate the disease. If you plant the seed of sadness in your subconscious by feeling sad, it will cultivate and produce sadness. That is why it is so absolutely decisive to begin to feel in your body what you would like to see manifested in your life. You can get to the point where the power of your energy field, similar to that of a magnet, is filled with so much love and joy that at the slightest spark in which you imagine and feel something powerful and good, that something appears in your life without passing just three-dimensional time. Regardless of what you want to manifest, associate a feeling of love with it and record it in the universal subconscious. It will take care of the rest on its own. It is what I am doing at this moment, writing and contemplating the completion of the book in my imagination. Imbue the thought with pure love, and feel the happiness that these words will bring to millions of people. I experience this feeling of love and success in the whole of my being, both internally and externally. The sensation that I am recording in my subconscious is pure love and ecstasy. God is love, and with God everything is possible. I know that the universal mind works from what is recorded in it. And I am patient, and I am a satisfied person. If you seek outside what you do not want or cannot feel inside, you will search in vain. You get what you are, not just what you want. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and experiencing it will be what manifests. The subconscious creates exactly what you believe in, and what you can feel in your body. Choose to feel good. They say that whenever a new visitor entered his ashram, Swami Mutananda asked him if he knew the difference between feeling good and feeling God. If the devotee shook his head as a sign that he was unaware of it, Mutananda would form a circle with his forefinger and thumb, the symbol of zero, as a sign that the difference between the two, God and good, was zero. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, Genesis 1:1. 30 verses later it is written in the Torah, God saw what he had done, and everything was very well, Genesis 1:31. God, and everything he created, is fine. When you choose to feel good, you choose to feel what I have described earlier as the Supreme Self, the unity that is called both good and God. Resolve to make that your reality, reiterating your intention to feel fulfilled in God. Say to yourself, I think I feel good, or, as a synonym for God, I think I feel love. Do not spend a lot of time on your problems, difficulties, or ailments. By its own non-selective condition, the subconscious accepts as a request any sensation linked to a problem, and the worst thing is that it proceeds to make it your experience within the world of your material reality. On the contrary, feeling love in relation to what you have put in your imagination triggers the process by which the subconscious produces experiences that reflect its own divine condition. Experience in your body the sensation of love directed to what you have put as an idea in your imagination. This is how the subconscious is activated. As soon as an impression is received, the subconscious begins to act and look for a way to express it. This is what I have done in the last 2 years, since I was diagnosed with leukemia. Put in my imagination an I am that says I am strong and healthy. It is my imagination. I can put into it any conscious thought that I decide, regardless of what my 5 senses communicate to me. This awareness of I am strong and healthy is the point from which I live. I speak to my body and remind it that I refuse to linger on images of I am weak and I am a sick person. The most important thing I do is choose to feel good, regardless of what the numbers on a medical screen may indicate. I meditate on I am strong and healthy, I impregnate the whole of my being, inside and outside, with a feeling of love and gratitude for this moment, this day, and this body that has housed my invisible soul during these more than 71 years, and I assume the sensation of desire complement. I don't think anything bad is going to happen to me. I only have feelings of love towards this miracle that I am. I treat my leukemia diagnosis as curative information given to me, rather than as a disease. Can you imagine that God created us in such a way that our cells would war with each other? The concept of war is something that God is not even able to put into practice. War is a human concept, which man has applied to his theories about the functioning of his body. What if all these war theories to explain disease were as wrong in relation to our physical body as they are when resolving conflicts between people? What if what we call disease or disease had neither one nor the other? What if we stopped looking at our health through the prism of scientific medical theories and really looked at what our body does and how it heals itself? There are biological laws that your body abides by, and what is labeled disease is often a simple natural healing reflex of the body. Perhaps the belief that being ill, or having abnormal values in the blood, requires solving it as soon as possible is false. Do you have to look for a pill for everything? If you've cut yourself, your body already knows what to do. Heal it on its own, and the presence of a scar does not mean that there is an imbalance in your body, nor that it requires medical intervention. There is swelling and inflammation and it hurts a bit, yes, but it is not a disease, unless it exceeds certain limits. This way of acknowledging the body's healing intelligence rather than treating it as a disease also applies to psychological and emotional incidents. Unexpected psychological events, such as a marriage breakdown, financial crisis, or the death of a loved one, create responses in the brain that trigger physical reactions in the body to help it cope with conflict. The body continues to help until the conflict is resolved. You then enter a healing phase to regain your natural state of well-being. During this healing phase, the body can use swelling, inflammation, fatigue, and a high white blood cell count as an integral part of the healing process. Leukemia, for example, could be the curative phase of a serious chain of traumatic psychological events. This healing phase of leukemia first causes the blood and lymphatic vessels to expand and the number of leukocytes and leukoplasts to increase. Ultimately, by the time the brain receives the message that it is healed, good quality blood cells are produced, the platelet count returns to normal, and energy levels increase. From my point of view, my mission is to heal all relational conflicts and feel fully valued, while eliminating and solving any conflicts and beliefs related to myself that I have harbored for a long time. To put it another way, feel good, this is, feel God, and give everyone unconditional love, even those who may have played an important role in the dramas and conflicts that defined my life. This is how I respond to the diagnosis of leukemia. I choose to feel good, God, trust my body to use its inherent wisdom to heal itself, and understand lab report numbers as something that is normal for me to experience. I am governed by how I feel, and the truth is that I am fine and strong, and I am God, indeed. I treat my body well. I eat a healthy diet rich in protein, rest, exercise, and yoga, and I know that everything is in divine hands and obeys a divine order. I do not see the disease as a failure, but as the wonderful cure that it really is, and I do not need pills, radiation, or invasive procedures. The point is that I feel fine, and that I am resolving all conflicts with high doses of love. Remember that God is love. It is what I have chosen to record in my subconscious, which accepts as true what I feel is true. Creation is the result of impressions in the subconscious, and I determine creation through my sensations. Influence the subconscious. Before we come to the end of this part on the need to assume the feeling of wish fulfilled to facilitate playing an active role in manifesting a life of wishes fulfilled, I offer you 3 reminders of how the subconscious works in collaboration with the sensations, decisive component of this majestic and mysterious process. 1. The subconscious responds to what is suggested to it. You can reprogram your subconscious to continue in its accustomed role, on automatic pilot, but from mental and sensory images of your own making. Talk to this automatically receptive component of your being, telling it that you are limitless and believe that anything is possible. Fill it with images in which you become everything you dare to be. Go somewhere quiet and feel in your body how it would be if the thoughts of your imagination constituted your current reality. 2. The subconscious has the ability to manifest physical reality from thought. Every object and circumstance in this world is representative of a mental thought. Now what was once only imagined is demonstrated. That's how powerful the subconscious is. Now, if you want to be a part of this incredible generator of creation that you are yourself, you must be able and want to experience within yourself, in your mind, what you want to manifest. Thoughts become things when you feel them, and you can record them in the subconscious, which takes care of the rest. This is how Neville describes this phenomenon. This substance is consciousness. It is your imagination that shapes this substance in the form of concepts, which, in turn, manifest as circumstances and as physical objects. Consequently, your world was made by your imagination. 25 And thus he approaches the importance of sensations when reprogramming the subconscious. The reality of your assumption has its being in total independence with respect to objective data, and it will dress in flesh if you persist in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Once you know that the assumptions, when they persist, are consolidated into facts, the events that seem to the uninitiated to be mere accidents, you will understand as logical and inevitable effects of your assumption. 26.3. The feeling that you have to learning to assume is love. Actually, the subconscious is part of the single mind, in which we all live. This universal subconscious is the first cause and the substance of which all things are made. This thing without a thing is actually love. When you feel it, when you truly experience it within yourself as an intimate awareness of what you aspire to manifest, you acquire the power of creation. Remember what Saint Francis of Assisi said in a verse of his famous prayer, "Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, allow me to sow love." What is asked in this sentence is to have the feeling of the wish fulfilled. In moments of anger, frustration, fear, doubt, worry, stress, etc., strengthen your love and submerge all negative feelings in a container of pure love. Choose to feel good, it's that simple, because each moment in which you offer love puts your little fragment of subconscious in harmony with the universal subconscious, unique, creator of everything and defined as love. I trust that I have awakened the awareness that your sensations play a huge role in the process of becoming a God-realized and manifesting being. Neville says it very clearly, denying the evidence of the senses and appropriating the feeling of the wish fulfilled is the way that leads to the fulfillment of your wish. 27 Apply the sentence from this very moment. It is very possible that it will be of a utility that in many cases you would not have even imagined in ordinary hours. And remember that visualizing the future without assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled are simple and useless castles in the air. 3 Proposals. Practice feeling a thought that you have inserted into your imagination. Remember that a sensation is what you feel in your body when you ask yourself what you want to manifest, or how you want to be. Close your eyes and experience the sensations it awakens in your body. Work with sensations that are not just your experience of what you imagine your body will experience, but triggers that help you move from a thought to a consolidated physical reality. Regardless of what feeling you are trying to observe in your body in relation to your desires, infuse it with love, synonymous with God. Imagine what you want. Imagine and feel that love as if it were already yours. Persist in this use of love until your desire truly belongs to you. Throughout the process, remind yourself that the more love, God, you give, the sooner the wish will come true. Look at yourself fearlessly in the mirror and say, I not only love you, but I am love. Familiarize yourself with the subconscious. Your subconscious part bases its actions on how you have programmed it. In this way it becomes your automatic mind, the one that acts out of habit. Go for a habit that you would like to be automatic, such as being generous, for example. Tell yourself, I am a generous person. Give something in a spirit of generosity, even if it's just change or a few words of encouragement. The more thoughts and actions you practice around your new self, the more consistent reactions you will get from the subconscious, until it ends up acting generously for the new habit you have created. Yours is the ability to imprint on the subconscious whatever I am you decide for. 4th pillar of fulfilled wishes. Attention please. Your imagination is capable of doing whatever you ask of it in proportion to your degree of attention. 28 Neville By exercising in the mastery of the art of demonstrating, you will receive a great deal of data, advice and, it is likely, pressure regarding ideas and objectives that you have introduced into your imagination. When you are able to enhance the awareness of your imagination, you will begin to turn this inner and private world into a more active component of your daily life. Confident that what you think is more than a mere mental exercise, you will begin to live from the new space formed within you. Your new invisible world will be the source of your new reality. With determination and constant attention, you can start the process of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, imagining it, mentally living from it and feeling it in the body. If you are not willing to focus on a healthy application of these new elements, rest assured that all your efforts will be in vain. The key word is attention. When you make up your mind and begin to use the information presented here in order to lead a life of wishful thinking, you will find that you stand out in a number of ways. Without being asked, your friends and colleagues will voice their opinion about this new you and what you are trying to manifest. Your immediate family may try to dissuade you from changes that they believe could make them feel unhappy or uncomfortable with you. They will present you with scientifically verifiable data to discourage you from believing in your unlimited self. People you don't know will tell stories about someone who died trying to do what you want. They will send you anecdotes about the absurdity of the idea of your desires being manifested, in the hope that you understand that you are not a divine being. It is possible that they threaten you with the judgment of God, or of Jesus, or of the devil, or of some spiritual deity who, angry, will curse you for having offended her sensitivity. As you embark on the process of living from the higher self, confident in your own God-realized strengths, increasingly satisfied and peaceful, always feeling the love you choose to agree with, your new ideas about who you are and what you are capable of attracting attention in both a positive and negative sense. Perhaps you should convince yourself not to succumb to the attention you apply to the wishes that you will fulfill. Never let some kind of external pressure divert your attention from what you are in the process of manifesting. As Neville reminds you, all progress, all fulfillment of a wish depends on the control and concentration of your attention. 29 One of the things I like the most about the new iPad that my children have given me is the function that receives the trash name. What a concept! I want you to put this technique into practice in all aspects of your life. When you receive information or a request that goes against the that you have inserted in your imagination, just mentally press the trash button. You will see that it goes flying towards the left part of the screen. Then, mentally tap the delete button. That way you will keep your attention focused on what you are manifesting within your life. You find yourself immersed in the flow of a new consciousness that has no limits. You are thinking, feeling, and acting as a divine being, a part of the unique and universal mind that knows that everything is possible. However, you live in a world where this position is often considered insane, or ridiculous. You must choose what kind of attention you pay to the feedback you will receive. There are basically two modes of attention to choose from, objective and subjective. The most common is objective attention, but stick with subjective. Objective and subjective attention, it always depends on you. Objective attention is what you use when tracking external data, such as data and attitudes that originate outside of yourself. This is an important aspect of how your life works. Now, you must consciously bring into your attention the ability to select and move from objective to subjective attention. Through mindfulness and practice you will discover that if you start using subjective attention, you will almost magically free yourself from addiction to external impressions. It depends on you. And the rewards are exponential. Pay no attention to what others are doing or not doing, lend it to what you do or don't do. It is wise advice. Any wish that you have put in your imagination will generate response stimuli. The answers that come from the external world, although in many cases they are valuable as feedback, you will have to make an effort to ignore them if they represent some kind of obstacle to the fulfillment of your dream. Let's see what Neville has to say about these two opposing approaches to what should be worthy of our attention. There is a huge difference between objectively directed attention and subjectively directed attention, and the ability to change your future depends on the latter. Point 30 Becoming a wish-fulfilled person involves learning to use subjective attention strategically. Everything that you put in your imagination, and feel as something present, will become part of your daily life and will appear unexpectedly in many of your conversations and activities. Television content, movies, internet gossip, and news on the same topic will be directed to your conscience. Conflicting information may magically appear. There will be friends and strangers who want to express their opinions and tell anecdotes about someone who tried the same thing in what you work. It will be then that learning to distinguish between subjective attention and objective attention, and practicing choosing one of the two, or both, becomes of decisive importance for your success. It starts with subjective attention. Apply your subjective attention to the I am that you have firmly planted in your imagination, without letting any external data interfere with the channeling of your loving attention to the subjective I am. Take care of what you feel inside first, paying full attention to it, rather than reacting to the outside person or influence. Redirect your attention from the outside in, with trust, love, and kindness. It is what is called subjective attention, and it is how you act each time the subject of your future self and everything that you are manifesting breaks into your field of attention. The objectified opinions and information that enter your field of consciousness are magnificent reminders to redirect your attention to love and faith in your ability to manifest fulfilled wishes. Again, it is Neville who reminds you of the following: once you know how to control the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you will be able to modify or alter your life as you wish. This control, however, cannot be achieved if you allow yourself to be constantly distracted from the outside. If in recent years you have read my books and heard my lectures, you will know that I have cited Carlos Castaneda's writings many times. He was a great teacher for me, a storyteller of memorable stories about the high world of impeccability, in which ordinary levels of consciousness are transcended. His wife, with whom I have become friends, who turned 90 years ago, told me that he had written a poem of 4 lines that brought together the ideas of Carlos and those of Neville, whose many lectures he had attended as a young man. I asked him to send it to me so I can include it in this part of the book on using attention to create the objective life you want. I submit it to your reflection. When you think, choose carefully. Thinking about how you have dreamed. Ideas harbored by the human mind. They are the objectified whim of tomorrow. Margaret Runyon Castaneda. As you read and reread Margaret's words, note that what you materialize in this deep objectified physical reality is nothing more than a whim, but to live it as your reality, even though it is just an illusion, since everything changes continuously, must come from subjective thoughts that you, and no one else but you, need to choose very carefully. What I ask of you is that you ignore any information that is directed at you and contradicts in some way the I am that you have introduced in your imagination. It is something of special importance in the case of the data that you receive from your own senses. Yes, I am saying that even your eyes and ears are objective inputs. An X-ray showing a tumor that you can feel with your fingers contradicts the image of your imagination that says I am healthy. The decision that suits you is to live from the end you want, not towards an end that others have decided for you. You must, then, dispense with what your senses tell you and remain faithful to your subjective attention, which proclaims, persistent and ironclad, I am healthy. Your subjective attention has no link to what your subconscious, by virtue of the conditioning to which you have subjected it, considers to be your reality, as your 5 senses so convincingly indicate. You are the I am who I am, and that who is your tumor-free existence. Redirect your attention, away from debates whose objective is to question or impose an external attitude, and focus it on applying your attention to the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The outcome will depend on your internal attitude, your subjective attention. You could compare yourself to a pit bull that has its teeth set deep into its rubber bone. You must spiritually stick to what you have inserted in your imagination as a future fact, without letting anyone or anything, under any circumstances and no matter how convincing their arguments, never alter what you know to be your destiny. Anything that brings up the theme of what you are creating for yourself should immediately trigger the reaction of completely focusing your mental, emotional, and physical attention on the I am that you have deposited in your imagination. It will be then when you find that marvel of the trash button extremely useful. Even if you do everything right in the first 3 pillars for a life of fulfilled wishes, if you let some external stimulus divert your attention and you abandon, not even for a moment, the eye of your imagination, you will erase the entire project. Form a healthy attitude towards your highest self and everything that calls you to be, redirecting the habit of being influenced by objective external factors towards confidence in your ability to opt for subjective attention and not focus on external guidelines, but on the internal ones. Abraham Maslow spent much of his adult life researching and writing about the idea of self-actualization. The small percentage of people whom he described as self-actualized he described as inhabitants of that exceptional level of consciousness to which I have referred in the first pages of the book. I remember as if it were yesterday Dr. Maslow's statement that one of the greatest qualities of the self-actualizers is the inclination to be independent of the good opinion of others. Dr. Maslow presented his data and explained it very aptly to the academic community. I am deeply drawn to this idea of living in an extraordinary way, regardless of the good opinion of others, and since 1971 I have emphasized it in many of my books and recordings. Dr. Maslow passed away on June 8, 1970, the same day I finished my doctorate. I have always had the impression of having been handed over in some mystical sense. Choosing to be aware of your attention, and being able to choose subjective attention, is consistent with one of the main attributes of the self-fulfilling life according to Dr. Maslow: trust in yourself. When you trust that you will be correct in choosing your destiny, you do not let anything external dissuade you or influence you. Your focus is on your burning and intense longing, which combine to become your reality. In no case do you allow external circumstances to divert you from your desires. This internal image of your imagination is immune to opinions and provocations that originate outside of yourself. Subjective attention means that you are the only subject that affects the burning desires of your imagination. Remember that these ideas from your imagination are mere thoughts that you are treating as present facts. You are living and feeling as if your future dream is a present fact. Letting an investigation report, a newspaper article, an adverse opinion, a contradictory incident, a pronouncement by a government body, a new law, or anything else divert your attention from the wishes of your imagination dismantles and destroys the outcome wanted. You must have faith, and faith is arrived at by absolute trust in the power of the one universal mind, of which you are an inseparable part. The one who put these thoughts and feelings into your mind and body was your God-realized self. In this case the subject is you, and therefore you must trust your subjective attention, without letting objective external factors have any influence on how you use your attention. One of the reasons that lead me to write about the hidden power of manifestation that we all have deep down is that as a child, in my foster homes, I consciously practiced these ideas, which became part of my being. Throughout my life I have been labeled stubborn, obsessive, stubborn, and inflexible when it comes to the content of my imagination, and seeing it becomes my physical reality. To assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you must be able to feel it in the body long before it calls the attention of your senses. This requires tenacity, and resisting letting the imagination, which is where all things are created, be objectified by something external to the self. Once you insist that your attention is not affected by outside influences, you enter the process of forming a habit that works for you, not against you. Your external images and the corresponding sensations linked to your vision belong only to you, who begin to treat this inner world of thoughts and sensations as a sacred territory. You take the step from believing to knowing, and what you know with certainty is not tinged with doubt. As William Shakespeare said, our doubts are treacherous. Anyone or anything that seeks to reduce your inner sensations is undoubtedly a traitor to be banished. I was recently diagnosed with leukemia, and I have done exactly what I write, as I have done my whole life when it comes to my destiny and well-being. What I am sure of is that there is an emotional component to every illness. As I have indicated before, I see the fact of having an elevated white blood cell count as a symptom that my body uses its intelligence realized in God to heal the damages that I have been able to cause it by participating in psychologically traumatic activities, especially in the relationship with my beings dear. So instead of cursing the innate wisdom of my body, I live in a state of deep gratitude for everything that life has brought me, including my white blood cell count. The more I come to terms with the feeling of my affirmations of I am healthy, I am strong in my imagination, the more it seems that the universe sends me the information and the right people to help me have a life of wishes fulfilled. There is one fact, in particular, that stands out from the rest. The same day I was diagnosed with chronic lymphocytic leukemia, I happened to meet Pam MacDonald, who was coming to Maui to ask if I was willing to assist her in her integrative medicine sessions. Pam had already used my texts with great success, as they had helped her heal her patients from a long series of diseases and disorders such as obesity, heart ailments, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and many cancers and addictions so widespread that they put our collective physical well-being is in jeopardy. Pam is a nurse in Northern California. When I told him that morning I had been diagnosed with leukemia, he replied, "Now I know why I was sent here, not to get you to help me, but to put myself at your service." The day of my diagnosis was the same day that Pam appeared in my life, determined to give me medical services as a priority. Pam explained to me that correcting unhealthy eating habits can put us back on track with the genetic blueprint we are born with. Corrective genetic alignment, which treats diseases linked to inflammatory diets and how our body processes fats and cholesterol, achieves surprising cures. When we begin to eat consciously, in harmony with our desire to find ourselves and be well, the markers of these supposedly incurable diseases begin to return to normal. He then, always at his expense, did a blood test to check my apolipoprotein E, gene, and even flew to Southern California while I was visiting Deepak Chopra at his Center for the Wellness. He explained a step-by-step, easy-to-follow nutritional plan that I have stuck to the point where all 8 chronic lymphocytic leukemia, CLL, markers have returned to normal. Pam MacDonald has been an angel come in a time of need. He has accompanied me on my tours and has spoken to thousands of people during my lectures. Since then Pam has become a healthcare professional, helping me and thousands of others to be healthier. He has also written a wonderful book, The Perfect Gene Diet, where he explains his eating method from the point of view of an expert in the field. I am proud to have written the foreword, in which I attest to the beneficial results that await you if you become aware of how and what you eat so that both things match the genetic profile that you have inherited. Get involved in your maximum physical well-being by realizing that everything you eat influences your ability to provide the healing your body craves. From the first day I decided to assume the feeling of my wish fulfilled to have a healthy body. The truth is that I am and I am well, that I am strong and that I categorically refuse to harbor any other input that conflicts with my I am. I know that when I stay like this, in accordance with my Supreme Self and with the one universal mind responsible for all creation, things that cannot happen almost magically begin to happen, with what Carl Jung called synchronicity. One thinks and feels from a state of non-well-being. The coincidence of being with Pam just that day affected my health, my approach to life, my well-being and also my healing. Now his presence with me is influencing huge numbers of people throughout the world, and there is no doubt that it could be the prelude to a new era of well-being for the entire planet. I am not exaggerating if I say that assuming the feeling of a wish fulfilled, and using subjective attention to drive away all the naysayers, will make it possible for you, and many more people like you, to literally put an end to some of the epidemics that threaten the whole of the world population. That's how serious it is. The movement of attention and I am. You have many ideas about how you would like to be and what you would like to manifest in your life. You have placed those ideas in your imagination and you are willing to live from those ends, not towards them. You recognize your opportunities to take on the sensation in your body of these fulfilled wishes, even though they are in your mind at this moment and not yet in your everyday material world. Now you have to know what to do when the question of your desires arises, be it through other people, external events, or even because you do not stop turning it in your head. What you do or do not do will be decisive for the manifestation of your ideals. What you do is not necessarily the actions you take, but where you choose to place your mental attention, and by attention I understand what you do with what is on your mind. Therefore, do not let anything or anyone affect your attention when you are in the process of manifesting, regardless of whether the tone or feedback is positive or negative. Your I am, firmly planted in your inner sanctum of mind, will grant you the strength and power necessary to subjectively keep your attention focused. Below you will find several ways to weigh the importance of moving from the objective to the subjective in the application of your personal attention. Your intention is to experience the healing of your body. Referring to her near-death experience, Anita Moorjani, who we've already talked about, said, "I realized that diseases start at an energy level before they become physical. If I chose to go towards life, the cancer would disappear from my energy and my body would recover very quickly. I understood then that when people receive medical care for an illness, the treatment only removes it from their body, but not from their energy, and then it comes back. I realized that if I returned it would be with a very healthy energy. Then the physical body would catch up with the energetic conditions very quickly and permanently." And you, can you open up to the idea that Anita learned when she was on the brink of death, that all disease begins at an energy level? You do not need to know the state of your energy predisposition to a certain disease. It is enough that you make your subconscious agree with the conscious idea that you have an energy body, and that if you manage to heal the energy on which your illness was based, you will be able to heal your physical body quickly and permanently. Maybe they seem like delusions of grandeur, false hopes for the terminally ill. I have always loved what Miguel Angel said on this subject: the greatest danger is not that our goal is too high and we will not reach it, but that it is too low and we will achieve it. Hopes are thoughts from your imagination that you can turn into facts of everyday life. This is achieved by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled and choosing to use your new eyes as facts that you feel and to which you pay subjective attention. When you suffer from a maladjustment in your body, you receive a lot of objective information to think about. Of what you have, a friend of mine died. Look, published research where it says that what you have is incurable. Trust modern medicine, not fancy ideas. A third of the population manages to overcome it by taking medicine, while in your case the disease worsens because you refuse the medication. They are objective approaches, and like these there are thousands. You must remain alert to your subjective attention, going to the I am that you have placed in your imagination, and assume in your body the feeling that the desire has already been fulfilled. Here is a phrase from Saint Germain's I Am Discourses, a remarkable affirmation, which would be of enormous help to the disciples, would be to say, I am the miracle-working presence that is in everything I need to have done. 32 This is how subjective attention works within you. You are the presence I am, as long as you trust your highest self, and the latter fearlessly proclaims I am God. Begin to trust the I am presence. It is your essence as a spiritual being that is living a temporary human experience. Persist in placing your fulfilled wishes in your subconscious, with phrases like I am the almighty presence that governs my life and my world, and I am the self-sustained health, well-being, and harmony that make me overcome everything that faces me. Trust your internal orientation and your divine link with the Creator of worlds, instead of giving so much credit to the objectified information that appears in your daily life and that supposes an aggression to your spiritual nature. Your intention is to attract to your life prosperity and abundance. To attract adequate and healthy prosperity or abundance into your life, you must focus all your attention on how one feels with them. You have to be able to feel what it entails even before it materializes to your satisfaction. With these pleasant sensations in your body, you reprogram your part of the subconscious to bring it into harmony with the infinitely prosperous universal subconscious, where all manifestations originate. Your ability to wholeheartedly agree with this energy field means never again generating thoughts like I hope to be prosperous one day. Take some time to deeply ponder the implications of the following passage from Neville's The Power of Consciousness. I will be is the confession that I am not. The will of the Father is always I am. As long as you do not realize that the Father is you, there is only one I am, and that I am is your infinite self, your will always be I will be. 33 The third chapter of this book, the one that dealt with your Supreme Self, has made you know the impossibility of the source of everything saying I will be, because it would be equivalent to saying I am not. How is God going to say I am not? Wanting to attract greater prosperity into your life is equivalent to transmitting the message that I am not. As long as it is what you consciously think, you will be programming your subconscious without knowing it to give you experiences according to your feeling. I am not projecting a state of lack. You will receive a flood of objective thoughts and ideas about your intention to experience a life of prosperity. I know this from experience, because I have heard it all my life. As a student of the human condition, I have long come to the conclusion that most people do not know how to make money or attract abundance. Few, very few, are saved from this observation, although I am sure that you, yes, you, are leaving that attitude behind. Many have the impression of not having reached the vital fullness, and that is because they distrust their higher self. The most likely cause is that they have not even discovered that they have a higher self. When a person knows that he is God, and is aware of his divinity, it is impossible for him to say I will be. Why? Because I will be means I am not. Subjective attention is how you choose to think, and especially feel, what you have put into your imagination. From the beginning of my adult life I have carried with me the words that Srimati Kashi Mani, the Holy Mother, says to Paramahansa Yogananda in the autobiography of a yogi written by the latter, seek divine wealth, not the miserable tinsel of the earth. When you acquire the inner treasures, you will realize that the outer supply will always be ready. Your inner treasure is the feeling of living in a world of limitless abundance. Refuse to let external data take you away from what you have deposited in your imagination. Always live from your subjective feelings of I am prosperous, I am rich and I am a satisfied person. Thus, through your imagination, you will program the subconscious to agree with experiences adjusted to what you feel in your body. As a child, when I lived in a foster home, I always knew that I could attract money to spend into my world, even though most of the children around me only seemed to know hardships, which is what they always seemed to attract. As a young man, I knew deep down that if I based my actions on my feelings, money would haunt me. As the advice of the Sacred Mother of Paramahansa Yogananda refers, it seemed to go after the divine richness of the internal sensations, knowing that the external contribution would come by itself to seek me. The objectified attention told me that I would never get rich being a school teacher, because it is not a very well-paid profession, but I purged my internal world of that nonsense. The same could be said of my texts, lectures, and other professional activities. I feel fortunate, and I know that I will continue to base my actions on my inner experiences of abundance, as I know that the universal mind will also bring me the most suitable people, events, and situations to guide me on this spiritual path of higher consciousness. About the manifestation of abundance throughout my life I can say that I have never allowed anyone, not even the most persuasive, to infiltrate my imagination, which feels prosperous and empowered to attract unlimited abundance. Holding this inner vision as sacrosanct, and never letting anything taint my inner security, I have acted in ways that have generated prosperity, but even so it always seems that the universe sends me the necessary help so that my future dreams are a present fact. Let us listen to what Saint Germain says in his Discourses of the I Am about the power that people have by the mere fact of being. At the moment of saying I am you put into motion this power that carries intrinsic all these faculties. It contains all substance, and must take whatever form the mind's attention is fixed on. The I Am is the unfathomable mind of God. Use this unfathomable mind that you have to always be attentive to what is in accordance with your source of being, the limitless abundance that is the highest good for all involved. Your intention is that your life be happy. Happiness is not anything in the material world that can be bought, stored, and used according to our needs or desires. If it were, I would give you provisions myself to ensure that you will be happy for life. No, happiness is an attitude that comes from within you, and you can access it by placing in your imagination a statement of I Am that reflects your harmony with the simple truth that happiness begins within. It is an internal belief that we contribute to all our relationships and actions, without waiting for others to bring it to us, or pretending to receive it from our triumphs and acquisitions. There is no way to happiness, happiness is the way. Affirm your intention to have a happy and satisfied life, plant it in the most prominent place in your imagination and base your life on it as if it were your reality. When circumstances and/or your five senses try to convince you that you are wrong, let the thoughts of fear or negativity pass with the peaceful, loving, and trusting attitude of someone who sees the clouds go by, while you focus on your nourishing imagination, that cannot be modified without your consent. On this point, Neville does not hesitate to say, there is no doubt about the promise that if you show impudence by impudently assuming that you already have what your senses deny, it will be given to you, your wish will come to fruition. It distresses you to meet people and situations that try to convince you that the statement "I am happy" that you have inserted in your imagination is absurd. Do not let the influence of these objective attempts lead you to assume the feeling that a wish for unhappiness is being fulfilled. Persist in affirming your inner mantras of "I am happy" and "I am a satisfied person," while assuming in your body the feeling that they have already been fulfilled, or, as Neville put it, have the gall to impudently assume the feeling of blissful fullness. For that you can only allow your personal subjective attention to be brought into line with your inner statement of "I am." Your subconscious understands how you pretend to be. Naturally, you will cease to encourage or harbor any form such as "I have the right to be sad, how am I going to be happy with the circumstances that define my life, my father, my spouse, my sister, any external relationship, they make me miserable," and so on. How is God going to say "I am sad" or "I am miserable"? Remember that you have a higher self, and that you are in union with God. Let's hear what Saint Germain had to say on this subject in a transmission received on November 24, 1932. I would suggest to those who have had unpleasant experiences that they consciously withdraw all the power they have been given, almost always without knowing it. Whenever it is necessary to analyze some state to understand it, it immediately proceeds to withdraw any power that has been given to it, and becomes aware that "I am the harmonious presence that always pervades everything, whatever the state may be." By saying "I am the dominant presence," I am fully and consciously knowing that I have set in motion the generation of the states desired by the full power and intelligence of God, and that they are self-sustaining. 36. I urge you to read and endorse this message about your happiness. Consecrate yourself to your own subjective attention, remembering it at all times, and reminding yourself, "I am the harmonious and guiding presence." In this way you will activate the power of God, because you will be one with your all-creator source. Be it your health, your wealth, your happiness, or any other element of your life experience, it is essential to keep in mind the importance of the movement of your attention. You must be stubborn and persistent in not allowing your inner world to change because of other people's points of view or information. You know what you want to be, and what you would like to manifest. Keep your imagination in this concordance, and feel it in your body. The use of subjective attention will produce the desired conditions. 3 proposals. Become aware of objective efforts whose purpose is to convince you to abandon the ideas and ideals that you have stored in your imagination. As your awareness heightens, practice a subjective alternative to these objective endeavors. Each time your attention is drawn into the denial of what you are in the process of manifesting, close your eyes, sit for a moment and silently repeat your "I am" until you feel it reverberate throughout your body. Be on your guard, always ready to discard any objectified information that conflicts with your inner vision. The more you practice it, the less impact your old mind viruses will have on you. Soon a new confidence will have taken root in your ability to manifest the life you want. Use what I call the superglue method to set intentions in your imagination. Imagine that you have a substance so powerful that it cannot be weakened or broken. Apply a few drops to your soy by planting it in your inner private domains. It is equivalent to saying, "Nothing external to me has the power to displace what I place on my internal screen." When you say "I am healthy, I am prosperous, I am happy," or whatever else "I am," you are using the name of God, which is inviolable as far as you are concerned. It is, on your part, a spiritual decision, to become the ideal that you know, deep down inside you, that it is your vocation. With the metaphor of the superglue, you will remember to only use your subjective attention when your wish-fulfilled intentions are visible to others. Inner intentions are a private thing between you and your source of being. Inviting third parties to support or analyze your intentions constitutes an invitation to their objective attention. The answers are often designed to convince you that your intention is an impossible dream. You will find yourself in the situation of having to defend yourself, or at least explain yourself, and that is an invitation for the ego, which will take the opportunity to change your internal intentions and question the external facts, supposedly logical or scientific, that they give you. The reason. The manifestation is a spiritual exercise, and as such it puts in check the logic, the data, the past experiences, the scientific tests and any type of objective opinions. Make it a private matter, along the lines of Neville, so when you know what you want, focus your attention conscientiously on the feeling of the wish fulfilled until that feeling fills your mind and leaves no room for any other ideas. In conscience. 37. Keep your intentions private, avoiding the need to evade well-meaning opinions from outside forces. I end this chapter with a few words from St. Paul in his letters to the Philippians. It's one of my favorite verses from the New Testament. I am not saying this out of need, because I have learned to be content with what I have. Philippians 4:11. There is no greater use of subjective attention. Fifth pillar of fulfilled wishes. Bedtime. In dreams, in night vision. When a lethargy falls on men, while they are asleep in their bed, then he opens the ears of men. Job 33:15-16. It is in dreams when the world of the subconscious is penetrated, and it will be in them where you leave your mark and receive your instructions, as this biblical quote from the book of Job indicates. I would like you to think about the nature of your subconscious, which has been programmed by your conscious mind to act out of habit, that is, without thinking about what you are doing or not doing. You sure have memories like the one I just came up with. I remember that at the age of 15 I learned to drive with a car that did not have an automatic gear shift. I used my conscious mind to practice a series of maneuvers that seemed endless, with a mental process similar to the following: this here is a car with 3 pedals, and I can only use 2 feet. I have to press the clutch with my left foot and the accelerator with my right. Then I slowly, very slowly, lift the clutch pedal while pressing down on the accelerator pedal with the same pressure on my right foot that I release on the clutch with my left foot. If I accelerate too much or do not step on the clutch enough, my car stalls. To top it off, there is a third pedal, for braking, and I have no idea how to use it, because the car jumps all the time. With what foot? How much pressure? My conscious mind kept spinning around the problem in its effort to master what seemed like an impossible mission: learn to drive without the car bouncing and the engine shutting down. At one point I found myself on a hill, waiting for a traffic light to go from red to green, with one foot on the clutch and the other on the brake to keep my car from driving away and colliding with the one behind. I had no foot left for the accelerator pedal, a must if I wanted to move forward. What I am going for is that my conscious mind sent impressions and instructions to my subconscious until I no longer needed the first one to drive a car with a gear change. It became an automatic process, and my usual subconscious took over. That subconscious of mine did not care what I felt, how long I had not driven, what I believed and what others said about how difficult it was to drive with gear change. He limited himself to responding to the programming to which he had been subjected, and took charge of driving smoothly, effortlessly, and without forcing me to turn around the issue ever again. 30 years later I took my family on a tour of Italy for 2 weeks. When renting a car in Milan, the only one available was a Fiat with a clutch, brake, and accelerator. It had been 3 decades since I had driven a car with manual gearshift, but my subconscious knew very well what to do and took care of the driving during our entire stay in Italy. This anecdote is very similar to the one I have told before about ice skating. My usual mind was already quite formed and I did not need any more reminders to carry out the task entrusted to it. When enough has been programmed and has received the proper training, the subconscious will never erase what is printed on it. It just takes care of everything, and rarely does the conscious mind intervene. Your subconscious takes care of about 96% of what you do in life. It is as if you have the autopilot on in almost everything you do throughout your life, day to day. The examples of learning to drive a car with gear shifting and ice skating make it very clear in the dimension of the physical body. You teach the subconscious to act automatically as soon as the conscious mind is no longer necessary. This programming works in all facets of your life, including the ability to manifest a life of wishes fulfilled. The preparations of the sleep and the subconscious. When you sleep, your conscious mind leaves the world of your five senses and joins the subconscious. Your habitual subconscious has no interest in modifying your conscious beliefs or sensations. It is limited to responding to the programming it has received. Neville reminds us that the unconsciousness of sleep is the normal state of the subconscious. A third of the time you live in this incarnation, or more, is spent in this normal subconscious state. It is when you receive instructions on the unfolding of the other two-thirds of life, and on how to live without shock or effort, in a miraculous way. It is like when you consciously learn to use a gear change, to master a computer, to knit a sweater, to swim, to dance, to hit a golf ball, and all the endless activities that you do during wakefulness, without thinking. Almost never in how you do them. Including what you're doing right now, reading a book. The most important thing I want you to assimilate and apply in this chapter is not so much what you do in dreaming and sleeping, but how you prepare to enter the unconscious state of sleep. Sleep is the natural state of the subconscious, governing roughly 96% of your waking life. The last 5 minutes of the day before entering the dream state are the most important of the day for those who intend to inaugurate a life of fulfilled wishes. In this short part of the journey you will tell your subconscious how you feel and what wishes God, the unique and universal subconscious, will fulfill when you wake up from a deep sleep. This portion of time that you spend in bed, 5 minutes before entering the subconscious and staying about 8 hours in the marinade, is the most decisive of the 24 hours a day. It is a time that you can use in two ways. I will explain them to you, and you decide for yourself which one you choose to adopt, taking into account that what you record in your subconscious is what the unique and universal subconscious will offer you in waking hours. Your subconscious is not affected by what you want, or what is good for you. You are unable to distinguish between what you feel as a result of everything that happens to you during your waking hours and what you feel as a result of what you imagine has already happened to you when you are in bed, ready to fall asleep. 1. The option to review the frustrations and disappointments of the day. Lying in bed, you can spend the time before entering the subconscious in reviewing what has made you feel sad, discouraged, upset, angry, etc. throughout the day. You can have sad thoughts about all the people who have disappointed you, and review in your imagination, through dialogue with yourself, the pain they have caused you. You can dedicate those decisive moments to worrying about what has not turned out as you wanted, and to project onto your subconscious evidence so that things continue to happen as they always have. You can review your discussions with other people and come to the conclusion that it is true that those people make you unhappy. You can use your mind to relieve your fear that things are not getting better. You can even predict that a calamity is about to befall you and your family, and that there is no way to prevent it. You can mentally visualize the worst possible outcome when it comes to your health or that of a loved one. You can imagine yourself becoming insolvent, or you don't get the job you aspired to, or you suffer a natural disaster, or you will wake up feeling even more ill. The potential disasters thought can fuel as you prepare for sleep would fill the next 100 pages. Whatever you choose, like the previous examples of thoughts that make you feel bad, there will always be a choice involved, that of sending those messages to your subconscious just before falling asleep. What you do, in short, is to record in your subconscious I am unhappy, I am frustrated, I am a pessimist, I am a scared person. Your subconscious, unable to distinguish between what you say through your conditioning ritual prior to dream and what really happens in your everyday world, he tells you, okay, I get it. Your thoughts are about what you do not want and despise, and the sensations in your body bring you unease, fear, anguish, hatred, sadness, and other things like that. Your subconscious does not respond with any desire to change your waking consciousness, because it only reacts to what you place within it. Therefore, it will go on to offer you unique and universal subconscious experiences that are in accordance with what you have programmed it to do. You put your thoughts into your subconscious when you most likely had at least 8 hours of sleep to ruminate on them. You cannot blame him for assuming that you want them very intensely. And so, unfortunately, you wake up dazed by everything you do not want and it is still present in your life, not understanding that by assuming the feeling of what you do not want and then falling asleep with those thoughts in your mind, you program your subconscious to let him take command, just like when you learn to drive. The difference is that then you were creating what you wanted, while now you use the same strategy to attract what you do not want. That is why you often fail to attract the ideal into your life. Neville explains it like this. What you have in consciousness when you go to sleep gives the measure of your expression in the 2/3 of your life on earth that you spend awake. There is nothing that prevents you from achieving your goal except not feeling that you are already what you want to be, or that you are already in possession of what you seek. Your subconscious only shapes your aspirations when your wish is fulfilled. 39 You can learn to do this during the precious 5 minutes that precede your fall into the arms of Morpheus. If you decide that you do not want to fall asleep with this first option on your conscience, you have the possibility of offering your habitual mind a new habit that it can cling to. The alternative exists. The last 5 minutes of the day are yours and no one else's. Consider the second way to use the last waking moments before sleep. Program your subconscious in a new way. 2. The option to assume the sensation of the fulfilled desire. In bed, asleep, knowing that you are about to fall asleep, at which time the subconscious is most at ease, use the last moments before sleep to get in line with your source of being and become a spiritual being of wishes fulfilled. In those moments that precede the dream, you can program your subconscious to automatically present fulfilled wishes to you. You would never teach your subconscious to slam on the brakes all the time, or to turn into a side street without slowing down to make it less dangerous. In the same way, you also don't want to teach your subconscious to focus on the kinds of things that make you unhappy or cause you unnecessary pain, and thus attract them into your life. In short, the last 5 minutes you spend awake are your last harangue to the subconscious. You should focus on assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled that you have put in your imagination. Let's hear what Neville has to say on the subject. It could be the most valuable information you've ever received in your entire life. The feeling that comes in response to the question, how would I feel if my wish were fulfilled? It is the one that should monopolize and immobilize your attention when you relax and fall asleep. Before falling asleep, you need to be aware of being or possessing what you want to be or have. 40 The question you have to ask yourself as you approach the moment of falling into unconsciousness of sleep is, therefore, the following: if my wishes were fulfilled, how would I feel right now, in my body? Persist in that thought until you begin to feel your body adjusting to the sensation. It is not a useless exercise, but a programming tool that re-educates your subconscious to translate what you intend to manifest into action, not what makes you worried, angry, or scared. In this state of semi-sleepiness, go to the I am that you are putting in your imagination. If you are concerned about your health, for example, be it a simple cold, a contracture, or the horrible diagnosis of a life-threatening illness, declare I am God in action. You can also think of my favorite quote from Saint Germain's I Am Discourses. I fervently wish that you feel that you are the only authority in this or any other world, as far as your world is concerned. As long as your intention is not to harm anyone, never fear that perfecting your world will disfigure someone else's. It does not matter what the world around you says, or the effort they put into imposing their doubts, fears, and limitations on you. In your world you are the supreme authority, and when you see yourself harassed by these conditions, it is enough for you to say I am the mighty and magical circle of protection that surrounds me, is invincible and removes from me any discordant thoughts and elements that try to enter or break into him. I am the perfection of my world, which is self-sufficient. 41 It is advice endowed with great force. By downplaying what the world says about you, Saint Germain also refers to all the self-limiting thoughts that you have proclaimed yourself about your ability to heal. Lying in bed, affirm I am a healthy person, or use the previous words of Saint Germain in which he talks about being powerful and the perfection of your world. Observe the reaction of your body. At first you will invoke your ego, which believes itself to be separate from God, or from the universal source, and an inner voice will be heard that says, "This is nonsense, I am a sick person, in pain, who is dying, and I do not more than fool me." You, however, dismiss those mental viruses and conditioned memes, that for something you are free to use your 5 minutes as you see fit. Repeat a new I am that makes you go to the state of wish fulfilled. Repeat to yourself, "I am God in action," and immediately afterwards observe with your body the passage from fear and anguish to peace, love, and fulfillment. With some practice you will see that the mental repetition of I am begins to influence how you feel. The feelings of restlessness and suffering dissolve little by little when assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is at that moment when you give way to sleep. Use these precious moments before sleep to take on the feeling in your body that the wishes you harbor have already been fulfilled, whatever they may be. Refuse to fall asleep in a state of restlessness or confusion, no matter how important the causes that provoke these sensations may seem. The natural state of the subconscious is to sleep. It sees you as you think you are. Your habitual mind does not care that what you believe, and therefore feel in your body, is pernicious, moral, good, bad or indifferent. She will embrace your beliefs and bring you a range of seemingly synchronous experiences and events that will shape what you create and have placed in your subconscious programming. I have gone to bed many times a little dizzy, or worried about the evolution of my body before what had been diagnosed, and by faithfully practicing what I have just explained I have woken up without any of the symptoms. The key is to always observe my body until I can say with absolute sincerity that I feel my desire as a present fact. Sensations are the instruments used by the automatic subconscious. The habit of investing the rest time before sleeping in reviewing things that upset and displease you is easy to break. Make it a sacred and pleasant moment, during which you feed thoughts that match the thoughts you have put into your imagination. When you see a tendency to negativity, all you have to do is pause and gently remind yourself, in your sleepy state, that you do not want to enter your unconscious world with these sensations. The next step is to assume in your body the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is convenient to fall asleep reminding the subconscious to automatically fulfill the wishes that improve our life. Your subconscious never sleeps. The validity of a universal subconscious that is in turn the unique mind is a concept that the ego has trouble understanding, but of utmost importance if you want to master the art of manifestation. This infinite intelligence is, consequently, the only existent mind. We all use it, we cannot do without it, because it is one and multiple, and it is the substance of which everything is made. This quote comes from one of my favorite books, 3 Magic Words, by Yul S. Anderson, which I have already referred to in another chapter. This unique, universal mind is infinite in time, space, and substance, and, as the author concludes, there is only one mind, which is in all time and place, it is the subconscious mind. Finally, we find a description of what happens while you sleep in your subconscious. In other words, the subconscious mind tries to give form and reality to what the conscious mind suggests. Ponder these ideas throughout the day, especially at bedtime. Right before sleeping, your conscious mind can record your great I am in the subconscious, which is a shard of the single subconscious that creates everything. This unique mind never sleeps, because it is infinite, and therefore it is everywhere and in everything, always creating and manifesting. Throughout those hours in which your conscious mind rests, your subconscious receives and processes everything that you have downloaded into it and prepares to convert its impressions into form and circumstances. In his book The Biology of Belief, my friend Bruce Lipton formulates this phenomenon of the conscious and subconscious mind in the language of modern technology, using the following metaphor. In reality, the subconscious is a database devoid of emotions that contains programs and whose function is rigorously to interpret the signals from the environment and activate the behavioral programs that it carries out of the box, without asking questions or making value judgments. The subconscious mind is a programmable hard disk onto which our life experiences are downloaded. You are in bed, about to enter the state of unconsciousness, which is where the subconscious is most comfortable. Continuing with Lipton's analogy, we have a computer on and waiting to go to work as soon as you fall asleep and leave the conscious mind behind. What, lying down, you tell yourself as I am will be what you download on your computer. The computer that I use to represent the unique and universal subconscious is so large that it has no beginning and no end, and everything exists within it. If everything exists within it, and if it is infinite, it follows that you also exist within it, and that it must respond to what you introduce. Cannot sleep, he is too busy converting conscious impressions into form and circumstances. All you have to do is understand that you carry this power within and put yourself in a state of gratitude to your highest self, which is God. Remember these two magic words, you are God. There is only one subconscious, and yours is part of it, of that unique mind. This invisible part of you is actually the mind of God at work. That's as long as you haven't cast God out and are left alone with the ego, which is what your conscious mind has probably been taught to do. If your subconscious receives the conviction that you have money, you will. If it receives the conviction that I am happy, I am in good health, I am satisfied, I am love, I am wise, or any other affirmation that you firmly introduce into it, it will translate it into your physical reality. I am not saying that you have hope, or that you tell yourself that maybe, or that you use the last 5 waking minutes to say I will be happy, I will be prosperous, I hope to be satisfied one day. He uses the name that God said to Moses when describing himself, I am who I am. This is where your faith plays a decisive role. You must eliminate any thought that it is impossible to be one with God. This is the work of the false self, the contaminated personal subconscious that receives toxic and self-limiting ideas and turns them into fulfilled reality. You are attached to the unique and universal subconscious of God, who never sleeps, and who works for you while your consciousness rests. You want it to work for you using what you introduce to it, even in the depths of sleep. While you sleep, your subconscious is active. Let's hear what one of my spiritual teachers, Amram Mikhail Ivanhov, the Bulgarian mystical philosopher who professed the universal white brotherhood, has to say about sleep preparations, and what happens while you sleep. The experiences of the last minutes before sleeping outweighs in weight and importance to everything that may have happened throughout the day. Ivanhov dedicates eloquent words to the importance of entering the subconscious with purity of spirit, because every night we die, and if we do not know how to prepare for our nocturnal death we will not be prepared for our authentic departure to the other world. Be careful, therefore, he urges us, never to go to sleep with negative thoughts in mind, as they would destroy all the good that you could have accumulated during the day. The time you spend asleep, the time you are out of this house but without detaching yourself from it, must be considered as a sacred journey that is undertaken daily to connect with the unique and universal subconscious and experience the incredible wonders that happen in it. Let's listen to Ivanhov again. Before going to sleep you have to prepare as if for a holy pilgrimage. Never go to bed with a negative thought in your head, because it would wreak havoc on your subconscious. In these 8 hours or so that you spend in your subconscious, you receive instruction. The sensations that you have brought to the dream will be expressed tomorrow and in all your mornings. It is a time when you leave behind the constrictions of your physical world and the limitations of your physical body. You let the single subconscious create your desires without the active participation of your solid, material self. I can't describe exactly how the subconscious works while you sleep. That cannot be explained by anyone. As Neville says, the subconscious only receives impressions through what man feels, and gives these impressions form and expression in a way that no one knows except himself. 42. Who can describe in all its complexity the process of when the caterpillar spins its own chrysalis and reappears as a beautiful butterfly? It is a mystery known only to the single mind, such as the transformation of a subconscious impression into a consolidated fact. What you can be aware of is the many mysterious things you do when you sleep, always believing that they are true and experiencing them in your body even if you are unconscious. I only ask that you enjoy the mystery, and that you know that it has enormous potential. Regard it in it and you will open yourself to infinite possibilities. When you sleep you dream, and you enter a completely unique dimension that throughout the dream seems the most real thing in the world. During the dream time, everything is carried out by the subconscious, which offers us a magical world where everything occurs without any active participation on our part. No need to get up or do anything. You do not need to move, or anyone to help you. You don't need money, luck, tools, or any kind of transportation, not family, church, education, books. Nothing. Everything happens while your physical self is unconscious in bed, outside your body but without detaching from it. How are these prodigious manifestations produced? In a way known only to themselves. During sleep certain things happen that you may have to think about. A third of your life passes in a reality that gives us clues about what is possible when we are awake in dreams. If, when you are awake, you can analyze in retrospect what happens during the sleeping third of your life, you will be able to glimpse how the unique and universal subconscious works. In a dream state you can create anything you want by simply using your thinking faculties, which make it come true. No need to get out of bed, get dressed, set a goal and create an intention, go to a dealership to test drive the car you love, write a check, and get behind the wheel of your new acquisition. You just have to introduce the idea into your sleeping imagination, feel it in your body, your heart rate increases, your breathing quickens, you feel happiness in your smile, et voila! Done. You are already driving your new car. It is all very real, and it has been enough to think about it, live from the end and feel it. Your subconscious, which is now fully connected with the one subconscious, has allowed you to participate in the true art of manifestation, and as long as you continue in a state of sleep and unconsciousness, then he opens the ears of men, as revealed in the book of Job. In Anita Moorhan's testimony about her NDE, which I have quoted earlier, the author speaks of the absence of time and the feeling that everything happened at once. There was no temporal experience, only the present. The same is true when you are asleep. While you dream you can be 5 and 50 at the same time. In your dream you can be with a person simultaneously living and dead. In his study of quantum physics, Albert Einstein focused on a very simple message, that we live in a finite universe, and that time is an invention of man, basically an illusion. Anita's unconscious state during her NDE corroborates Einstein's idea that time does not exist. Anita said that in those moments previous lives did not exist, but that everything happened in the present. The only way he could find to describe it was that what we call previous lives were presented as parallel lives, and that all things were one. When you sleep, in your unconscious state, you can be anything and be anywhere, you can simultaneously be yourself and another person or thing, even an animal. Linearity seems to disappear. Everything you can imagine is yours. There is nothing impossible. You want to fly? Well, imagine it, feel it, and take off. When sleeping and dreaming, cause-effect does not limit us. While you dream, you can move around as you please. Things don't have to obey the same rules that seem to rule your waking world. If you imagine it and feel it as a present fact, you will have it immediately. Everything you need for sleep you create yourself in harmony with your subconscious. All you have to do is let your thoughts believe what they want and feel it in your sleeping body. Think about everything that happens during the third of your life in which you sleep. There is no time, no cause-effect, everything you experience is created by your imagination. People and events are all illusions, simple fruits of your imagination. There is no beginning or end, there is no linear progression, and everything seems perfectly logical as long as you remain in your dream state. An observation by Henry David Thoreau comes to mind: our life is most authentic when we are awake in dreams, and it seems logical to me that if during a third of our life on planet Earth we are capable of manifesting whatever we have paid attention to, and without the need for physical effort, only opening ourselves to transcend time and space, why what is going to be different in the other 2/3 of life? I think that's what Thoreau gives us by urging us to be true to our true selves as daydreaming people. In hindsight, from the awake state, the time you spend soundly asleep gives you clues about what is possible when you also begin to awaken from this dream. For a third of your life you have experienced unity, timelessness, the production of miracles, and the immediate fulfillment of your wishes. Be one of those who daydream, and begin to apply the same awareness to the whole of your life. Everything I have written in this book you can get while you are asleep. May it also be your personal reality in all your waking hours. Remember that there is no other way to be sure that you were dreaming than to wake up. If you never woke up, everything would be the limitless reality of the dream state. The same is true of the other 2/3 of your life. The only way you have and will have to know that you were dreaming is to relieve it while you are still alive, and to contemplate your dream from this perspective of awakening. Remember that Thoreau's advice, finding your truest self by daydreaming, is very doable. On What Happens When You Sleep, Neville gives you these words. Sleep is the doorway through the waking and conscious mind to creatively unite with the subconscious. The dream hides the creative act, while the objective world reveals it. In dreams, man imprints his concept of self on the subconscious. 43 Every night, when falling asleep, I categorically refuse to use that precious time to review anything that I do not want to be reinforced during the hours of immersion in the subconscious. I choose to record in my subconscious, and therefore in the mind of God, to which I am eternally attached, my concept of the self as divine creator in accordance with the one mind. Sleepy, I reiterate my I am, which I have placed in my imagination, and I remember that my dream will be dominated by the last concept of the I that I had when I was awake. I am a person at peace, satisfied, I am love, I am writing, I am the governing power of the universe, and I only attract those who are in accordance with my highest ideals about myself. It is my ritual every night. I always avoid any temptation to go over some fear of unpleasant facts that might ask me to go over my ego. I assume in my body the feeling that the affirmations I am have already been fulfilled, and I enter the dream inviting the instruction that my subconscious welcomes. I know that I am allowing myself to be programmed while I dream, because the next day, when I wake up, I know that I have free will. I understand that all the acts and events of the day are essentially predetermined by the sensations I had when preparing for sleep and being in that place, all warmth and confidence, in which I find myself in the arms of the unique and universal subconscious. Wake. My intention is to live awake in my dreams, within the human and spiritually conceivable. Looking back at the time when I was sleeping, I realize that I have been able to create with my subconscious everything I needed for sleep, without effort or need to involve my physical body at all, and I know, therefore, that manifesting the person I want to be while awake is also a matter of effortless perfection, and that I too awake can call upon my imagination, or my intentions, my attention, my sensations. The time I spend asleep, completely immersed in the subconscious, gives me clues to put these mental activities into practice when I come out of sleep. If I continue to analyze my dream state from a waking observatory, I see that all the things and people present in my dream have been created by me with my imagination, and I keep it in mind when I look at who and what I have created when daydreaming. From my waking perspective, I look back and realize that I have lived in a world where time is an illusion, where there is nothing unattainable for me, where causes and effects are absolute illusions, where all obstacles they become opportunities or are brought out as illusions, where there is no beginning or end, and where my body experiences sensations even if the thoughts from which they derive are all illusions and have not been the object of any evaluation by my sleeping self. And finally, I look back and realize that the only way to be sure that I was dreaming was to wake up. At this point, I remind you that there are those amazing powers of manifestation within you as well, and that you use them every night and for a third of your time in this incarnation. Here is my advice: when you are awake, consider these other 2/3 of your life as a dream as well, and realize that the only way you will have to know that you were dreaming is to wake up to a new consciousness in which the restrictions of time and the distance can be overcome by a simple change of state, an awakened state that knows and trusts the power of thoughts and sensations in the face of a wish-fulfilled life. I invite you to stay in close agreement with the source of being where you have your origin in all your waking hours. Practice thinking like God, your highest self, thinks. As I pointed out in a previous book, no excuses. When your contemplations are in vibrational tune with the originating spirit, you synchronize with the divine mind, which attracts and fulfills your desires. You have the same power as the originator spirit, as long as you do not substitute your divine condition for the thoughts of the ego, which are essentially the ramblings of your false self. When you are awake, use your mind to repeatedly remind yourself of your true condition of I am that I am. Remember that the unique and universal subconscious creates in ways that no one knows except itself. It is the great mystery. Learn to live within that mystery, doing your best to use all your mental and sensory capabilities to manifest the life you want while maintaining a state of uncompromising love. On this subject, that of living the mystery, Erich Fromm wrote, "We accuse dreams of being meaningless so as not to face crushing tests that demonstrate the limitations of our understanding. You don't have to fear the outcome, you just have to know that you are always in connection with your source of being, and that the unity between you and God is real. In the same way that no scientist can explain to you how a caterpillar knows how to turn into a butterfly and migrate thousands of kilometers, all without a brain, you must accept without further ado the great mystery of life and death, and remain in the greatest possible agreement with that miracle which we call the source of all that exists. You don't need to understand everything. All you have to do is stay in a loving state while reprogramming your subconscious to form the habits of a God-realized being, not an ego-dominated person." As the Lebanese poet Khalil Gibran advised in his now classic book, The Prophet, "Trust in dreams, for in them the door of eternity is hidden." I invite you to follow the poet's advice, open the door and get to know a new exterior you, awaken dreams, and never forget your divine magnificence. 3 proposals. When you are in bed, preparing for the night's rest, remember that the last thought you harbor in your mind can last up to 4 hours in your subconscious. It is 4 hours of programming from a single moment of contemplation before entering your unconscious state. Create a reminder, prayer or mantra and put it next to the bed. Write these words down and read them while you get comfortable. I am going to use these moments to review what I want to manifest in my life. Always leave them hanging in the same place, so that they remind you how you should live the moments before sleep each night. Reproduce this quote from Saint Germain in the I Am Discourses and repeat it at least 3 times as you go to sleep, as a daytime/nightly reminder that you are transmitting the maximum decree possible. I am the dominant presence, ruling in perfect divine order, establishing harmony, bliss, and the presence of divine opulence in my mind, in my home and in my world. 44 Dedicate all possible effort to feeling in your body the sustaining power of these words. If before falling asleep worries, anguish or fears assail you, do not stay in bed. Get up, turn on the light, take a couple of deep breaths, read a spiritual text, meditate for a moment before a white candle, pray. Anything goes as long as you don't stay in bed. Crouched in bed, you cannot defend yourself from all these aggressions. If distressing ideas return when you return to bed, get up, turn on the light, and change your strategy. Once you are calm again in bed, repeat the I am from the first 2 proposals on the previous page and fall asleep willing to have your ears opened. How to put it all together. Turn towards the higher planes, and dive back into the cosmic sea. People believe that where you will find the light and precision you are looking for is in the details, but it is an illusion. You will find much more light in what is vague and indistinct. The human soul needs immensity, only in it can you be happy and feel the freedom to breathe. Omram Mikkel Ivanhove. This last chapter will help you to achieve the immensity that your soul seeks. It is made up of 7 questions to ponder and delve into as a life of wish fulfilled begins for you. The questions are based on the 5 pillars of wishes fulfilled, and the first 3 chapters. Neither the questions nor the accompanying ideas and proposals are in an order of importance. They are offered in the hope that when you finish reading the book a powerful aura will float around you that tells you everything is possible. Once you decide to base your life on this divine awareness, it will be colored with gratitude for the mysterious and faith in the miraculous. All your wishes made in God will be fulfilled, do not hesitate. Question 1. Does it feel like something natural? There will be times when you doubt your ability to attract into your life the fulfillment of your desires, including that of the ideal person you would like to be. I am aware that these words seem to contradict the rest of the book, but it is that now I approach the question from the position of the excessively conditioned ego that they have formed to consider it absurd that one can be what one wants just by assuming the feeling in our body of the fulfillment of our desires. Against this pernicious influence Neville alerts you with the following words. The time it takes for your assumption to become a fact, and your wish to be fulfilled, is directly proportional to how naturally you feel that you are already what you want to be, that you already have what you want. The fact that it doesn't seem natural to be what you imagine yourself to be is the secret of your failure. Whatever your desire, and no matter how much faith and intelligence you put into following the law, if you don't feel as natural what you want to be, you won't be. 45 Think about what you plan to manifest, and then use your imagination to observe the effects on your body. Do you live it as something natural? I mean, if the feeling is really that of being the self that you have decided to be. If you have spent most of your life sick, and now you assume the feeling of a healthy body, does it seem natural to you to see yourself as the spitting image of health? Do you feel that with your imagination and God everything is possible? If you were overweight, or some kind of addiction, or were poor, or had been the victim of some discrimination, or you were unlucky, or you were weak, or any other aspect that contradicts your perfect well-being, are you capable of living naturally the fact of assuming the feeling of your new ideal? Do you feel entitled to prosperity, health, and happiness? If it does not feel natural to you, you must undertake the task that Neville defines as, the essential sense of naturalness can be achieved by persistently filling your consciousness with imagination. Imagining that you are what you want to be, or that you have what you want. 46 I have no qualms about admitting that there are certain things that can be desired, but will never come naturally. It is a topic that recently came up in an interview that they did to me for a national network. The interviewer asked me, "Are you telling me, Dr. Dyer, that if I do everything you advise and follow the law of the assumption to the letter, I will be able to play for the New York Giants?" He was a 5'4" man, weighing no more than 70 kilos, a man often imagining himself in the physical place of someone very large, on a professional American football team. I asked him, "Do you feel like playing for the Giants comes naturally?" And his response was immediate. Absolutely. In this way I reminded him that the time it takes to fulfill your assumption is proportional to the naturalness of being what you assume. I consider that the assumption of the interviewer would be doomed to failure, although I have seen professional basketball players who were 5'4" in a profession populated by giants, and who were not only capable of playing like stars but of jumping enough to make a dunk. In interviews they said without hesitation, "It seems natural to me, even if it doesn't fit in the head of others." It is an important point, because the truth is that it is rare that someone wants something that they perceive as unnatural. If being a healthy, prosperous, happy, successful, strong, intelligent person, and so on, seems unnatural, naturalness can be achieved through persistent use of imagination and subjective attention to solidify feeling. Throughout my life I have felt as something natural to earn a good living, heal my body, teach confidence to other people and be happy. When I was a school teacher, most people said to me, I still hear it to this day, teachers don't make money, it is a poorly paid profession. However, it has always seemed natural to me to have a good position and to earn money. While I was a teacher, I supplemented my day with evening classes, worked every summer, started a driving school, got paid to give lectures on Monday nights, became an advisor on government scholarships, started another private tutoring company, wrote books, accumulated credits in college to maximize my salary, etc. In the end, because it all seemed so natural to me, I made teaching a very lucrative profession. In other times my activity as a teacher was limited to the classroom. Now I am still a teacher, but it is the whole world that has become my classroom. Beyond what you want to express, do not be afraid to put it in your imagination or assume the feeling that the wish has been fulfilled, but above all make it seem natural as a good apple pie. We have today, in the United States, a man who raised his life to reach the presidency of the country. Considering his life circumstances, son of mixed marriage, partially raised in a Muslim country and with a name like Hussein Obama, almost everyone would have said that this young man's aspirations were simply unnatural, but he did not see it that way. Don't see it like that either. Transfer your loftier dreams to a duly natural space of your imagination, and then follow the advice of Ralph Waldo Emerson, the man whose portrait I look at as he wrote, "So build your own world." As soon as you adjust your life to the pure idea of your mind, it will unfold in all its magnitude. I have long held the firm conviction that we never receive the power to dream without it being accompanied by the equivalent power to manifest the dream and make it a physical reality. More Emerson words to ruminate on: every spirit builds a house, and beyond that house, a world, and beyond that world, a sky. Bear in mind, then, that the world exists for you. For you it is the perfect phenomenon. We only see what we are. Question 2. Am I willing to give orders to my presence I am? There is no need to be subtle or obsequious to your higher self. Are you God, not the ego-oriented model of deity superior to everyone and everything, but the God spoken of in the New Testament? Whoever does not love has not known God, because God is love. 1 John 4:8, and we are of God. 1 John 4:6. Therefore, as long as you remain in a state of love, you have to be God, and everyone who loves has been born of God and knows God. 1 John 4:7. It is probably not the concept of God that you were raised on, even though the scriptures of nearly all confessions draw it so clearly. Consider your presence I am like an invisible energy that resides at all times within you and around you, and that you can use as you see fit. It is not an external power that resides somewhere where you cannot see it or touch it, or to which you must beg to listen to it. No, is your supreme self. I invite you to turn to this power God, insisting that it be at your service in the manifestation of your highest aspirations, for yourself and the whole of humanity. This is how Saint Germain puts it in the Discourses of the I Am. So, when you say, I am the conquering presence, and I order this I am presence to rule my mind, my house, my chores, and my world with all perfection, you are issuing the greatest decree that you could impose on yourself. 47. Look at the word I command. All of this contrasts strongly with the teachings that advise us to walk with lead when praying and talking to God, trying not to insult Him and be afraid of Him. I am not saying that you should adopt an arrogant attitude in your relationship with the source of all that exists. It would be contradictory to the quote from the Gospel of John that God is love. What this second question is about is that you have absolute faith in your own I am presence, and are willing to insist on the cooperation of the God force, to which you are eternally bound, since you are from God. When you place an intention in your imagination, do not let your pronouncement be framed by question marks. In the opening and closing of the sentence, visualize each exclamations. It's easy to say I bring this into my reality. If in your imagination you are already living from that phrase, and you have assumed the feeling in your body that that wish has already been fulfilled. Saint Germain gives us this advice: put all your power back in God. Later, when you give an order, whatever the object of your desire, you will immediately have at hand all the power to bring about the fulfillment of your decree. 48. Another of my favorite observations from the I Am Discourses is this: say to your divine self, God, come closer and take care of this. God wants you to give Him a job. Thus springs forth a stream of divine energy, intelligence, and substance that flows to fulfill the order. 49. Here is a final passage from the Discourses of the I Am, which speaks of the insistence that your physical body base its life in a space of perfection and divine well-being. With your body it is necessary that you adopt the following stance: the I Am presence completely governs this physical body, and imposes obedience to it. The more attention you pay to your body, the more it will become master and lord, and the more demands it will make on you and will continue to make. 50. Then, to finish it off, Saint Germain offers you these words of encouragement about your ability to make presence rector of the soy work so that you enjoy perfect health. Truly, if you fix your attention on the perfection of your body, you will be able to produce in it what you want, but do not let your attention linger on its imperfections. 51. If what I write scares you a little, ask yourself why you should feel threatened by ordering your God presence to act in your service. Do you believe that God is really love, as all spiritual texts collect over and over again, especially the New Testament, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita and the Tao Te Ching? Be tenacious in the use of your presence I am. Furthermore, be insistent, and entrust your Supreme Self to activate all the creative forces that make what you have put in your imagination as fulfilled truth become consolidated into action. I want to emphasize again that there is nothing contemptuous or arrogant in ordering your presence I am to manifest the desire of your heart. If your origins are not of absolute humility, you will have invested your efforts in your ego, which, naturally, means that you will have left God on the sidelines of the whole process. Insisting that your higher self assist you in the act of manifestation is equivalent to placing absolute and total faith and conviction in your intention. It is a lot like the everyday act of breathing, eating, having a beating heart, and digesting food. Naturally, you feel deep gratitude for these everyday miracles and for so many more, and at the same time you insist and make demands regarding those activities. You are allowed to obey God's original command, referred to in Genesis, that the earth be under your rule. Under your dominion means to insist, and remember at all times that you can ask to be under the dominion of love, you and the whole world. Feel deep gratitude for everything you are experiencing and what you are in the process of manifesting. Do not lose your humility when things are going well for you, but at the same time insist the most that your wishes are fulfilled with the divine help of your spiritual source of being. It is necessary that you know, beyond any doubt, that your wishes are consolidating in objects, circumstances, facts, and events, as well as in a new self, of divine inspiration, always on the condition that these wishes are consistent with the third question that is about to be asked. Question 3. Are my wishes in concordance with my Supreme Self? This principle invites you to choose the possibility with which you most identify, and as has been emphasized throughout the book, to live as if it had already occurred. If you introduce desires into your imagination that are at odds with your God-realized higher self, you will be frustrated and immobilized. God is love. If in any way your aspirations fall outside of this mantra, you will find yourself lost and you will not succeed. If God is one, then God is unable to divide. If your wishes involve a conflict with yourself or with any other person, it is because you have brought two presences, yours and that of the other involved, who could harm the fulfillment of the wish. Being God pure unity, a unity in which everything that exists is connected, and being God, your Supreme Self, love, He is not even able to recognize the dichotomy that you have brought onto the scene. If God recognized a desire that harmed someone, it would not be God, nor could it be. How is the two, necessary for there to be conflict, to recognize what is purely one, and still be God? This is what happens when you try to manifest from a space of selfishness or potential harm to other people. You invoke the ego, which is always about winning, dominating, being better than others, accumulating out of a mere sense of superiority, succeeding in terms of flattery or recognition, climbing the social ladder, and the like. I repeat it once more, the ego leaves God on the sidelines. I love how Neville talks about this. From the depths of your being you never draw what you want, you always extract what you are, and you are what you feel you are, as well as what you feel to be true about others. 52. In this activity of manifestation, therefore, the secret is to feel as if you already were and had what you want, and wrap everything in a spirit of love. For nothing in the world stop putting in your imagination the idea of a prosperous life. Now, from a realized position in God, that does not mean wanting a brand watch, a luxury car, money in large quantities, a palatial house or anything else whose purpose is to place you above the rest. The latter would immediately entail a conflict, duality, between you and the people you intend to impress by being superior in some way. Being in accordance with the source of being means that no one is better than anyone in any way, whatever the monetary value of their belongings. This third question is concerned with whether you love as you are loved by the creative source of all that exists. Are you able to ask for love, live and feel as if what you want were a present fact, and, finally, leave everything in the hands of the universal source, without thinking of satisfying the demands of your ego? If you are one of those who demand, let it be from a space of pure love, and that you are willing to give everything in the name of that love. Do not stray from that space of pure and absolute humility. If you want to purify your body and base your life in a disease-free space, a place of full health, it is enough for you to assume the feeling of love in your whole body and live as if it were your reality. Not to impress others, or to enjoy special privileges for being more special, and therefore more deserving of healing, but out of a pure and humble sense of gratitude to find yourself in a situation of well-being. Albert Einstein's observation that his only desire was to learn to think as God thinks is well known. That means living and manifesting from a space of absolute desire to help others, to be love and not ask for anything in exchange for what is given, to put it another way, plain love. Get your ego out of the way and probe the depths of your being, as Neville puts it, depths of your being that are neither more nor less than your highest self, that is, God, of course. Let the God that you are, the God that constitutes your essence, your deepest self, let, I say, this God be the energy to which you go to fill your imagination and know later that you are in absolute agreement with the unique source to the one that owes the whole of creation. When you begin to see your manifestations consistent with God appear in your physical world, think as God thinks and share your generosity with others, without expecting anything in return, not even thanks, when they don't give them to you. The moment you put your intentions in your imagination, and assume the feeling that they are fulfilled, do not ask for anything that does not fall under the great umbrella of love that is God. Everything I am saying is summed up in the words of Jesus in the Gospel of St. Luke. If you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? For sinners also love those who love them. If you do good to those who do it to you, what credit do you have? The sinners also do their part. Rather, love your enemies, do good, and lend without expecting anything in return, and your reward will be great, and you will be children of the Most High, because He is good to the ungrateful and the wicked. Be compassionate, as your Father is compassionate. Luke 6, 32-36, 6 centuries before, more or less, Lao Tzu reminds us along the same lines that the great sage is kind to the kind and also to those who are not, because their condition is the goodness. If you can get your desires to harmonize with the messages in the previous passage, while practicing humility and keeping your ego in check, you will come to see what is true about Neville's observation that from the depths of your being you never extract what you want, you always extract what you are. The key is in the depths of your being, that is, your highest self. You will also understand the importance of the fourth question, which is the one that follows. Question N4. Am I exempt from value judgments, convictions, and critics? A few months ago I had the impression that the desire to manifest something in my life went unnoticed by the God force that makes all things exist. It was not due to any impatience on my part, since at this point I understand in the depths of my being that everything comes to its divine time, and that it is not my ego who decides when what I want will appear. I have come to accept unconditionally that infinite patience produces immediate effects, as A Course in Miracles tells us. The immediate results are the sense of inner peace that I experience by trusting in the divine, and infinite patience is a mere synonym for pure faith. What I mean is that I did not experience anything remotely close to inner satisfaction. In fact, the more I concentrated on what I wanted to see accomplished, and despite practicing everything written in the first 8 chapters of this book, the more nervous, sad, worried, frustrated, and sometimes even irritated I became. The truth is that it seemed that it did not work. One day, when rereading for the umpteenth volume of the I Am Discourses, the little book that was left for me in the yoga studio, with its golden paper wrapper, and that has influenced the creation of this book, I found myself with something that made me understand why the sensations of my body were so discordant in relation to the fulfillment of one of my highest wishes. The disciple should constantly observe the interior of his human self to see if it contains habits or creations that need to be eradicated and eliminated, since the only way that he can be free is by refusing to allow any longer the existence of habits of value judgment, condemnation, and criticism. The true activity of the disciple is only to perfect his own world, and that he cannot do as long as he sees some imperfection in the world of another of God's children. Point 53. Rereading this paragraph was like receiving a bucket of cold water in the face that woke me up of the coma that had defined my life regarding the non-satisfaction of my desires on that aspect, which I prefer not to disclose. I did not stop for a moment to use my imagination to form a clear idea of what I wanted. I exercised in basing my life on that mental position. I assumed the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I used my subjective attention to keep the vision alive in my inner world, and I always took advantage of the last moments before falling asleep to review again and again what I wanted to manifest, before entering my unconscious state of sleep, where my subconscious was most comfortable. During all that time he also saw imperfections in another of God's children. I was lovingly critical, less than lovingly condemning, and my judgments often overshadowed my visualizations and spiritual intentions. I had to learn that all the children of God do what they know, and that it is necessary to be able to love them all, as our source of being wants them, without judgment, condemnation, or criticism. To become a being made of love, which takes as its vital starting point its supreme self, there can only be love within me, and all that I can give has to be love. If someone I love chooses not to be what my ego would prefer it to be, I must send them the ingredients of my supreme self, which is God, and God is love, as I have reiterated so many times in the pages of this book. My criticisms and my rejection of other people's thoughts, feelings, and behavior, regardless of how just and moral my human self convinces me they are, stray from God realization, and what allows my desires to be fulfilled is consciousness in God, provided they are in accordance with my source of being. I could list many reasons for being critical of the other children of God, and disapproving of them. What the heck, if I'm right? But if I aspire, as I aspire, a lot, to perfect my own world, I must replace these judgments with love, or else abide by the consequences of not fulfilling my wishes. I have spent years studying the teachings of Patanjali, which millennia ago reminded us that when we are firm, that is, we do not make a single slip by refraining from any malicious thoughts about others, all living beings cease to feel enmity in our presence. Now I know that we are all human, you, me. All of us. From time to time a slip makes us descend from our supreme self and fall into judgments, criticisms, reproaches, but that is not an argument to choose to practice that type of relationship. I can only tell you one thing, that when I understood it, and transmitted nothing other than love to the other child of God whom I had judged and criticized, the immediate result was inner fullness, and it is very clear, without a hint of doubt, that they have fulfilled my wishes. When you feel that someone is an obstacle to your joy and happiness, I urge you to convey love, not criticism, and keep it in that space, that of love. Note that if you stand firm, any change in the way you look at things makes the things you look at change. Question 5. Do I pray as if my prayers have already been fulfilled? The traditional way of praying that I have known throughout my life was to ask for something and wait for an external God to provide the answer to my wishes. In his sharp book The Isaiah Effect, Greg Braden, a colleague and great friend of mine, who also studies and admires Neville, writes the following. Rather than asking for the result of our prayer to occur, we acknowledge our role as an active part of creation, and we give thanks for what we are sure we have created. Whether we see immediate results or not, our gratitude acknowledges that somewhere in creation our prayer has already been fulfilled. It might seem contradictory to the way of praying that you have been most likely taught, that of ask and it shall be given to you. It may also sound new to you, but it is extremely important that you recognize your divine role in fulfilling what you want for yourself and others in spiritual agreement. The moment you begin your sacred practice of prayer, your imagination contains a vision of such intensity that you already feel it fulfilled within your body. To quote Neville again, as soon as you accept desire as an accomplished fact, the subconscious finds means for its fulfillment. For this reason, in order to pray effectively, you must surrender to desire, that is, feel it fulfilled. 54 By becoming part of God, and therefore being God, all of you, as part of the complete process of creation, start to actively participate in your moments. Deprived of prayer. Consider closing your senses completely, as well as all the tests that are put before you without rest, because in your prayers you will try to feel what they are surely denying you, the senses. Perhaps a description of what I do will help you. Whenever I pray, I surrender to the desire that I harbor for myself, my loved ones, and the entire planet and its inhabitants, instead of trying to force my desire or leave everything in the hands of God, to please me. I mentally see my wishes fulfilled, and as I live the sensation I savor it in my body. I remain in a state of deep gratitude. Not only do I pray effortlessly, but I feel it as a fact already verified. From that moment on I act as if the objective of my prayers were my truth, although my senses, and everyone around me, provide evidence to the contrary. I do not ask for special favors, as I do not believe in any ego-built deity who shows favoritism or has the ability to heal everyone but refrains from dispensing favors because he wants something from me. I am part of all creation. I am divine consciousness, and I never forget that. I know that I have the ability to make conscious contact with my source of creation. I am not afraid to insult any mythical god. In the discourses of the I Am, Saint Germain says, "To the disciples I say with total frankness that there is no way to achieve desired qualities or attributes without claiming them." 55 I keep this in mind when asking for peace, health, happiness, joy, and prosperity for everyone I know. I ask for peace and fulfillment for myself, for humanity and for the whole world. When I pray I give thanks for the mysterious role that I play in all this, and I reprogram my subconscious to feel it in my body, and at the end of my sacred moments of prayer I go about my chores with that feeling inside of me. I am not discouraged by what my senses can convey. I have left behind any ideas about time and opportunity, and I trust the presence I am to be my true identity. At night I often embark on visualizations while I pray. I envision faces of familiar people who have already left the outside world, people whom I have seen in the media but with whom I have not had any personal contact, and acquaintances from my childhood. And I surround them with love. I see and feel love, for them and for myself. I invoke the presence I am. As the I Am discourses teach, the undesirable leaves, and the I Am presence enters, then you discover that you have really accessed a new world, a world that contains happiness and perfection that you have always known existed somewhere in your own heart. 56 For me, that is what prayer is. When I come out of these moments of prayer it is as if I had been to the cinema and the film ended well, even though I was not shown exactly how that happy ending was reached. It is not only the great power of prayer, but that of a life of wishes fulfilled. No ego, no strength, no special privileges, only the consciousness of the power that resides in us when we assume that the object of our prayers is an accomplished fact, always in accordance with our Supreme Self. We all participate in this dance of creation. Question 6. Is my mind open to infinite possibilities? You live in an infinite universe that includes everything that exists, and since the dimensions of that field are unlimited, there is nothing that can happen outside of it. Everything that happens within that field is completely influenced by it, and therefore nothing accidental is possible. As I said at the beginning of the book, this field of consciousness, and your role within it, is omniscient, almighty, omnipresent, and a fragment of God. With God everything is possible, which, if you are convinced that it means that nothing is left out, is an inexhaustible source of enthusiasm. If you live from this perspective, and your wishes match this unique, universal, divine force, the miraculous becomes the norm. The universe seems to conspire in ways that escape an intellectually inquisitive brain like yours, looking for concrete and scientific answers to why such a thing seems to happen. Your cognitive apparatus falls into disarray, and meanwhile, mysteriously, benevolent forces begin to come to your aid. It becomes easier to accept the synchronistic and inexplicable facts, and things appear that you had been taught that were impossible, outside the realm of reality. I have had to address this question of being open to infinite possibilities during a series of events in my recent life that have not been unexpectedly less important. Since I have practiced what I present in this book, and live from this divine perspective, I have experienced many things that without this awareness I probably would have rejected. Of course, it is most likely that I could not have allowed these new consciousnesses to penetrate my ego-ruled shell. I have chosen 3 examples of personal experiences that have happened to me in recent times, as I entered this path as a man, teacher, and spiritual being. First personal experience. As I have already told in another moment of the book, many of the photos that they take of me contain a considerable number of orbs without possible explanation, especially when I address an audience and speak on the subject that covers all the information contained in this book. These orbs have also appeared in photos of the same events in which other people surround me, either during a book signing or in the warm, friendly, and compassionate conversations that take place during these meetings. I have no idea what these orbs are, or why they appear now when apparently they did not before, or if they have any hidden meaning. I have read Klaus and Gundy Heinemann's book Orbs, Their Mission and Messages of Hope, and I invite you to do the same. The authors include comments on many photos of orbs taken at various events across the globe. Klaus is a doctor of experimental physics, and has been a professor at Stanford University. His wife is highly respected as an educator in California. These are, needless to say, thoughtful and informed people, whose research on the phenomenon is done from a solid perspective. Orbs appeared in my life recently, in my speeches, and in subsequent group discussions. I have the feeling that they coincide with my decision to help myself and help others to live from a higher space of God realization, exploring, living and writing about aspects of God consciousness. If you saw the photos of orbs to which I refer, you would see that a larger one appears above my head, and that in many cases the room is full of smaller orbs, as if they were confirmation that the messages of love that permeate the act are being witnessed by those mysterious circles of light. I do not pretend to know what they are, or why they have become known to me right now, in the way they are appearing in my life. They could be emanations of spirit beings that surround me with renewed energy to sharpen my consciousness and help me clarify my messages. I have no idea. The only thing I am sure of is that anything is possible, and I am open to what they imply or not imply. The first to introduce me to these emanations of photographic light, as I have explained before, was my friend Linda Millack, recently, during a Hay House cruise in the Caribbean. He told me that 18 years earlier his son had died trying to save a friend in a car accident. Now he manifests himself to communicate with her, and in the photos in which Linda feels her son close, orbs appear in circles and in other ways. As he was telling me about it, he said he felt his presence on the ship, docked at St. Martin. Then she took a photo of me, and on both of my hips 2 megaphone-shaped orbs appeared, identical to the ones she had seen in some photos of her home. It was during this cruise that the first orb appeared, which I have discussed above. I repeat that I do not claim to have any intelligent explanation for the constant appearance of these orbs in my life, but I really like what Saint Ignatius of Loyola said to his followers: "For those who believe, no words are needed. For those who do not believe, there can be no words." I let you form your own conclusions. I am still open to learn more about this mysterious phenomenon. Second, personal experience. The second example that avoids any rational explanation is related to the experience I had recently with a man who resides in the Brazilian town of Abadiânia and who calls himself Juan de Dios. My friend Reina Piscova, who is an eye surgeon and lives in California, has made several trips to Brazil to see him. Upon learning of my leukemia diagnosis, she suggested that I accompany her to Brazil and let Juan de Dios cure me. I agreed to go with her to Abadiânia, but when I was close to leaving, I decided to stay in the United States, largely because I felt compelled to write this book. I needed uninterrupted time for work to sit down and discipline myself daily for months to complete the manuscript of the book you are now reading. Reina spent 2 weeks in the house where Juan de Dios attends. Although her first reason for going to Abadiânia had been my cure, she too ended up undergoing a surgical procedure. During his stay he sent me a message asking me to take 4 photos. I was instructed to wear white clothes and to be portrayed from both sides, as well as front and rear view. On Friday, Reina showed them to Juan de Dios and asked him if he could intervene with me, despite the great distance between Brazil and Hawaii, where I wrote. Juan de Dios looked at the photos and said that he could not carry out the intervention because I had to take some special herbs, without which it would be all useless. Reina, an angel of a woman, a doctor, and a friend who deserves everything, got the special herbs and took them by taxi to a FedEx branch. I received them after 3 days, with the indication to take 8 capsules in 48 hours, take the white photos again and send them to him as soon as possible by email. My daughter Serena took the 4 photos of me and sent them to Reina, who called the next day excitedly to tell me that Juan de Dios had agreed to participate in the intervention. It would be held on Thursday at 7 in the morning, 2 at night in Brazil. Reina gave me very specific instructions on how to prepare for the surgery. That Thursday, at 7 in the morning, while I was in bed, the remote activity was carried out, with the new photos. I did not close myself to anything, but I have to admit that I did feel a bit of perplexity and skepticism at that peculiar transmission of remote surgery, for which 4 photos dressed in white were necessary and take some herbal capsules from Brazil. With FedEx, I started receiving messages from Reina on my cell phone. I had to lie down again and sleep for 24 hours. Do not eat pepper, pork, or spicy dishes. No exercise, phones, writing, sex, or massage for 7 days, after which the stitches would be removed. My initial reaction was to say that I couldn't sleep for 24 hours straight, because I had just woken up after 8 hours of good sleep. Reina told me if I couldn't sleep to pretend to, thus the entities in charge of healing would anesthetize me. After 5 minutes I felt tiredness overcome me. I went to bed, and in 24 hours I only got out of bed twice to eat something light and pee. The next day, the idea of sticking to my usual routine of taking a walk, swimming, climbing steps, and lifting weights, as I have done daily for the past 35 years, seemed completely out of step with what I was feeling. I mentioned this to Reina, and she said, "You have had surgery. You have to keep 7 mandatory Sabbaths, if not, you would ruin everything that Juan de Dios has done." Wow, for a week I did nothing but rest, taking care of my daughter Serena. My body was fully detoxifying. I went from being very well to coughing up phlegm and presenting flu symptoms, breathing difficulties, exhaustion, watery eyes, and much more. Not to mention any type of exercise. I was in complete rest for a whole week. Then Reina told me that the stitches would be removed the following Wednesday night, and she gave me very specific instructions on how I should prepare for my 8 hours of sleep while the entities removed the sutures in question. I did exactly what he asked of me, of course, although the fact that some spirits were going to remove invisible stitches continued to raise some doubts in me. My friend told me that anything could happen. In her case, the first time the whole room had shaken as if a small earthquake had occurred, so perhaps it would be appropriate to remove the objects in my bedroom from the high places, in case the same thing happened to me. Reina sent me by FedEx, also this time from Brazil, water blessed by Juan de Dios, so that I could put it next to my bed. I had to go to bed dressed in white, pray and be pure love. When I fell asleep, I had in my head images of all the people that could come to my imagination. I bathed them in a waterfall of pure love. The next morning I looked at my wristwatch, whose power supply lasts 10 days, and which has never been delayed for a second. It was 7:05 in the morning. At that moment the phone next to my bed rang, and my dear friend Carrie asked me how the night had gone. I told him that I had just woken up. "But it's 8:25. I'm in the airport." I assured him that I was wrong. She swore and perjured that it was 8:25. It turns out that my precision-guaranteed wristwatch had stopped for 80 minutes overnight. As I went to the kitchen, my daughters jokingly asked me if I had taken drugs. My pupils were very small, my left eye was scratched, and both eyes were watery. They had the impression that something very strange had happened to me. I felt like it was pure love. I saw everything with new eyes. The tree was love, my plants were love, the sea was love, and during the day I only had one wish. Tell everyone who crossed my path how much I loved them. He was a wandering love being, and that is still the case to this day. 2 days later, inexplicably, the same precision watch went back 80 minutes, not one more, not one less. The next day, on the phone, Reina told me that her car clock was slowing down 80 minutes. He sent me a photo to corroborate it. I have no idea what happened during those 80 minutes. Reina's hypothesis was that the electromagnetic field of the healing energies of the entities that took care of the surgical intervention through Juan de Dios exceeded to such an extent the force of the watch that I was wearing while they healed me and removed the sutures that the clock stopped. I admit that I am incapable of giving an intelligent answer, beyond the fact that they were presenting me with irrefutable, physical proof that what happened was not only real but that I could comment on the phenomenon to others because of how visible my life is. If anything, my body has continued to detox. I feel so much love for everyone. Even for someone who sued me to try to obtain a financial benefit. Before I was furious, but now all I can do is soak him in love too. Oh, and the lawsuit was settled soon after. At this point, I'd like to go back to my analysis of the orb phenomenon that has recently infiltrated my life. The Heinemann's book contains 65 color photos taken around the world, during various events, in which orbs appear. After my experience with Juan de Dios, I learned that some of the photos with a manifestation of orbs that the authors had received were taken in Abadiania. There is an especially large orb that appears above Juan de Dios, João de Dias, as he performs a visible healing intervention. In another photo, the orbs cloud the image of the entire healing encounter. The presence of these orbs with Juan de Dios, and that of those that appear in my lectures, is a synchronicity that exceeds my reasoning faculties, but there it is, and I am open to learning what it means or living satisfied in the mystery. What I can refer with certainty is that my body has undergone profound changes, both in the physical sense and in that of the sensations, especially in the second. After being diagnosed with leukemia, several doctors told me that I would not be able to continue practicing Bikram yoga 4 times a week. I was informed that the heat would be too severe, and that it was inadvisable to continue with this activity. It's true that I started to feel so weak in yoga classes that I eventually quit. However, one morning while I was meditating, only 20 days having passed since the removal of the sutures, I heard an inner voice say to me, "Today do not go out for a walk. Now you can do yoga." I listened to him and attended my first Bikram yoga class in 11 months. Despite being rusty, I resisted to the end, with great joy on my part. I had always loved yoga, and I missed it greatly. Now I go back to doing class first thing in the day 4 times a week, and my ability to hold postures in the heat wave has surpassed that of before I was diagnosed with leukemia. I feel stronger, and the aches and pains that had returned when I interrupted the practice of yoga have completely disappeared. A few days later, I celebrated my 71st birthday in a completely anomalous way. The feeling of love that invaded me from my experience with healing entities dominated all my waking moments. That day I went out to the streets in San Francisco and spoke with several homeless people. I was driven to only one thing, to love and to give. To that end, I carried a wad of 50 bills, which I distributed among at least 30 lost souls. When I got back to the hotel, I sat up in bed and did one thing, cry with gratitude. I have never celebrated such a memorable birthday, a day in which I felt pushed to give love to others without expecting anything in return. Now I feel totally impregnated with love, and while my body seems to be detoxifying, I have changed my eating habits and feel cleaner and healthier. I have not undergone blood tests or medical tests again, because I am so confident in what I have experienced that I do not need any external confirmation of all those mysterious and mystical facts. I experienced the surgery in person. The removal of sutures as well. I don't need to say anything else. I believe in miracles. I also know that I am not this outer body. I am not afraid of dying, since in me there is no birth, death, or change. It is my presence I am to be one with God. Apart from this feeling, from my experience with Juan de Dios, it is clear to me that I am increasingly in contact with what I can only call angelic orientation. During my morning meditations I seem to receive directions on how to approach the day, and every time I follow them, without exception, I discover incredible opportunities to network and help others. My inner voice says, be fully engaged and be useful. I will tell what happened recently, one morning, as an example of what my daily life is like. At 6:30 I talked to a man who was going through a bump in his married life. I advised him to focus for 24 hours on unconditional love. It was an unexpected and unplanned encounter. I gave him 2 books and a copy of my film The Change. He was delighted. He said he had the feeling that a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders thanks to our conversation. On the way back I met a homeless young man sleeping on the beach. I gave him $100 and spoke passionately about getting help for his drug addiction. He grinned from ear to ear and told me that in Maui he had never met anyone who did not judge him except me. Upon arrival I discovered that I had the wrong key and that I could not enter my apartment. Going down to the reception to get the correct key, I ran into a woman who some 2 years earlier had lost a child in a car accident. Talk later. He told me that just the day before he had seen for the first time a video of his graduation, sent by a friend of the deceased. Her eyes clouded over as she explained that she had to testify for a couple of days in the trial against the drunk driver who killed her son. We went together to find the new key and I invited her to my house. I then gave her a copy of Anita Moorhaney's description of her near-death experience, where she defines the latter as the awareness of coming out into the light of pure love. I told her that she might be a little less distraught after reading Anita's testimony. I have the impression that these 3 experiences of synchronicity were the result of having listened to and responded to the angelic orientation that, in moments of meditation, had indicated that at a given moment I should walk in a certain direction. I affected the lives of 3 people not only because I was told where and when to walk, but also because I felt impelled by persuasive forces to offer and help them. These types of synchronicity as a result of inner calls occur every day from my healing experience with the entities that acted through Juan de Dios. I watch, listen, act, and my feeling is closer to being a being of love than a mere being who loves. What I have observed is that I feel as if I have learned the lesson of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. I am not a simple person who loves. I'm love. The encounters with Juan de Dios have transformed me, and I enjoy giving love to everyone and everything I encounter. It is absolutely decisive that you assimilate this word, sensation. The discourses of the I Am explain it with great force. I say to you, my dear men of the Minute and friends of America, that once you understand that in the entire universe there is nothing that can affect, limit or harm you except what acts through your own sentient world, you will reach the fullness of life. Without understanding it, on the other hand, you cannot. 57 I think it was my healing experiences with Juan de Dios that helped me understand it. Third personal experience. My third experience is related to the enigmatic theme of previous lives, or parallel, since in an infinite universe time does not really exist. Many books, research, and lectures have been devoted to this question by my good friend and colleague Brian Weiss, with whom I have had the pleasure of sharing scenarios around the world. It was by reading your new book Many Lives, Many Teachers that I was truly introduced to other lives regression, and while it is not an area where I have too many first-hand experiences, reincarnation and past lives have always seemed to me a fascinating object of study. Months ago I received an invitation to participate in a hypnotic regression to previous lives. It was sent to me by a woman who had worked with Dr. Weiss. In the letter she said that I had had the intuition that it would be good for me to attend one of her sessions, and that I was willing to travel to Maui and undergo a hypnotic regression. This woman is called Dobromira Kelly, and like Raina and my initiatory teacher Amram Mikkel Ivanhove, whom I have referred to many times in the book, she was born in Bulgaria. She calls herself Myra and practices law in New York. It was such a detailed and well-written letter, so frank and compassionate, that I opted to contact Myra and find out more about what she had to offer. He explained that it felt like an obligation. He had seen me speak in New York, had read several of my books, and was aware of my diagnosis of chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Personally, I didn't want anything other than to give me that opportunity. It had come from her heart, so she couldn't ignore that call. A few weeks later I received a package in the mail with the text in which Anita Moorhaney describes her NDE. Myra's decision to send me the interview with Anita was very synchronistic, and it affected me to the point that I photocopied the text and gave it to several people, including my mother, who is 95 years old. My mother, who lives in an assisted living facility, loved Anita's explanations of her coma and other side experience, and her miraculous healing from a diagnosis of certain death within 36 hours. This is the same description I gave to the mother of the boy who died at the age of 8 by a drunk driver. Since then I have personally known Anita, who no longer has cancer, and whose testimony, "Dying to be me," has been published in Hay House. I have invited her to my radio show and to my latest television special, where she tells her story to the whole world, and, as I have already pointed out, I am privileged to have written the foreword to the book. Anita explained to me that she is under the impression that the reason she was on the brink of death, came back, and was miraculously cured was to tell everyone what she had learned while living, that God realized awareness. We are both of the opinion that our meeting, and having arranged for his story to be published and we would appear together on television, is part of the plan that God has in store for us. Myra Kelly's decision to send me Anita's report was a determining link in this magnificent chain of events. I told Myra on the phone that the following month I would be here in Maui for several consecutive weeks, but that I couldn't make a firm date with her. She made no objection. I didn't think about it anymore, until one day Myra called me to tell me that she was in Maui, available for any time the following week. We made an appointment on Thursday at 10 a.m., exactly 1 week before my operation for Juan de Dios, which was not even scheduled yet. At that time Reina was in Brazil, and Juan de Dios had not yet agreed with her to carry out the operation remotely. On Thursday at 10 o'clock Myra knocked on my door, and within an hour began for me 3 hours of hypnotic travel in time of almost unimaginable fascination. Myra recorded the entire session, as well as transcribing it word for word in script format. I reproduce a part of the experience, so that you read it and open your mind to infinite possibilities. Wayne, desert. I see mountains of sand. People dressed to go through the desert, in some kind of Arab clothing. Look, very good. Are you outside or do you see it from within? Wayne, out. There are a lot of people walking. Lots of heavy clothes. Look, are you somewhere in a town where people live? Wayne, no. I think it's kind of a village, a little group of shops. With people who circulate. Men with beards and women with covered faces. Look, okay. Look at your feet and tell me what, if anything, you are wearing. Wayne, I go barefoot. Look, barefoot. And the legs? Do you wear clothes on your legs? Wayne, the only thing I'm wearing is some kind of t-shirt. The truth is that I am not very dressed. Look, how does it feel? Is it refined fabric or does it feel coarser? Wayne, if you want me to tell you the truth, I'm not sure I'm dressed. Look, how do you feel your energy? Wayne, like a diaper. But I am not a baby. Look, does your energy give the sensation of being masculine? Wayne, yes. Look, do you feel young or old? Wayne, I feel 11 or 12 years old. Look, stretch your arms and see if you are wearing jewelry or something else in your hands. Wayne, no. I see a green ruby. I guess so, I'm wearing something. It's a green ruby. How odd. It is green. Look, do you have something on your neck? I mean some ornament. Wayne, no. Look, okay. And the face and the head? How do you notice them? Wayne, well, I don't know. Young people. Like a little boy's face. Blonde. Look, are you wearing something on your head? Wayne, just some kind of rag, or something like that. Some kind of fabric. It's just, Look, take a tour of the stores to see what happens around you. Wayne, I only see a lot of people walking. It looks like Afghanistan or something like that. Some kind of tribal population, bearded, even though I'm small. And I don't like what they do. Look, do you see them different from you? Wayne, they look old, bearded. The women have their faces covered. Look, we go to your tent to see where you sleep. Wayne, no. I don't think it's from here. I seem to be just passing through. I don't have the feeling that my home is here. Although it seems to me that they do not even notice me. It's like it's invisible. Look, let's go back a bit in time, before this scene, to see where you came from and how you got there. Wayne, it seems to me that I have come walking aimlessly. It seems to me that he was walking, and that he lived in the forest or something like that. Nobody seems to notice me. Look, well, let's move on a bit and see what happens next. Wayne, I'm looking for food. I am very skinny. And I can see my ribs. Look, how do you usually find food? Wayne, I only eat apples and fruit and things like that, whatever grows in the forest. Look, do you have family or are you alone? Wayne, I'm alone. As if my family had been set up, or something like that. Look, you can see it. Go back and bring up what you know. Wayne, I think I haven't had a family for a long time. I think my family was killed by some kind of invaders. I ran away. Look, let's advance a little to another moment in your life, to see what happens. Wayne, I'm going. I can't get anyone to notice me. I'm looking for clothes, something to warm up. I steal it and nobody notices. Look, are you still wearing the ruby on your finger? Wayne, it's green. Myra, where did you get it from? Wayne, I found it. Myra, oh yeah? Well, you found a good treasure. What do you use it for? Wayne, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't tell me anything. I feel lost, and I can't make anyone realize what happened. I've been on the run for a long time. I have wounds and cuts. Look, tell me more about the wounds and cuts. How did you do it? Wayne, I think with the trees, the brambles, the bushes. Crossing some kind of undergrowth. I haven't eaten for a long time. Look, then what do you do? Wayne, approach people and ask. I am invisible to them. They don't know what they have in front of me. I could take whatever I wanted. I am like a ghost. Pale. All I'm wearing is a loincloth. I am not afraid at all. What happens is that I don't understand why nobody pays attention to me. Look, we are going to advance a little, to see what happens next. Wayne, I take fruit, figs, nuts, oranges, apricots. Since I don't have pockets to store it, I take the treasure tray and go back. Has no sense. All I do is go back to the undergrowth. Look, is it where you eat it? Wayne, yeah, but I think she had a sister, and she's still alive. I want to take it to her and find her. Look, when you return, do you find her? Or are you looking for it? Wayne, yes, I roam. Now I remember. There are bodies on the ground. Dead people. They have killed my father. Is old. There are women who cry. Myra, has your mother been killed too? Wayne, I don't have a mother. Myra, and other relatives? And your sister? Wayne, she's hiding in an older woman's house. I guess it's your grandmother. I think his mother is gone. They have taken her away. She is small, more than me. Has blonde hair. Look, how do you feel when you see all this? Wayne, disgust. Rage. Sadness. I bring him food, apricots, dried apricot, oranges. He's only 3 or 4 years old. Myra, what do you call it? Wayne, Samantha. Sammy. Myra, and when she wants to say something to you, what does she call you? Wayne, just smile. Does not speak. Look, let's go a little further to see what happens to you. Wayne, he's too scared to move. I think we should go. I try to convince her to leave, but she doesn't want to. They haven't done anything to the old men yet. They are desolate. I see corpses all around me in this enclave. Look, have they killed someone other than your father? Wayne, that one over there is my father. He's on the ground, helpless. Dead. Blood comes out of your mouth. It does not make any noise. It's very strange. His grandmother is dressed as an Arab woman. My father was wearing brown pants and a belt. He was barefoot. The pants only go up to the calves. He is not wearing a shirt. They have ambushed him. The grandmother is dressed all in black. Look, what do the old men say to each other? What do they think has happened? Wayne, all women do is cry. They have obviously been attacked. I am perplexed, not knowing what I will do to solve this disaster. Look, what do you do next? Wayne, find something to bury my father, because now flies are hovering around his corpse. Look, and do you find something? Wayne, no, nothing, just pieces of wood. I'm trying to find somewhere I can put it. Look, does someone help you? Wayne, no, there is no one who can help me. I am alone, with my sister, who wears pigtails. Myra, well, now we are going to advance in time to another important day, to see what happens in that life. Wayne, the truth is that I just leave. Look, and are you leaving your sister? Wayne, yes, I think so. It seems incredible to me, but the fact is that I leave it. Look, and where are you going? Wayne, I'm going to the sea. I am going to a place where there are many boats. It is before modern ships. Tall ships, with masts. Look, and what do you do? Wayne, I'm older. I get a ticket somewhere, I don't know where. And I agree to work. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where the ship is going. Do not know anyone. I don't speak the same language. Look, what kind of work do you do on the boat? Wayne, I work in the kitchen. I think it's going to Greece. Look, look how the ship arrives, and how you go down, and look where you are. Wayne, I am much older. I am 22 years old. Strong. Shirtless. A kind of backpack with all my belongings, which are practically nothing, and some boots. The same type of pants that my father wore. Look, then where are you going? What do you do next? Wayne, nothing, find accommodation. And I make friends with some who live in a cabin. Greeks. Look, how is the cabin? Wayne, it looks like an igloo without ice, kind of round. I'm trying to find out what time it is. Look, who lives in the cabin? Wayne, a marriage and, that's it, a marriage. Of older people. They like me a lot. They work in the fields. Farming. Olives. Vine. Too poor. Much dust. It's where I stay. I don't like to work the land. I go to town and I don't want to work the land. I don't want to do that. I know a woman who works as, serving wine I think it is. I don't drink it. Barrels, containers of liquid. He serves it in glasses. Attracts me. It looks like. Yes, it is clearly her. And we fell in love. A petite Greek, with long black hair and a very narrow face. And the small mouth. And the big eyes. He is young, 16, 17, or 18. All he does is fool around. She wants to know why I dress like this, why I look like this and am so different from her. It is that I am blonde and she is not. He takes my hand. And I fall in love with her. Almost instantly. We married. I find a job on a boat and I go. The ship goes to the New World. They are explorers. They talk about islands, and about people who live on those islands on the other side of the sea. I am excited about it. I'm leaving, leaving her alone. She's pregnant, but I'm still leaving. It sounds so tempting to find something that no one has ever seen. It's like a great adventure. I'm gone a long time, years. We are going to. We discover natives, and new things, new people. Many die at sea. They throw corpses into the water. A lot of scurvy, disease, a lot of vomiting, and people dying. We found a place. Spanish? I do not know what it means. Dark people. Look, can you find it in the middle of the sea? Wayne, yes, after months of surfing, 6 or 7 or 8. Eating only the odd berry, and leftovers. In the end we made landfall. I have a beard. But I am strong. Many die, but not me. I keep surviving. Look, what does the site look like? Wayne, it looks like an island. Native people. Many trees, coconut trees. Very exuberant. Lots of fresh fruit. The natives are friendly, but we are not. The captain, and those who run everything, treat them fatally, with cruelty. I don't understand that they can do what they do. I try to convince them not to. They kill people with machetes and knives and I don't know what else. They are cruel to the natives, for no reason. Just for being different. I do not understand. They load the ship, but I did not participate in the slaughter or in anything violent. They are people of African appearance, that is to say, they are natives. I don't understand why we are so cruel to them. Look, then what do you do? Are you still exploring or are you coming back? Wayne, no. We load. Someone write down where the island is. I don't understand it, because I don't know anything about those things. I don't understand how they find a place in the middle of the sea. Lots of angling. Then we come back. The return trip lasts between 6 and 7 months. I want to see my wife, but when I return I can no longer find her. Look, what happened to him? Wayne, he's dead. Look, what has he died of? Wayne, I don't know, of some chest disease. I couldn't breathe. Look, did you die before having your child? Wayne, there is supposedly a little boy, but nobody knows what happened to him, a 2-year-old, but nobody knows anything. Everyone tells me that she was waiting for me, and waiting for me, and waiting for me, but I was away for so long. Now I'm much older. I have gray hair. I've been away a long time. 10 years. Look, how do you feel knowing that you can't find her and that she has died? Wayne, very sad. Very guilty. Look, we are going to move forward, to see what happens. Wayne, I am very sad, very dejected. I do not understand that around me there is so much violence, so many people who kill themselves. Would it be so difficult? It is a mystery that everyone wants to harm others. I think I write something on the subject. I have to tell it. It seems so useless to me. Everyone is very violent. They all hate each other. There is practically no love anywhere. Everyone is focused on surviving and trying to get something from others. I try to talk to people about taking care of each other. And I want to write about it. Look, how do you do it? How do you talk to people? One by one, or do you get on somewhere? Wayne, no, I just write what makes sense to me, and I think one day my message will get through to others. It is as if every time someone settles down somewhere and seeks life, others arrive and begin to kill and roll heads. It's something that always puzzles me. I don't understand why. What's the point of treating each other like this? I am puzzled by the cruelty that people show to each other. It never ceases to baffle me. Even in families and towns they fight. It's as if I'm on the sidelines of all that. I don't fight with anyone. I have no reproaches against anyone. I just want them to leave me alone, to leave others alone, and that each one can live as they please, without imposing anything on them. It is as if no one understands it, as if it seems like a very strange idea. The truth is that I am considered a crazy old man, because I talk about. I'm writing. There is a very strong light, very white. It seems that I am in a cave, the only place where I find some peace. Light enters through the ceiling of the cave. I'm sitting and, what am I writing about? On some kind of tables. They look like stone. Truths come in through the ceiling that are poured into the light, and that seem obvious to me. I don't understand why they come to me. It's like I have a special conduit with the light, which I don't know what it is. It is a very strong light. Right now it shines a lot. I feel like I'm Socrates. It doesn't seem like a good time. I am a wise old man, with a white beard that reaches here. I wear a kind of robe, all white. It seems as if the Pope could put it on. What's coming is so. Look, how is the feeling of receiving it? Are they like ideas? Wayne, no, they come in the form of images. The question is love, just love. And the word love, and the feeling of love. And how hypocritical everything is, too. Nobody, as if I was the only one to know. Nobody else knows. Myra, how do you explain it to people? Are you traveling? Wayne, no, I just sit in the cave and information comes through that lightens me up. It is like knowing. I know I will die shortly, and I feel compelled to drop the information somehow, but how? I am puzzled. I don't know how to keep these truths coming into this cave. I'm in a cave, I tell you. There is a ceiling upstairs, but it does not prevent light from entering. Inside it is dark, but there is a light that is like a spotlight. It starts out fine, and then it widens, and it widens, and it widens. This light is where the truths come from. They are all about love. It's the only word I see, love. Let the message get out. Let the message get out. You just have to love each other. If you understood, all this pain, and the murders, the violence, the hatred. It's so simple. It seems so simple to me. It's waking up and... wow. I just have to convince others, but then I look inside myself and I know that no one will believe it. They will all sound like bullshit. No one will accept it. But it is such a profound truth. We just have to love each other. Love us and you will get your wife back, and you will get your sister back. Now he's back. He's back. I watch his whole life unfold before me. And my wife has returned. I see her smile, and I see how much she loved me. She would have preferred that I not leave. My sister would also have preferred that I not leave. My father. I am devastated, because I know that no one will understand. Nobody understands it. And the others I cannot convince. They are so determined to survive and they are so afraid that someone will come and take their own, because that is what everyone does. They create armies, and accumulate resentment for all that, for a few pieces of fruit for nothing, nothing, how little they have, how little they grow. I just don't understand. Why don't you share it, instead of accumulating it? Thus you will multiply it. It is one of the truths that come with light. If you share. Look, if you share, will there be more? Wayne, nobody gets it. What you share you multiply. What you accumulate you lose. It seems so simple. But nothing, that, no one can, no one can. It goes against everything. Everyone laughs. What an absurd idea. What you share you lose. No. If you share it, you will have more. Nobody seems to understand. All everyone wants is to take their share before the others take it. And we bury, and we kill. And here a head, and there a leg. It's like. I've seen it many times. It is that this truth is so clear, so clear. It is such a clear truth. You have to love each other. Love yourselves. Love each other. Although that is why they will crucify you. They will mock you. You will be outcasts. I look back, and I already knew it when I was little. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted to feed the others. I just wanted to speak sensibly to those crazy people who have swords and want to do so much damage. I'm just a little boy saying. They wanted to kill me, but they stopped and let me get away. Instead of killing me, they killed my father. They took my mother to another place. I don't know what would happen to him. Look, being in the cave, and receiving these truths, look at yourself and see how you write them. Look at your hands and what is in front of you. Wayne, the truth is that I see them and I want to put them in writing, but I have the impression that it is a waste of time. Look now. Why won't others believe you? Wayne, nobody believes me. They only know how to take care of themselves. They only know themselves. So little is shared. So. My son has come. I'm not going to write it. I do not write it. I'm just telling you. Look, how did you find it? Wayne, he's 30, older, 40, 50. I'm very old. Myra, and do you explain the truths? Wayne, I tell you to remember, they are great truths, that by sharing you multiply and by accumulating you lose. The less you do to others, the more you will receive. That by being humble, and kind, and sweet, you get so much more. I assure. You get so close to God. The light is God, that it reaches down here. Light is God. So intense. I see her. He's back. It starts from here and it goes like this. You swim inside. You bathe in the light. It's all so easy. Tell them it's easy and that's it. Is not difficult. It's natural. It is normal. It's where you came from. That is what you are. Find out what you are, and know. Don't find out who you are not and try to be. That is another truth, another one of those simple truths. I know who you are, not who you are not. Anyway, you cannot be what you are not. It is an illusion. If you try to be something that you are not, you cannot be what you are not. You are not hate, nor kill. That's not how you are. I know who you are. All that, the rest, is not who you are. You know who you are. My son makes a puzzled face. I look like a crazy old man to him. And I'm a crazy old man. Everyone around me. The only one who understood was. My God, that beautiful woman. I knew her so little time. And then I left her. All this she knew. Wait. He did not die of anything from his chest. They killed her. My son just told me. They killed her too, after I left. Everything you love you lose when you lose love. Everything you love you lose when you lose love. As simple as that. She was murdered, raped. My son wants to know how I feel about the rapist. Dad, how do you feel about those who killed the woman you loved? And there is the light. You can enter it or go around it. When you enter there is only love. If I try to go around it, darkness, it makes me want to kill those motherfuckers. As I enter the light, I love rapists. When you lose love, it's all over. When you lose love, you lose who you are, because you are love. And the rest of the time you spend it wandering in the dark, trying to avoid the light that calls and draws you. You want so much to be inside. It's too intense. It blinds you with its intensity. It is true, you can love those who kill the woman you love. I guess I can, because that's who I am. When you love there is no room for anything else. If you love, there is no non-love. It's all you can give. It is when you move away from the focus, when you leave the light that enters the cave. You see it enter like this, and all around are dark places. And you want me to enter the dark places. But I cannot. Because I am the same as that light. It is who I am. And although it saddens me, it seems to me that I am here for that. She tells me how much she loved me. He waited, and I failed him. Because I had to find my adventure. He had to find the new places. And in all that time I didn't go anywhere. He says he can't. And I tell him. It's that you're not ready, but it's also who you are. And I got up and went into the light. Now I see it. And I also left him, bewildered. And I stepped into the light and floated in it. I looked at it from above. My son, come only a few inches to the light. It is a few inches away. The light is here, and you there. Come over here. You just have to move that little. Do you know what he said? Fuck off, you crazy old man. I'm going for those guys. It is done. I'm dizzy. I want to vomit. Look, take a deep breath. Wayne, I need water. Myra, now I bring it to you. Wayne, OMG. OMG. Look, lie down again. Very well. Close your eyes. Let the light absorb all the emotions and all the energy, and let everything within your body dissolve. Let everything become love. Let everything heal. Very well. You are back in the cave, with that beautiful light above you. Stay in the light and that's it. Let it bathe you. Now tell me something, what happens after your son leaves? Wayne, well. I no longer exist. I have no form. Look, you can see everything. Everything that happened. What do you think was the goal you had in life, the goal to learn and share? Wayne, it wasn't about learning and sharing, it was about being. He had to learn to be instead of trying to be. He had to learn to be. And until the end of that life I did not succeed. Because now I am God, I am with God. It all seems so trivial. I hardly remember exactly what I said during the session, but the visual images remained sharp. Was it a reflection of a previous, parallel life? I can only make assumptions about that, but I am intrigued by what I said and what happened while I was with Myra in that semi-hypnotic state. As Anita Moriani recently told me in a letter, when I am willing to enter the realm of uncertainty and ambiguity, I open myself to infinite possibilities. I let you meditate on this mystery. Question 7. Am I willing to meditate with the frequencies of the I am that I am? James Twyman, the author of the Moses Code, asked sound therapy expert Jonathan Goldman to research and create tuning forks that encode God's holy name, and then reproduce those frequencies in a meditation program. The basis of those recordings are the fretboards designed by Jonathan. They correspond to the gematria of the sacred name I am who I am that was told to Moses before the burning bush, as explained in the Old Testament book of Genesis. At the end of the Moses Code, Jonathan explains how these frequencies were created to conform to the Kabbalah tradition, in which whole words and phrases are assigned concrete numbers. His comments on the research that led him to create these meditative frequencies end with, the tuning forks of I am that I am, and the associated field they create, form a challenging and stimulating sound experience, the potential of which is very promising. Meditation is an essential practice to gain conscious contact with your higher self. I, who have been meditating for many years, have written a book, Getting in the Gap, on the many benefits of meditation. When I use the Moses Code meditation frequency, I experience a deep sense of peace that refers back to the messages I have shared in this book. I use the inner mantra I am and I look as if I have already reached what I have put in my mind. Then I silently repeat I am, the name of God that was said to Moses, in gratitude for the collaboration of my higher self and in recognition of my desires that are in accordance with the divine. As these spirit-stimulating sounds play across the room or into my headphones, I breathe in a sense of tranquility and experience conscious contact with God. These frequencies have been a regular part of my meditation and spiritual manifestation activities for about a year. In fact, I meditate for 40 minutes a day using exactly these frequencies to accompany me as I make conscious contact with God in my sacred meditation practice. I have encouraged several of my children to participate in a meditation session with me, listening to these sacred sounds while using the I am who I am mantra. After just one session, my adult children were already hooked and asked me every day to put the I am wishes fulfilled sounds so that they could all meditate together. I have reproduced the sacred sounds on a separate CD titled I Am Wishes Fulfilled Meditation. It contains 3 clues. The first explains the use of this meditation, and the results that I have obtained. I practice daily, with or without headphones, in a room with lit white candles. I consider sounds sacred, and I am indebted to James Twyman and Jonathan Goldman for the in-depth research that allowed them to recreate sounds that fit the special numbers linked to the phrase Ehai Asher Ehai. They are the words that God said to Moses when he asked for the name of God, as the Exodus refers to. The most common translation of these words in Hebrew is I am who I am. For me, and for some of my children, listening to the sacred sounds while meditating brings a feeling of tranquility and of total fusion with the divine. I love that these sounds accompany me in the sacred practice of meditation, as an instrument in the process of living a life of fulfilled wishes. The second track is a 20-minute playback of the Moses Code Frequency Meditation, for deep meditation. The third is another 20 minutes with guitar accompaniment, for a more active experience. Every day I play tracks 2 and 3, consecutively, using the mantra I am who I am as explained in track number 1. The truth is that it is a very powerful instrument to manifest in your life all your desires fulfilled in God. Summary. The essentials of the application of these profound teachings to your life. 1. You have to be willing to change your concept of self, which means changing what you believe to be true. 2. Recognize that you are always connected to your source of being. 3. Become willing to say I am God from an ego-free perspective. 4. Value your greatest gift, imagination. 5. Live as if what you want already exists. 6. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. 7. Never let anything or anyone direct your attention to anything other than your own higher self. 8. Use the last moments of the day, before sleeping, to reinforce your wishes as compliments in your mind. 9. Keep your mind open to all possibilities. 10. Always remember. You were born with potential. You were born with kindness and trust. You were born with ideals and dreams. You were born great. You were born with wings. Do not drag yourself, you are not made for that. You have wings. Learn to use them and fly. Rumi. Thus ends my pleasant task of getting all this material to press. The many spiritual teachers mentioned in the book have left a very deep mark on me. And everything you can imagine. Wayne Dyer.